What's up, everyone? Welcome to Normal America Show. I'm late. I'm so sorry about that. I'm late. My power was out. We got like damn near 20 inches of snow today, and the power went out for a large portion. Well, I don't know. I'll be honest. I don't know how long the power was out. We went to my in-laws. The power was fine there. But we got back here late in the evening, and the power was working. So I regret that I was late, but I don't know when the power came back on my house, but I'm pleased it did. It wasn't a big thing either. It wasn't like a lot of people went out where I'm at. So just unlucky with me and my neighbor. But hey, we're fine. We're hardy people. My son had some juice in he got a Switch 2 for his birthday. And so he had some juice in that. We didn't need power for that. He tries to have me playing Minecraft. I have no idea what's going on. So he's watched like videos about Minecraft and watched his cousins play, but I've never really played. I've probably played 10 minutes of Minecraft in my life. I'm not a total idiot. I've played video games. I get this sort of idea, right? Where it's just like, you mine stuff, then you build stuff, and then you could build more and more as you get more resources. That I understand. But it has a mode on the Switch, and maybe this is everywhere you can purchase the game has this mode where you can basically have like a sandbox mode where you start off with everything if you want. So the best armor and the best equipment and the best, So he is like, you got to find the Ender Eyes, and then you throw them, and that'll take you to like the last boss, the Ender Dragon. And I have no idea what any. I'm like, ugh. So he's getting frustrated because I can't help him with this, and I don't know what the hell I'm doing. So we later switched to, he's got a cool dinosaur puzzle game on it, and we switched to that, which was more my speed. But I had no idea what was going on with the Minecraft like end game shit. Yeah, creative mode. That's maybe what it was called. Now, when I played before, it was like start off and it's like get wood and then build a shed. I didn't know about like equip yourself with nether armor and go fight the Ender Dragon. That I don't know about. So, yeah, should I just start becoming a Minecraft streamer and just fuddle my way through it? Like, what am I doing here? So we had a reasonable time though, and then we had some balloons. We were playing Keepy Uppy, and then we played hide and seek with the balloon, which he prefers because hide and seek, it's a little harder to find a spot for a kid or a grown fat man like myself to hide. But balloon, you could hide. So we had a big green balloon. So that was a lot of fun. And he definitely stumped me one time. He had a very good hiding spot behind some clothes, behind a dresser. It was very impressive. I was like, oh shit. So anyways, that's what I got up to today. Apologies for being late. I had some work I wanted to do as well and was unable to accomplish that. So it was all right though. If you can't work, you might as well have some fun with family. So drop down to 78 degrees where you're at in Texas. Oh my goodness. Terrible. My dog gave up today. She was not interested in going outside. So we set up a little pad and she peed on it. So anyways, here we are, another day. Yeah, we'll talk about the signal chat and all of that stuff. I want to find the video of the shooting again. That's what I'm looking for first. So let me find that, and then we'll go from there. It's got to be here. Excuse me. What's today's date? Yeah. This guy that I watched the video from yesterday, of course, he's posted 5 bajillion things, so. Let's see. It's not working. Oh, you know what? Someone sent it to me on Discord, so. One second. Okay. All right. I have what I need. All right. So we'll take all of your commentary and stuff. What happened to states' rights? I don't know. Ask the Supreme Court in the Obama administration when they prevented Texas from enforcing their own border. They were literally not allowed to. The Supreme Court said, nope. Even if your president decides and the federal government decides to not enforce the border, you as a state are not allowed to enforce your own border. So that's what happened to states' rights. There are issues that it should be up to the states. Immigration is not one of them. How would it make sense, for example, if the United States, imagine that the Obama administration says al-Nusra is a terror group, or Kamala Harris, whoever the next president would be, and the state of Alabama says, nah, we disagree. Come on in, Al-Qaeda. And so Al-Qaeda terrorists are welcomed in Alabama, and the federal government tries to be like, no, you can't do that. We're apprehending this terrorist. And then smart big brain people like this left-winger third rail goes, wait a minute, states' rights. They should be allowed. They should be allowed. Then, of course, once they're in Alabama, other states can't erect walls to say that you can't have interstate travel. That's against the law. And so Al-Qaeda could then freely roam where they please. What's wrong with Alabama? I've never been there, but I would like to. Listen to a lot of music from there. Now, the irony is left-wingers hate states' rights, except on the few issues where it makes no sense for the states to outweigh the federal government. Like borders? Or what else would they do? Currency? Why can't states all print their own money? Nah, third rail, I think you're that Omar guy, right? Who I debated over and over, who has Trump derangement syndrome, and you're literally one of the least intelligent people I've ever talked to. You seem like a nice guy, but you were criminally stupid. I probably debated you 7-8 times, each time dumber than the next, so I'm good. Thanks so much, though. Hey, but I appreciate you slightly changing your name to try to chum in a debate. Good stuff. Good luck to you. Yeah, do you think the lefties were chanting states' right with Roe v. Wade when it was the law of the land? If Pennsylvania said, nah, we're going to restrict, you think they'd have said, oh, fair enough, states' rights. So, let's review from yesterday the real story here, and I'll predict it again, as I've been predicting for years, but as specifically predicted in this administration. The left is setting the conditions to ensure that there will be more violent altercations with law enforcement, and inevitably, those altercations will result in death. It may be the vast majority of those will be law enforcement acted lawfully. There may be times where it doesn't appear that the law enforcement acted in a lawful way. Both ways tragic. No matter which way it is, the left will take and run with this and use this as an excuse because they want people to die so they could say, see, evil fascist. Therefore, we need to abolish ICE. We need to stop all deportations. That's the argument. All right, you know what? I'm feeling generous, Omar. Let's bring in, are you guys ready for this? I don't want anyone else to call in, just Omar. Let's bring in one of the dumbest human beings you ever see, our friend Omar. Prepare for this. Now, what you're about to hear, I could just do it for you. But the orange man bad? Orange man very bad? He's very bad. The orange man's bad. And so the orange man's bad. And I'll be like, let's go through the specific details. I'll put orange man bad. You failed to realize orange man bad. He's so bad. The orange man is bad. Can we debate about the orange man being bad? Can we do that? He's bad. Orange man's bad. I don't know if you knew that, but the orange man, he is very bad. So here we go. The great Omar will be calling in to tell you orange man bad. And just so you can get an idea of the caliber of people we're up against, we'll give him a few minutes to spout his inane bullshit, even amongst stupid Trump haters. This guy is bottom of the barrel. But here we go. Let's bring him on. Are you third rail?
What's up, Ben? How are you?
Are you third rail?
Third rail, what do you mean?
On the chat, the person third rail.
Oh, no, sorry. Was this?
Yeah, that's it. Just specific invite for him. Thanks, man. Where you at, Omar? Want to debate? There's the link. Call in, big man. Omar's also a guy who bought a channel that had a lot of views and then tried to just put his content there. It didn't work out so well for him. Where you at, Omar? Did you leave? Well, it looks like he must have left. Shame. That's a shame. All right, back to the scheduled show then. Now he'll be back some other day after he backs out this time. Say, I want to debate. One time offer, my friend. By the way, I've debated this guy probably 8-9 times back a couple years ago, and it was, I don't know how to explain it. You can go back and watch the video. It's surreal. You could talk about anything. Rob, who do you like in the Super Bowl? And I'd be like, I don't know. I think the Patriots have a chance, but yeah, but Trump's bad. Remember that? You remember that Trump's bad? Yes, I'm sure that's the case. He may have left when I told him he was garbage, but anyways, we'll get on with the show. Gigi, thank you for the gifted membership. Really appreciate it. Our good friend Left-Handed Assassin, thanks for the $5. Intel Wild, thank you as always, man. Says I Art Rob, thanks. And then Triplix, $5, thank you. Says, at what point is Trump complicit in what's happening in Minneapolis, given his admin is doing next to nothing and never will? Well, it depends on what you mean complicit. Are you saying that he knows that this will be the outcome? I don't know. I guess you could say he's somewhat complicit if he doesn't do anything. It's getting to be ridiculous. But obviously the blame lies with the people that are whipping people up into violence, which are the left. Another new account, $5 says, evening, Rob. I already posted about it in the Discord, but thoughts on Whick telling his audience they have a moral obligation to obstruct ICE. I didn't hear him say it, so it's hard to comment on it, but that is engaging in an insurrection, so. Whick is the type of tough guy. If he said that, let me rephrase this, because I don't know, so I don't want to judge based on something I don't know if he said it. Any streamer that themselves isn't willing to go out and break the law in obstructing ICE that instructs their audience to do it is a coward. And it's playing a dangerous game. So, videos in the general chat with, sure, I'll look, with timestamp. 3:13:25. Let's do it. All right. I have more to say than just random Whick business or other streamers, but here we go. We'll play this.
I just wanted to share that real quick. As for the question, like, honestly, I'm gonna look. I think that at this point in time, and yeah, I've been leaning towards this, but I've been like, maybe not. But no, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna call it here. You have a moral obligation to obstruct ICE. You have a moral obligation as a Christian, as a U.S. citizen, as a patriot, to, if ICE comes to you and asks about someone, lie. Now recognize that you will get arrested. You will go to jail. But I think you still have the moral obligation to do so.
Yeah, fuck him. What a piece of shit. That's one of the worst things I've ever heard. He's telling people to intentionally break the law. Fuck him. Coward piece of shit. Why don't you get out there yourself, big fucking man, and do it? Nothing pisses me off more than that. Left, right, or anywhere in between. And before people say this is just partisan, go watch my videos after January 6th where I had tough guys calling in saying, now it's time to take it in. We need to attack state capitals. I said, fuck you, you coward. You do it. Don't hide behind anonymous shit or instruct other people to break the law like that and put their lives on the line. Fuck you. What a piece of shit. Someone clip that because he'll delete that. I could think no less of a... I'd rather hear people saying like Destiny, Trump supporters ought to fear for their lives than that bullshit. How is that not calls for an insurrection based on the left's own rhetoric? Oh, that is true. It is on my stream. Now he can't delete it. Big brain there, are we not, men? I want to be clear. I hope that I have been incredibly clear since the beginning of me live streaming that I will never recommend that you engage in an act of political violence, nor will I recommend that you intentionally break the law. Whick's advice there, obstruct ICE, could lead to not only people getting arrested, but people getting killed. Thankfully, very few people watch Whick, thank God. But those that are, if you watch me and you watch Whick, please, even if you hate ICE, please do not intentionally obstruct them. All right. Fuck you, Whick. Piece of shit. To think at one point that was a guy I was like, sure, we could do some. I think he's in Pennsylvania. We could do some real life events. Yeah, screw that. It's one of the most dangerous, irresponsible things I've ever heard a streamer say. Imagine if I would have said that on January 6th or something about that. Oh, the feds are coming after January 6th. You have a moral obligation to stop them, to obstruct them. They would have booted me off YouTube so fucking fast, my head would have spun. I'd have got a knock on the door from the Secret Service. It's bad enough to tell people to engage in acts of violence or other dangerous behavior, but to suggest you do it against law enforcement is absurd. Whick ought to be ashamed of himself. And anyone else suggesting that online ought to be ashamed of themselves. All right. So, to start back to the beginning here, the real story here is this is easily predictable and will happen again and again and again. There will be another ICE shooting. Actually, it was Border Patrol and not ICE that was engaged in this shooting. But there will be another because the left is intentionally setting up the scenario that there will be confrontations between law enforcement and people that are intentionally obstructing them, which will escalate tensions. Now, the vast majority of the time, there won't be violence or lethal violence, but inevitably there will be if you set that situation up enough times. This is what the left wants. The left wants martyrs. The truth is, the left didn't get their way with the election. They don't want deportations. And so, because that's what the law is, they're going to freak the fuck out and use violence. It will not stop. I predicted this. It was easy to see. I said they just want someone to die. It doesn't matter if it's a legitimate act by the law enforcement that will shoot someone or not. Renee Good was legitimate. Didn't matter. They ran with it. The detention of the 5-year-old didn't matter that it was bullshit. They ran with it. The truth is irrelevant. They just want the PR victory. Something bad happened with ICE. Something bad happened with Border Patrol. Therefore, they're evil. And they know it'll make their rabid base become even more rabid, which they could then point to and say, look at how unpopular this is. Every institution that helps shape our narratives will then run with it. People on social media, people in academia, people in the entertainment industry. You already see the NBA and all these ESPN people running with it. People in our regular media. They'll all run with it. All of them. Now, we saw this same playbook. By the way, if you go back, this playbook's been used for decades. The Weather Underground used it. None of them were held accountable, or very few of them. They use this, they win. There's a lot to say about Trump needing to do more. We could get to that later. But as you saw yesterday, one of my big frustrations is the people that claim that they want the border enforced that are taking the bait. They're pathetic. They are. The libertarian friends of mine, so many of them, shameful. They'll put memes of Pinochet throwing communists out helicopters. But oh boy, there's violence at an ICE protest. Well, time to stop deportations then, right, Dave Smith? Right. I can't help it. I can't help it. I'm no better. Look at this. Here's a good guy. Rob, did you see the Philip DeFranco video showing close-up of the agent taking the suspect's gun and securing it from his holster? He never reached for it. The agent walked off and the gun went off. The gun went off, scaring the other two to unload on the unarmed suspect. Robin's a good guy. Such a tragic event, and these folks are gaslit and defending criminals. But the agents have to take some accountability. Was it murder? Clearly not, but involuntary manslaughter, most likely. And that's why we'll never win. That guy right there. Roman's why. I'm sorry, Roman. You are the problem. You are. Now, technically, I'm doing the same thing as you and I'm the problem, except I don't lead with that like you are. That'll be your big issue. That'll be Dave Smith's big issue. You set up the situation where inevitably something like this will happen. Then you go through it with the microscope and you go, well, that's it. That's the truth. You're not wrong. My view of the shooting is similar after looking at it. I don't know that it rises to the level of involuntary manslaughter, but it looks like that's probably what happened. That there was a negligent discharge. The other officers heard gun, and in the scrum, when they heard the discharge, assumed that it was the person. I don't agree with you that it's definitive he didn't reach for his gun. It looked like he started to reach backwards. The officers that fired wouldn't have known that the gun was taken away. But that's it. It is. I don't know that I have the Constitution. I may be too weak too. Part of me, I spent hours yesterday looking through the videos, discussing it. I did. Just like Roman is, just like so many other people. We can't help it, but we lose. Yes, I watched the videos. I have not seen the guy shoot first. Did not see that at all. Either you were misled or I'm completely in the dark on this. I did not see the man's hand on the gun at all, let alone him shooting. Did not see that. Hey, everybody, welcome our racist friend HN. Ladies and gentlemen, there's HN. Now, in case you guys didn't know, HN made a new account, then lied about it. HN is a guy. Thanks, you're right, I am based. HN's a guy who hates white people, but also thinks black people are inferior. For example, HN says, if you go to a historical black university and want to set up like an Ask Me Anything type thing, you know, like Crowder did or Cam Higby does, that the blacks can't control themselves. They'll use violence. And you should know that as a white man. That's who HN is. HN, if you deny it one more time, I'm banning you. Are you HN or not? Everybody saw you last night basically admit it. I don't mind, you can stick around, but I'm literally going to ban you if you lie one more time about it. So that's who he is, racist. He also thought when Rampage Jackson's son beat a man in a wrestling ring nearly to death, that it was the white man's fault, you know, for being white or some such nonsense. But I'm glad you think I'm based about that. Also, yesterday, he claimed that the only reason some people were questioning whether or not ICE was legitimate in this shooting was because the man who was shot was Jewish, was his claim. What do you mean humiliation ritual with you? If you're not HN, then it's not happening. Because when you make moral proclamations like, oh, you're sanctioning state murder, I think it's important people see your moral character. That's why. Every single time, I've only ever seen you twice on here. Oh, unless you're HN. We don't give a shit what your moral proclamations are, you racist fuck. So after I shit on Roman, let me do the same thing he was doing, thereby proving I'm probably too weak as well. My best guess is that this was not a justified shooting. I don't think it rises to the level of murder, and I'm skeptical that it rises to the level of any criminality. I think in the heat of combat, what happened, or in the heat of this guy was lawfully being detained, was fighting back. Officers heard the word gun. Then there was a shot that went off. They assumed it was coming from the gun and they shot. I think his family will get rich. I think they will win a civil case. And I think they should. Unless more evidence comes out. I think that, I don't know that there's proof that it was a negligent discharge, but it seems like that's a likely scenario what's going on. I think some of the Trump administration's rhetoric on this has been fucking horrible. There's no evidence that I've seen that this man was there to massacre ICE officers. That's bullshit. He may have been, but I haven't seen evidence, and that's a bold fucking claim to make. And I heavily suspect that wasn't the case. And anybody that's saying, well, you can't take a gun to a protest is full of shit. Yes, you can. You absolutely have that right. And anyone who tries to make the claim, which I've not seen many people do this, but they've leaned towards this maybe, that an officer has the right to shoot you if you're just brandishing an arm. This is the bullshit implication that so many people on the left are trying to say. Now, that's stupid. Oh, there's Pisco, another would-be insurrectionist. Notice they have very little to say about the violent insurrections based on their definition, occurring on a nightly level. Now we have evidence that there is significant coordination. Again, tonight, we have them attacking ICE officials. If the opposite had happened, imagine that FBI officials would have been attacked on a nightly basis after the shooting of Ashley Babbitt. Pisco would have called for Donald Trump to be in handcuffs, Republicans to be in handcuffs, mass investigations, all the people doing the attacks to be in handcuffs, and yet, silence. It's who they are. The truth is, Pisco, like these other lefties, don't want the deportations to occur. They don't. And so they're absolutely okay with violence and intimidation. And so they'll ignore it. They'll downplay it. Pisco has intentionally wanted the situation to be set up that would lead to violent confrontations. He did that by paying lip service to, ignoring. Every time I asked him about it, he's like, yeah, I guess there was a couple insurrections. I don't know. I haven't really looked into it. It's who they are. Have you heard one prominent left-winger come out and say, this shit, the left needs to stop intentionally obstructing? I just played you a video of Whick saying that morally you should obstruct ICE. Why, when Walls and them are out there, are they acting like it's all peaceful when we see the violence on a daily basis? But I'll get back to what I was saying. Any claim that this guy wasn't allowed to bring a gun is fucking ludicrous. It's absolutely ludicrous. However, you have to know that if you are bringing a firearm to a protest or anywhere, if you are carrying a firearm, you have to be very cautious with interactions with law enforcement. Intentionally shoving law enforcement agents or interfering with their duties while armed is a recipe for disaster. That doesn't mean that the shooting is justified, but you are intentionally putting yourself in a spot where you have escalated the situation immensely. You should not be interfering with law enforcement anyways. But you should be especially leery if you are armed. Let me see what's going on in the chat here. Did I say should or will when it comes to this? Let's see what Bisco's saying. So Bisco's saying that what's your prediction? Is he going to be charged criminally? Let's hear what a person who wants ICE disbanded. By the way, Pisco is currently, right now, based on his rhetoric on places like X, engaged in an insurrection more than Donald Trump ever was, based on Pisco's own rationale. Pisco says that Trump's rhetoric after the fact, as did the Colorado court, saying things like fight like hell, etc., was evidence that he was engaged in an insurrection. The insurrectionists right now are demanding the disbarment of ICE, something that Pisco is sharing. He also agrees. So he himself, actually, based on his own standards, engaged in an insurrection more clear-cut than Donald Trump was, based on his own rationale. So I'm saying they should win a civil case, but not criminal. You need a finding of objective, reasonable force for both. It's the same thing. We'll see. If anything, it makes the civil harder with qualified immunity. They could win a civil case, would be able to sue possibly the gun manufacturer or the police department itself. We had, also, before I forget, we had the, what was his name? The chief of police, I think it was. And if the gun malfunctioned, I could see a civil liability against the gun manufacturer. I could also see the department itself being sued, not the individuals. But one of the big claims that people are making, including someone that super chatted, was that these types of that Philip DeFranco has a video that seems to suggest negligent discharge. I am saying liability based on the shooting as well. Well, first off, it wasn't ICE, it was Border Patrol. Secondly, there's times when, correct me if I'm wrong, there's times when cops could use force that's deemed unreasonable, but not to a criminal level. Correct? I'm looking for something. I thought Well, give me a sec. Pisco could call in if he wants. Happy to have him call in. Yes. So Pisco agrees that it is possible. That's what I think will likely be the case. That they will find some sort of civil liability against the department itself, but I don't think they'll say that they had intent to murder someone. If Pisco wants to call in, he can. Otherwise, I'm going to move on with the show. More super chats while we wait. Intel Wob, $5, man. Says someone asked me the other day how Trump is doing his first term, and I replied, pretty good. You know, I don't mind. People joke around, whatever. I will say this, though. I take no pleasure or joking in either of these two people that died. I think it's tragic. I think the left and the Democrats really want these sort of situations. There was a guy today that would, and I've seen this several times, they'll yell, these rioters or protesters, shoot me in the face, shoot me, shoot me. That's what so many of these want. I don't think each individual wants themselves shot, but they get giddy when an action like this occurs because then it helps them enforce the politics that they want. Right? Minuteman, $2 says the P320 has been known to be a crap gun. I know very little about firearms. I shoot firearms, I've hunted, but I've heard this, and I remember seeing videos about that gun. A guy did a video on YouTube a while ago about it, but I didn't pay attention much, if I'm honest. Kevin Fox, $10 says Alex Freddie had a conversation with his parents before this, and they told him not to get in the way or have an altercation with federal officers if he was going to protest. Risk versus reward. Yeah, you know, despite the fact what Whick said, you absolutely shouldn't be seeking to obstruct law enforcement, particularly if you're armed. It's a very bad idea. And it's tragic that he paid the consequences. No, that's not true at all. The fact that the left is better at this than the right is irrelevant. What did Whick say? Here's what your boy said. Your boy should probably get a visit from the feds.
As for the question, like, honestly, I'm gonna look. I think that at this point in time, and yeah, I've been leaning towards this, but I've been like, maybe not. But no, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna call it here. You have a moral obligation to obstruct ICE. You have a moral obligation as a Christian, as a U.S. citizen, as a patriot, to, if ICE comes to you and asks about someone, lie. Now recognize that you will get arrested. You will go to jail. But I think you still have the moral obligation to do so. That's my position.
Now, let me be clear. I think Pisco's dog shit. His politics is dog shit. And I'll argue with him and call him dog shit in his politics. But I never heard him say remotely anything like that. And people might think my politics is dog shit, but I've never remotely suggested anything like that. That's fucking dangerous. That's a really bad idea, both legally and in an escalation of violence. That's ridiculous. That's insane. You might say that peaceful legal protest. That ain't what Whick was saying. And any doubt or ambiguity when he said you're going to get arrested lets you know that he literally means obstructing ICE. Now remember, I would get community strikes for just talking about the 2020 election, or hell, I got 2 community strikes 2 years after the fact for having COVID and talking about my symptoms. YouTube said that was dangerous. If you'd like to call in, I'd be happy to have you. I'd ask him to denounce the insurrection, the ongoing insurrection. But if he doesn't want to call in, that's fine. Perhaps busy. Let me ask you in the chat. It's up to you if you want to go live. I'll ask you all in the chat. Pisco can answer this as well. 1, is there an ongoing insurrection? What's up from the Crucible? Thanks so much. No Witch Hunt says no. Everyone else says yes. How is this an insurrection, man? Just be real. Not going to dignify it with an answer. I don't think just the hotel thing. I think there's ongoing insurrectionists. You know that there were insurrections previously. You know there's violence. Again, just obstructing, using violence or intimidation would qualify as insurrection according to Pisco, Destiny, etc.'s definition. Secondly, we got a raid coming over. Thank you, Raiders. Where are people raiding from? H1N1, a fucking an agent had their finger bitten off 2 days ago. You fucking idiot. You could show video after video of them being attacked. Modern Day Debate's raiding over. Thank you, James, over at Modern Day Debate. Good to hear from you, man. Hope your channel went well today. Appreciate it. All right. Second, if you think it's an insurrection, what is the goal of the insurrection? What's the goal? What do they want? What do the insurrectionists want? They want Trump out of the White House, stop deportations. Yeah. To remove ICE, to dismantle ICE. Yeah, I think that's the goal. I think that's fair. Obviously, there are further goals to go with it, but I think the goal is to stop the deportations and stop ICE. Okay. Pisco's going to call in. That's good enough for me. Where's the violence against law enforcement? I haven't seen any. Haven't seen any of that. Here's tonight, by the way, in St. Paul, where a hotel where ICE is staying. No violence, so we don't see any. I got to be careful with TOS, so. There was one other video I wanted to show. No violence. This is from earlier today, Minneapolis. No violence.
Get back! Get back! Get back! Get back!
Yeah, it's all myth. All myth. This is the left's mantra over and over. We don't get what we like, we riot. Then, when there's a bad altercation with law enforcement or with a private individual like Kyle Rittenhouse, we use that to say, see, now you have to give us what we want. Thanks, average debate enjoyer. You should be. Why do I think they are so mad? Because they don't want deportations at all. That's why. That's why they've been obstructing ICE from the get-go. Why were they so mad that someone went in a rooftop and killed 2 detainees shooting at ICE? Why were they so mad back in April when Antifa people shot an ICE officer in the neck and were arrested for it? Why were they so mad in LA when deportation started? They're mad because they are pissed off that they lost an election and they don't want people deported. That's why. The reason for their anger is irrelevant as to whether or not there are attacks on law enforcement. The left will continually use your own values against us. Here you have someone trying to quote the Bible to imply that we should not be allowed to deport illegals. Tell that person to eat shit. Here we have people say that we're simping for a police state. We are not. The left was all for a police state when we had the largest FBI investigation in history going after January 6 people, when the FBI was targeting Catholics, when the FBI was targeting school board people, when they were paying insurrection hunters to look at people that were there on January 6th. They were perfectly fine with it. Then when they rioted all the way up before then, they said, nope, conservatives are for a police state if you want the left-wing riots to stop. And now when you're talking about wanting these deportations to occur, they say, nope, you have to let us use violence. These are the same people that said you must respect law enforcement. These are the same people that said we have to disavow insurrectionists. And now, as soon as the other side gets in power, they engage in it on a daily basis and then try to tell you you're not being a good Christian, or you're simping for a police state if you don't want law enforcement to stand down and allow the violent rioters to have their way. We do not give a shit what you people say about this. Yes, that's true. And as we talked about this yesterday, the common in all of this is Trump. The left's argument is we don't like Trump, so we'll riot. But if you vote for us and get Trump out of office, then we'll stop rioting. How was Trump responsible for the George Floyd riots? How was he responsible? We can see oftentimes when there's right-wingers in office, we see riots. Who said the Second Amendment was a lie? No one said that. You absolutely have the right to peacefully protest armed. You don't have the right to shove law enforcement or to interfere with them. So I guess it's a lie that says that you're allowed to peacefully travel in this country. I guess that's a lie. I always thought you were allowed to climb through windows in this country. But they killed Ashley Babbitt for climbing through a window, right? Oh, wait, what's that? No, you'll say, no, she didn't get killed for climbing through a window. She got killed because of the circumstances. And of course, a normal person could climb through a window. Right, same here. They feign stupidity. That's all they're doing. They just feign stupidity constantly. Oh, I thought the Second Amendment. Let's bring out Old Faithful, shall we? I'm sorry, Old Reliable. Old Reliable. It's amazing how much leftist discourse is just them pretending to not understand things, thus making discourse impossible. Yes, Babbitt should have complied with law enforcement. So should have Renee Good and Alex Freddie. I guess they should have complied. Oh, well. It's different now. Now it's time to riot. I guess George Floyd should have complied with law enforcement as well, right? Right? Oh, that was different. Those are riots. But that was evil police with them, right? Where did I defend the government killing citizen? Do you see these people? Every one of them a bigger liar than the next. Every single one. Every one. Every single time. The right-wingers or the libertarians that will tell you that this was such a big deal, etc., etc. Notice they had very little to say about the left making this inevitable. How was I able to predict in March that this would exactly happen? We'd see assassinations. We'd see violence against law enforcement. How was I able to predict it? I've been saying for months it's going to get worse. They're intentionally setting up the situation. You can see they're instructing people to use their vehicles to obstruct ICE. That predictably is going to lead to, at some point, some ICE officer discharging their weapon. It's inevitable. These people didn't give a shit. They sit back silently. Nonetheless. And then the one time it occurs, they'll say, oh, see, that's it. Now it's time to step down. Yes. Anytime someone is intentionally going after law enforcement, they don't need to be warned. They know what the potential consequences are, particularly if they have a deadly weapon. I could think that this situation was tragic. I could think that ultimately, though it doesn't seem right now that it rises to the level of criminality, I don't think this was a good shoot. I don't. And I predict that there will be some sort of civil penalty for this. And I think that the reaction to this should be, allow that to occur, and Trump should immediately double the presence of ICE. Every time there's a violent altercation, Trump's team should set an agenda of deporting twice as many people that next day. Every single time. We will not stand back to terrorists that say they will use violence and intimidation to prevent the law from being executed. That should be what happens. I understand there are people on the right that'll say, maybe this wasn't a good shoot. And that's fine. I'm in that camp as well. Politicians did reach, they absolutely overwhelmed law enforcement and could have got in if they chose and didn't. Sorry, checking a couple things. Let's read some super chats here for a minute. Unforced Ego, man, what's up? $20. Spent the last 10 minutes trying to give my opinion, but Susan isn't falling for the algo speak. We don't even know which dude mouse clicked, much less why. My money's on a good old click once all the facts are in. Yeah. Bandit, $2 says Alex Freddie had a P320. Family's going to get paid. David Moore, $20 says easy fix for this is just require ICE to have a libertarian on call to view the frame by frame before they decide what kind of danger they are in. Thanks so much, man. Intel Wild, $5 says Rob. F these lefty liberal lunatics. Remember, he put you on note. Intel Wild, $2 says Bisco. Say it right, Rob. And we got Triple X, $5 says this is the most insurrection-y thing I've ever seen. King Jaffe Joe, $5 says Trump's still asleep while Blondie drafting strongly worded letters to people taking over a city and inciting violence. Total and utter their parody. Yep. Perry Incorporated, $5 says, yo, what up, Rob? I got to pinch some pennies tonight. No problem, man. Thank you. Toxic Mix, $20 says, I'd ask lefties telling Christians what they should do absent biblical reference if they tell Muslims they have a moral obligation to stop their communities from defrauding the taxpayers. But we know the answer, correct? Gravios, $10 says, this qualifies more as an insurrection than January 6th did. Yet the left seems to think that's the biggest event in our lifetime. Disingenuous and trapped in a poor worldview wrapped up by propaganda. Thanks so much. I agree. Kyle Ran Emil, $2. Thank you. I Stand America, $5 says rioters breached the Minnesota State Capitol days ago. I'm done hearing about January 6th. Yep. Triple X, $10 says they're trying to deport ICE. True. And Perry, $5 says one of my buddies was trying to send me videos on the situation and tell me it's a bad shoot. He didn't understand when I told him it doesn't matter. Okay. What if the right started rioting against Obama? People treated him like a religious figure. If I said to you, well, the more the left treats Obama like he walks on water, the more the right will revolt. What would your response have been? Okay, fuck them. Then they're in the wrong. OG2, thanks for the gifted membership. Appreciate it. Obama certainly had a cult following, particularly in the African American community. And the cult for Trump is far less significant than the cult against him. Now I need to find in my 1 second the signal business that we'll be talking about. Oh, motherfucker, he's using Discord. Hey, what's up? We're good how we are. Give me a second because I don't want to screen share DMs or anything, but I forgot you were going to use Discord, so give me a second. It's all right. This will work. People are about to... there we go. All right. Can you all hear Pisco if he talks?
Testing 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello.
All right. So let me know if you guys could hear that.
Oh wait, let me. I think I need to change my audio for you guys so it's a little better. 1 second.
All right.
Is that any better?
That's a little
Testing, 1,
louder.
2, 3?
Yeah. That sounds better.
All right.
All right.
Awesome.
I think the best way to do this is, why don't I give you a half an hour to take the conversation anywhere you want, and then I will take a half an hour, unless you have less time than that.
We can we can start with you. Whatever you want, man.
That's fine. I'm willing, because I think the first thing that you're going to want to talk about is the recent shooting.
What happened?
Yeah. So
that's what I would prefer.
Okay. Well, then for half an hour, I have no problem. You could control the conversation. That's fine. That way it avoids us getting into what areas that you wouldn't want. So no problem.
This is what Anna and Pearl were supposed to do.
Right.
Sorry, just kidding. So that sounds good. So basically, I heard you say that you thought that the family of the decedent should be able to win civil damages for this case, at least in part because of an unreasonable use of force. And I think that this will probably entail you to believe that there's some criminality there. Not necessarily that you think that charges should be brought, because there could be a lot that goes into that decision, right? For whether charges should be brought, about the evidence or whatever. But my intention is to sort of convince you that there was some criminality here. That's my goal.
Okay, so let me just be clear. Everything I say is just based on what I've seen thus far. I don't think that I've seen enough evidence to make a declarative decision on this. And there could be more footage that comes from, like, if individual, I don't know if CBP wears body cams. That I don't know. But maybe more of them had stuff. Of course, we'll want to hear their testimony. But in general, yes, my argument is that there was that the most likely scenario is that there was a negligent discharge and people operated probably within the scope of their training if they thought that they heard a shot and knew that this gentleman was armed in eliminating the threat. But we will see, because the negligent discharge was probably the fault of one of the officers, that to me would imply, although there's not criminality, it rises to the degree of a civil penalty. So there wasn't an intent to break the law or anything like that. That's my best interpretation of what's happened.
Yeah. So I just want to focus in the inquiry a little bit. So I totally agree that all this should be like subject to like a preliminary opinion. I think that's fine for you to caveat that way. I think that's okay. So I'm not like.
Do you agree with that, by the way, that you haven't made up your mind?
Well, I'm pretty convinced of what I see. Okay. So, I mean, I'm willing to say that this is what I think occurred. Now, that's not, I want to be careful about this. Same thing with Renee Good. Doesn't mean that he's going to be charged for a bunch of reasons. There could be a lot of reasons if he's charged or not. So the opinion just really is not whether or not I think a jury will convict, whether or not they should bring charges, although I think they should, whether or not I think they'll be likely to succeed at trial. It's just about what I think happened. I just want to be clear about the scope of what I'm saying.
That's fair. And, I just wondered. Yeah. I didn't know if you had made up your mind totally or what, but yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm like convinced that this is murder. And
murder.
There could be like murder.
Yeah, murder. Okay.
Yeah. And the reason I think that is because I think the elements of murder are all met out, and I think the elements of murder are causing the death of a human being with malice aforethought and without justification. And I think the officer who shot definitely caused the death of the human being. I don't think there's any dispute about that.
Sure.
This term malice is a term from the common law that means like bad heart, like a bad heart type of thing. And it's usually found with either a purposeful mindset, that is, you intended to cause the death of a human being, so it was your conscious object, or you're practically certain that death will occur. So either of those two, either knowledge or purpose or intent. It's not to break the law. It's purpose to cause the death of a human being, or practical certainty the death will occur. And there are things in which you can have that be taken away from a purposeful / knowledge mindset. Like, for example, let's say you like walk in on your partner and, you know, she's fucking the bartender or something, right? There's a thing called the heat of passion defense. There's other kinds of like extreme emotional disturbance that can take you, an intentional killing can become a non-malicious killing. So then we have like intentional manslaughter or voluntary manslaughter. But in this case, we don't have any of those like doctrines, I think, at issue. Perhaps an imperfect self-defense. I'll grant you there. From a
I mean, I would
subjective
think that
point of view,
that's clear. I mean, it's even more clear, I think. Not only is a self-defense claim, even if it's not right, but an attempted self-defense or the intent of the person was self-defense. I think that's a better claim to not having intent to murder than walking in on your spouse. And I think that that's going to be buttressed by the fact that it's law enforcement. Now, I don't know the law on this, but my assumption is that there's sort of a presumptive sort of immunity where a law enforcement officer is given more leeway in a situation like this than maybe I would be. If I'm wrestling with a guy and think I see a gun and then shoot him, that's probably going to be a different level of, less leeway given to me than if an officer does it. Is that not the case?
So there are different doctrines of justification for officers as opposed to self-defense of others. And certainly, I don't deny that there's such thing as an imperfect self-defense claim that relates to basically whether or not you have a subjective belief. Regardless of whether or not it's objective, if it's subjective, there are ways that you can downgrade the malice. But I guess I won't focus so much on that if that's going to be contested, and we'll just get into some sort of criminal homicide.
If I could get it, the forethought
Yeah.
portion of it's the only other thing I want to say. I get the malice portion,
Mhm.
the forethought, right? In that case, I don't know. I'm deferring to you here, but would forethought imply in the moment you could have forethought, for 1 second,
Yeah,
or does it doesn't have to be something that was pre-planned 10 minutes previous?
Yeah, so there's additional intensifiers that states will put up for murder, for premeditated murder, but that's different than malice aforethought. That's just a term, a Latin term. You can just say malice or whatever, and that can be formed instantaneously. So you can form the requisite mens rea for murder in an instant, just by you don't. It doesn't need to have any background planning or anything like that to get malice aforethought.
What
so
if just to be clear, had the man just to go through this, right? Had the man reached and got his gun and just fired into the ground, it just went off as he was reaching for it just out of instinct, would they have been justified to shoot him?
If who did?
Freddie, is that his name? Alex Freddie?
Oh, yeah. If he had gone and reached for his gun to for what sorry, they see him reach for the gun,
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think that would justify initial shots.
Okay.
There's additional shots where I think would not be justified, even on that view, and I can talk a little bit about that afterwards.
Well, yeah, that's
but different case if he's going for his gun.
Then the question I would have is, surely the idea of premeditation or forethought, if they think he was reaching for the gun, would be different, right? Even if they're mistaken. That's not going to be a defense against murder, because if you're had he reached for the gun, they would have been legitimate. But if they merely thought he was, and let's say in this case falsely thought he was, then it's not legitimate. But that seems to speak against the idea of malice forethought. That seems to speak to they would have credibly thought that there was a legitimate case for the shooting for a defense case.
So, yeah, I think you're getting sort of tripped up on the term aforethought, malice aforethought. I don't want you to get tripped up on that. It's just think of it malice, killing with malice, okay? And so the aforethought part is there's some initial notion of lying in wait type murders and obviously premeditation, but that is not the distinction between murder. You can decide and get really fucking angry and murder someone in a second, and it's still fucking murder, notwithstanding the fact that it's formed instantaneously. So don't get tripped up on the pre-planning stuff.
Well,
or
then just the
malice.
Fair enough. Just the malice portion of it. My understanding was the way you defined malice there was you had to have bad intention either to kill someone or reasonable suspicion that your actions could kill them. Right,
practical, certain, yeah, that.
I mean, you're shooting. I think that's
gun,
that clearly.
Yeah,
that
right.
meter, I think, is met. I think it would be absurd to say that they didn't think. So I'm not gonna. I wouldn't even begin to.
So where we tweak, where we tweak, Rob, I think for any reasonable person is on the justification part, right?
Correct.
Either with a perfect self-defense case or an imperfect self-defense case. Correct. That's where we tweak.
But then, I don't think that's murder. Just to be clear, I think an imperfect self-defense case is likely to
not be murder. That's correct. Yeah.
So I don't know where
case would not be murder.
And by the way, I
just don't think that. Yeah.
Not to get on it, but you said that the shooting of Renee Good was also murder, correct?
I also believe that, yes, sir.
I think that really impugns your credibility here, because that not only was seemingly a much more clear case of self-defense, but to say that it rises to the level of murder and not just like an involuntary manslaughter charge seems to be insane.
Well, here's a problem with any kind of like involuntary thing, okay? It's not going to be involuntary. A person who shoots a gun at a human being is practically certain that death will occur if you shoot them in the head. So the involuntary aspect relates to the result element, which is causing the death of a human being. Someone who shoots a gun at another individual knowingly, right? I know I'm shooting a gun at a person. They're not going to be able to claim involuntary, reckless, like anything. So it's just a question of justification. The only thing that would downgrade it from murder in that case would make like voluntary manslaughter, or he just gets off, right? So it's not really like, I think it's not credible ever to say it was negligent homicide for someone who shoots a gun at a human being, because the negligent there applies to the result, and the result is causing the death of a human being. Someone who shoots a gun at a person's head, point blank, is practically certain that death will result. Now, it could be that the shooting is justified, therefore it's nothing. It's not even like a crime. It could be that it's imperfect self-defense, in which case, downgrade it to some form of voluntary manslaughter. But I don't think in any world it would be like involuntary manslaughter or
the term
reckless
I guess,
homicide.
Let me be clear. When I say involuntary, let me put it this way: it is
just manslaughter,
right? Okay.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, I think that to imply that was murder is nonsensical. I mean, the vehicle literally hit him. Let me ask you this. This is the way I saw this explained. Had she pulled a gun in an attempt to flee and shot it in the air, would the officer be justified in shooting her?
I think absolutely, yeah.
Okay, why? Can you explain the scenario why that's the case?
Yeah, because in the case of someone pulling a gun in that situation when they're driving, I think a reasonable officer from their position presumes that they're going to use it on the cop. Because
it's a lethal weapon, correct?
Well, no.
Yes. If they pulled a lighter and started brandishing that, you would say that's not a lethal weapon. The reason would be because if they are attempting to flee and they pull a lethal weapon, you would anticipate that they could reasonably use that lethal weapon against you. Well, you agree, I would assume, that a vehicle could be a lethal weapon.
So anything could be a lethal weapon, but the question isn't whether something could be used as a lethal weapon. It's whether the drawing of the firearm in that context evinces some sort of clear intent to use it and apply it to the officers in that context when they're driving.
I don't know that that's the case. I think you're wrong on this, and I would like to see
really.
Yes, I don't think that the key issue will be whether or not they think the intent was to intentionally use the weapon against them. I think the question
is
what
a reasonable officer would perceive.
Correct. What a reasonable officer would fear. So, for example, even the intent of Renee Good, whether or not she intended to run over the officer, is irrelevant. What is relevant was, did the officer have a reasonable fear that he was about to be ran over? And I think undoubtedly the answer is yes. And it would be the same as then someone pulling a gun. She may have been pulling the gun to shoot a rampaging bull that was running behind him that he didn't see. Nonetheless, the officer would be justified in that shooting, and it would be tragic in that case. She literally was trying to help the officer. But the reasonable officer would have said, she brandished a lethal weapon in my direction. Same true here. And of course, you might say, well, it's a little different with the vehicle. Problem is, not when you're talking about that close. It is clearly a potential lethal weapon. This wasn't that he was 20 yards away. He literally got clipped by the vehicle. So I don't see how you can claim this is murder.
I think you're misunderstanding the test. The test is objective reasonableness, and the test, as what the Supreme Court tells us, is you have to measure the need of the officer, the agent. What's the lawful purpose in the case of any incident, with the amount of force used and whether the force has a tendency to stop the threat. So in the case of a person who is drawing a weapon after they're being stopped by the police and while they're driving, a reasonable officer in that position there's no really other good explanation that a reasonable officer might draw from that situation. Whereas there is a reasonable explanation, or what a reasonable officer would perceive with respect to someone driving away in the context of Renee Good, namely that she's that's
irrelevant. That's irrelevant, right? Because my understanding is the courts have ruled that it's not, are there other reasonable expectations? So, for example, you could say, Well, there could be that she's just trying to drive away. It could be that she's intentionally trying to run over the officer. It doesn't matter if there are other possible intents. What matters is there a reasonable explanation or fear on the part of the officer that the lethal weapon was about to be used against him? Saying, well, he could have in that moment came to the conclusion that it was reasonable she was trying to avoid him is irrelevant.
So I'm not trying. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, with respect to a gun, in the context that you're describing, the hypothetical didn't happen. It is so preposterous, right? To think that there wouldn't be, or that in other words, a reasonable officer would immediately perceive an intent from regardless of whether it's true or not, would perceive an intent to use that weapon, apply volition towards an officer. And that is not true of the circumstances in the case. In the case, I think it's not reasonable that an officer would perceive a serious risk of bodily injury or death, and that's regardless of whether or not the car in fact struck him, which I think is
I completely disagree.
Evidence at best for that.
I completely
disagree. But putting that aside,
if you want to go back to this case, because this is
I do at some point.
Yeah,
but the last point I want to make on the Renee Good situation is, I don't think that there's a reasonable case that one can make that applying force in the context of a car, even assuming that he were, glanced by it, would have any tendency to prevent the qualifying threat, because of course the car is going to keep moving, and ICE officers are trained that cars keep moving when they're shot. When the driver is shot.
There have been cases where so your claim would be that under no circumstance could an officer ever fire.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay,
no, I never said that.
Let me finish. It seems that you're implying that because no matter what case we would have, even if someone had intent to drive at the officer and kill them, you would say,
no, that's not what I said.
But I'm saying the inference would seem to be that you would say even in that case, a shooting would be unjustified because the vehicle would keep moving forward, and therefore it wouldn't help protect the officer's life.
That's precisely what I'm not saying, Rob. I'm saying if I thought it was reasonable for them to perceive that she's intentionally trying to ram over someone, like think about the case of this guy, Daryl Brooks, who's like driving into a parade or something, right? Then, of course, killing the driver has a bunch of ways that's connected to the nature of the threat. The use of force is absolutely connected to the
but the use of force, but no qualification of the use of force would be the safety of the officer, correct?
No. Absolutely. Officer safety is a lawful purpose for which use of force is justified. But preventing, so the force needs to have some tendency to prevent the threat. Agreed with that.
But again, no, I disagree. Right?
So you think it would be reasonable to use force even when a reasonable officer wouldn't believe that it has any tendency to prevent the qualifying threat?
What I believe is in both of these situations, it would be analogous. That if you say that you would have to say...
Can you answer that first, though?
I will answer it. I think that in the way you're explaining it is not true. That the courts have ruled that there is a reason for officers to use violence if they feel, or use lethal force if they feel that they are about to be ran over. And that I've yet to see anywhere...
And the force...
Listen. I've yet to see, and I'm willing for you to bring this up, any court case that says to the opposite, that the officer is not justified in using lethal force, even if they felt that the car was about to run them over, because, quote, shooting the person would have still had the car move forward. And in the case of Daryl Brooks, I don't see how you could say that the officer in part would be allowed to shoot him for fear of his own life. The same would apply. His own life's already forfeit if he's in front of the car, because shooting won't prevent that. If he moves out of the way, then his life wasn't in danger. You could say that there was an added impetus for this guy's intentionality means he could be a harm for the public, and so eliminating for that reason, but not for the safety of the officer. These would be analogous situations.
No, they're not. And I can explain why. So you said there's no case law that stands for the proposition that a reasonable officer, when using force, needs to consider the need of the officer in relation.
That's not what I said, just to be clear. You can respond. What I said was that suggests that shooting at a vehicle barreling down on them should not be allowed because it wouldn't involve their chances of increasing their safety. I don't believe that.
No, it depends. It depends on this. No, it depends on the circumstance. But I think we need to agree with the base principle first, which is the use of force needs to be justified in virtue of a goal. You're correct with that, right? That's correct. Yes. And the goal when it comes to officer safety is to prevent the thing that's imperiling the officer, correct?
It doesn't matter. Yes,
But no,
but yeah, okay. I'll say yes. I'll leave you go through your line of question, then I'll respond.
Okay.
Sure.
So yes, the relationship. In other words, to justify the use of force, there needs to be a goal, an end, right? That's what it means for something to be necessary, right? Reasonably necessary to an end. There's some relationship between the end and the use of force. And so, in order to justify use of force, and this is straight from the court, Supreme Court, Kingsley, in 2015, in another case called Lombardo, considerations such as the following may bear on the reasonableness or unreasonableness of the force used. Quote, the relationship between the need for the use of force and the amount of force used. In other words, the court is to inquire as to the relationship between the officer need, the lawful purpose, and the use of force applied, right? It would be silly to think, for example, let's say that the lawful purpose of the officer was to detain the suspect and only to detain the suspect for processing. Shooting a gun at that person doesn't have any tendency to further that aim. It's going to kill the person. But let's say the goal is something else. The goal is officer safety. Well, then sometimes shooting the gun at the person will have a tendency to reduce the threat related to the lawful purpose. And so I think we agree on that. We agree that there needs to be a goal to the use of force, and there needs to be a logical connection in the mind of a reasonable person between the goal and the use of force. In other words, just because there's a threat by itself isn't enough to use force. If a reasonable officer would think that applying force would have no tendency to lower that threat, you would agree with that?
No, I did. Oh, yes, I agree.
Agree
I agree, and I fundamentally reject. I would like to see you show one court case ever that suggests that it doesn't increase officer safety or it's illegitimate for them to fire on a vehicle that is barreling down on them.
Well, no, I don't think you're going to find a per se rule. Wait. I don't think you're going to find a per se rule like that from the Supreme Court.
And real quick, any court.
No. A court, a case involving a situation in which driving a vehicle towards an officer in some capacity was found unjustified.
I want to see.
Is that what you're asking?
I'm asking.
I wouldn't need to find that.
Let me steelman your position.
I wouldn't need to find that, right?
Let me steelman your position. Your position is as follows. The officer, one, had no proof or no reasonable belief that she was attempting to kill him or hit him, correct?
Correct.
Because if there was any reasonable belief, it doesn't matter if it was really her attempt, but reasonable belief that she may be intentionally trying to hit him, then the shooting's justified.
Well, I think then there's more questions about the other shots, but in general, I think it would be a much harder case. Yes.
Okay, so I think you would fail to meet that a reasonable person could have thought, a reasonable officer could have thought she was attempting to hit him. So I think already your case is out the window. But if we go to the next step, the shooting would be justified if he thought that he would be injured in a lethal way, a serious way, not like
and using the force would have some tendency to prevent it.
Using the force would have some tendency to help his chance, correct?
Yeah, right. But there's just no because of physics, Rob.
Okay, so I want you to. So here's.
I want to go to the other case before my time runs out, though. At some point, though,
we can go extra time for you. I asked earlier if you want to move back. Okay. That's fine. But so if I could find any evidence of any physicist or something that says yes, actually shooting someone can cause them to slump and turn the wheel or have their foot off the gas, of course it can.
No, not can, right? When you say can, it
reasonably
sounds like you're talking about
reasonably could.
Right, with it, that there's a good reason to believe that it might, right?
Yes. A good reason. Do you think there's a good reason to believe that if someone gets shot, the direction of the vehicle would change?
Not such that it would be reasonable to shoot. No, because in those contexts, first of all, when the shot happens is like instantaneous to the quote unquote alleged hit. Well, in that context, right?
That's even more. That's even more of an argument for the officer. He didn't have the hindsight of millisecond by millisecond looking at this. He saw a car literally hit him with someone that they were lawfully telling to get out of the car, and he shot his life. He feared for his life.
You're asserting that he's hit on the basis of the video from that angle in the distance.
Yeah, at least even if I would concede,
it's unclear, right?
Okay, it looks like you said, but let's say for the second that it narrowly missed him. Same thing.
Yeah.
It's still going to be the same issue.
I don't understand the obsession with the hit, right? Like the hit is it's a red herring.
Well, it's not a red herring. If he was literally hit by the vehicle, I think that makes the case clear cut. Yes.
if he in fact is hit, I'll show you an example, right? Let's say that he's hit, right?
Okay.
And then the car is well and truly clear. Let's say it's 10 feet away in front of him. Well, he was hit, and it's a second later. Can he shoot?
It probably. And that,
I don't
that
think
has to
that's-
do, but it has to do. Obviously, the
Maybe on
time
a
frame.
public,
Let me give you this. Let me
perhaps
concede
on a
this.
public safety rationale, but not on an officer safety rationale at that
Well,
point.
let me concede this. Clearly, there's a time frame at some point that we'd say there's some sort of threshold that the shooting would be
Yeah.
unjust. For example, if he gets clipped by a car and then a half an hour later chases it down, we would say that's clearly absurd. But when we're talking about the matter of seconds or milliseconds, then I think the equation's different, and the benefit of the doubt would go to law enforcement on that. And additionally, that hypothetical is not what happened. It was that he was
I know
either
it's not.
hit or he was narrowly hit, and it was a split-second decision from someone that they lawfully were telling to, who was breaking the law, who they were trying to apprehend. And it seems to be quite clear that the benefit of, like, I think that what's happening is that there is an unreasonable expectation being put on people like you that have a bias against ICE that are saying,
no.
I do. I think that it's clear cut. In fact, I've seen very few people.
Why do we do this? Like it's.
I don't
it's
think I'm being
just
rude here. I'm
making the
just telling you my
conversation. No, I'm
opinion.
not saying you're being rude. It's just like, why even? Because I'm just gonna say no, I'm not being biased, and then you're gonna say yes, you're being biased. You're being a
It
bad
doesn't
faith piece
matter.
of
I'm
act. Like,
giving my
it's
thought.
just making the conversation like stupid.
I think that
But
it's
you can- I mean, go
obvious.
ahead.
I think that it's obvious that this was a guy who. Do you think he legitimately feared for his health and safety?
Fuck no.
You don't. You don't think that he
I
thought that
don't.
this vehicle could run him over?
If I thought that, I wouldn't make the claim that it's murder.
Okay, so as long as he had a fear, now you're making a different argument. As long as he had a fear,
What do you
it's
mean?
not murder.
What? No, it's about reasonable fear.
Okay, as long as he had reasonable fear, it's not murder.
If he had a reasonable fear of a qualifying threat, which in the case of the use of deadly force is going to be not just any fear,
Okay, so
fear
then you
of
take
serious
back
bodily injury.
the statement you just made was if I thought it was reasonable
What
fear, it
statement?
wouldn't be murder. Now you're backtracking on that.
With respect to the qualifying threat, I thought
Okay,
that was
well,
clear.
I
Did you
think that it clearly meets
Did
the
you think?
definition.
Do you think? Wait, Rob, come on. That's not a walk back. Did you think I meant as long as he had a reasonable fear of any kind of force being applied to him? You couldn't have thought that that's what I meant, and
I
I'm
thought
walking
you
it back.
thought I thought we were talking about reasonable fear of this vehicle hitting him and causing significant harm. I thought that's what we were talking about. That wouldn't be
Well,
murder. We're not talking about. But
assuming-
real quick, please. Let me. I
Yeah.
know it's yours, but of course I'm not saying a reasonable fear of him stubbing his toe. We're talking about being ran over by a vehicle. I thought we were operating on that assumption. That is a lethal situation.
Such that it. Well, I don't think any time there's a car, like I don't think that that's true. That people have this view that any time a car could hit you suffices for a qualifying threat, such of serious bodily injury
Oh,
or death at any speed. At any we'll just stretch it. Like imagine it's 1 mile an hour coming towards an individual, and you're 5 feet away, and you know it's not accelerating. Let's say it's not a per se rule. It's a totality of
I would
circumstance
say you have
analysis.
to be very careful with that. Will there be a situation hypothetically where I could say this advancing vehicle didn't have reasonable fear of like significant harm? Possibly. But even at 1 mile an hour, you could run someone over. If the wheel gets on top of his leg or something starts to climb him, yes, you could kill someone at 1 mile an hour quite reasonably.
No, I don't doubt that. All I'm trying to say, that's why I added like the feet disparity there. You know, it's not accelerating at that point. I'm just saying you can find scenarios in which that's why it's a totality of circumstances. And right before we get into this recent shooting, something you need to consider because the court might consider it. They haven't decided on this. Is the doctrine of officer created hazards? That has not been decided by the Supreme Court. They left it open in this case, Felix v. Barnes. And
I think that it's a different question. Like I think that clearly the officer's within his bounds to be trying to get this officer out. I think the fact that if you're afraid someone's going to flee, like, and you're circling the car, you're expecting them not to advance into you. Do you think that she knew that the officer was in front of her?
Yes, I think she knew where he was.
And do you think that a reasonable person should know that if you advance a vehicle in an attempt to flee while someone's standing in front of the car, that it could cause harm to them?
It could. What do you mean? Wouldn't it be by could? You mean it's reasonably likely to?
Yeah,
cause
so if
harm?
someone's standing in front of your car and you accelerate, that it could harm them in a significant way.
Right, but like that's assuming that you're either that you think it's going to hit it from the perspective of the
But she knew the
driver.
officer was in front of the car. She
and
knew
again,
it's
inverting the analysis. The question, the state of mind of the officer, not the state of mind of the driver.
That's true. But what we're saying is, while we're looking at her state of mind, right? It's like she clearly was breaking the law to do something that reasonably
no
could have
doubt, but
caused
that's not
harm.
the question. I mean,
Okay, so then I think that
I'm not.
that bar's even lower or even higher to me than the bar of the officer.
Why?
Because the officer didn't have to know her intent. He just had to see that there was a vehicle coming at him and have a reasonable fear of his life. Your hypotheticals that you're saying is like, well, it could be this, it could be that. We could dispense with the hypotheticals and just look at the exact situation, which was a vehicle about to run him over.
Well, hang on a second. When you say it's about to run him over, do you think are you saying that a reasonable officer would think it's going to run him over?
Yes.
And by run him over, do you mean make any contact whatsoever?
No.
Or do you mean make substantial contact?
I mean make contact make contact that would be substantial. However, to qualify that, any contact would qualify as that. Because if someone because if someone's accelerating to you even at 1 to 2 mile an hour and the vehicle runs over you, it could seriously injure you and kill you. And so I don't think in the split-second decision that an officer they're telling her to get out of the car and she backs up and then accelerates towards him, that he's going to be thinking, perhaps this car will hit me, but it won't do enough damage, and I have to question what her intent is. She might just be trying to flee as opposed to intentionally trying to hit me with the car. I think that is an unreasonable burden to put on law enforcement.
I don't think it's unreasonable for an officer who's looking at a woman, aiming his weapon at a woman, to be perceiving what the woman is doing.
How long did he aim before he shot?
I'm not. It's a second or
split
it's
second.
Not that long.
Right.
Yeah.
So like it's not like
matter.
he was right. So he literally, and I'm glad you admit he's looking at the woman. So he didn't see the tire and what direction it was pointing. As people would say,
he's looking at the woman who's turning the steering wheel.
It doesn't matter. You're the split second to say, I know the judgment. She's turning the wheel will mean the car will narrowly miss me. That's an absurd qualification to put an officer.
All these actions happen in split seconds. I mean, if this the test isn't like, is it happening instantaneously? Like, we have to analyze it for its tendency to be reasonable, and we have to actually apply the analysis. And surely, if he can have the wherewithal to assess the threat in that moment, we should consider all the things he's seeing and noticing, and what a reasonable officer would perceive, including
How about this?
The fact that she's steering the wheel.
What if I put 5 clips up and I play each clip a second at a time, which is about how much time you had to respond? 2 of the clips will be unreasonable and 3 will be reasonable, where there's a person and a car's going to advance towards them. I'll give you 1 second to analyze each one, and you tell me which are which. Fair enough?
No, I would prefer to go to the next murder. And
okay,
we're going to waste time, but
all right.
But also, by the way,
I'll still give you a half hour on the next one. That's fine. But I think that reasonable people could see that this is an unreasonable standard that you're putting on. They can make your own justification why they think that you're calling this like murder. I think that it's nonsensical. I think it's a clear-cut case of defense. I do.
Okay, so
I don't even think it's close.
Just to be clear, after the car has passed, you understand the human reaction speed is faster than a second for responding to dangers. This has been scientifically tested.
That might be true.
Yeah. So like someone, whether or not I'm able to perceive a threat, I have no gun training. I'm not in the heat of a moment, with my, experiencing everything the way that officer would, looking at a screen. It's not going to be representative. And we know that cops are able to make these sorts of risk assessments in less than a second. And so why would you claim that they couldn't?
I'm not saying that they couldn't. I'm saying that even the most trained of officer in that time is going to be, we have to admit, are human, right? And like, it's absurd. So let me tell you that if this is the case, like if we take a different shooting like Ashley Babbitt, he couldn't have waited 1 more second. Perhaps she would have turned around. He had to shoot right at that second.
Well, we can get into it because I think you're going to go into the hypocrisy argument, but
I'm not trying to get into
the qualifying threat persists and continues to persist throughout her attempt there. So the question isn't right. The question isn't whether or not
there was no known threat that she was going to use lethal violence on anyone.
a qualifying threat of protection of the public? Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
Okay,
Could be,
why
definitely.
couldn't it? But as you know, right, the officer here could have had a qualifying threat of protection of the public as well. If this woman is reckless
Because
enough,
when that's happened,
well, if the
flight has
woman
been found not enough for that.
let me see. In two scenarios, either one, he had a reasonable belief that she intended to run him over, which clearly would make her a danger to the public, right? You acknowledge if me and you both agreed, if we could read into her mind,
Courts
and
have
she,
found per se that flight in a vehicle is not enough for danger to the public.
But
The
not-
cases
but
that show this
that's
are
different.
cases like, hang on, let me finish. Cases like Plumhoff, cases like Scott v. Harris, where there's like a crazy high-speed chase, or the person has an intent to that a reasonable officer would perceive of like running people over. It's not flight enough. Flight by itself is not enough. And I think this is kind of like a bad faith argument because you believe the shooting of Ashley Babbitt was reasonable. So why are we doing this?
I
This
don't
is just a
know that. Now
hypocrisy check.
listen, I don't know that it's reasonable. I'm willing to say that I gave the benefit of the doubt, but I'm going to be the first to tell
Oh,
you.
do you have an opinion or not on it?
Well, let me finish. I give the benefit of the doubt to Michael Byrd, but I have not seen video. I haven't seen enough to I'm basically just relying on stories, right? I saw like one really shaky video, but I didn't see from the perspective of Michael Byrd, so I don't know. But can I envision a scenario where an officer would say, I think that she's advancing to possibly do danger to me or to other people behind me? Yeah. I can envision.
You don't wait. But I'm not asking. Can you envision it? You don't have an opinion on whether the Ashley Babbitt shooting was justified.
I don't know. I haven't seen the evidence. How would it? Why would
you
I
haven't
make?
seen the video of it?
I saw like one video, but not from his perspective.
Well, I don't know that there's a video from his perspective.
But that's
Why
what
would
I'm
you need
saying.
that?
So how would I know? I'm telling you, I don't know why it's impugning me to admit that I would want to see more evidence before I made a legal application of it. Do I think that he probably fired too quickly? Yeah. But does that rise to the level of criminality on his behalf? Probably not. That's my opinion based on what I've seen. I just don't know. I would have to see more of his perspective and like the circumstances around it. I just don't know.
I mean, I don't think you grant this. If the same circumstances were happening and this woman were crawling into your home, like breaking into your window, do you think you would not be justified to shoot this person?
Well, I think it's a different scenario. Breaking into my private property and me being startled by it and shooting would be different than, for example, let's say there was a big party and people were wrecking stuff and I shoot someone. That could be a different scenario, right? So, but again,
Yeah,
I would say
get it, but no,
say
but this is
this.
the person. No, but after you've shown up with a gun, and you're like, stop, do not come in, right? Warning, right? After that, and the party people keep coming in. I don't know that we would say that you're not justified.
I
in
would
shooting
say
them.
this: I 100% would be more likely to discharge my firearm if I feared someone was attempting to run over me, that I was demanding stop and was being hostile, than someone crawling through a window.
And an angry mob that's trying to get at people. I mean, what do you think?
That
What do you think
wasn't
a
the
reasonable officer would
scenario.
believe?
No, that wasn't the scenario you just outlined.
No. Well, let's take Ashley Babbitt. Like, what do you think a reasonable officer in the situation thinks Babbitt is trying to do?
Protest.
Okay.
I don't think
I mean,
that there was
pretty-
based on that rationale, then there would have been justification to shoot all sorts of people on January 6th, correct?
Yeah, I'm not glad that they.
I'm
didn't
not
kill more
claiming you're
people.
glad, but you could make the same
And by the way,
context.
people will say that.
Okay, so
But
then
yes, the answer is
today,
yes.
if I could show,
The answer is yes. I think that there are some things that in that context, and that doesn't mean, by the way, that every single time that people are in a place that they're not supposed to be, that would rise to that specific standard.
Okay,
it's
so then
totality of circumstances analysis.
so tonight when we see,
But also not everybody. But also not everybody.
But tonight, when we see people violently breaking into a hotel, smashing the windows to try to get in after ICE, same thing. Officers should be allowed to
You
shoot
don't think?
them.
Yeah. Wait. If they've evinced an intent to go and attack ICE officers, don't you think that you and I would be the first to say justified to shoot if we actually think that a reasonable officer would perceive that they're trying to like kill ICE or attack ICE, seriously injure ICE?
The question is, would a
You would be
reasonable officer?
you would be the first.
Let me finish.
So
So then
you'd
you're
be the first to say
okay.
that, man.
You see the video. So should they shoot?
In which case, in the
They're
actual
breaking as we
situation?
speak. They're breaking into a hotel that they think ICE
No,
is in there.
that's a different. Sorry. That's a different question. Should they shoot versus would they be legally justified?
All right,
to shoot?
legally
And just
they
keep
would
that
be
in mind.
justified to start opening up tonight.
It depends. I haven't seen the full video. I have to look at the
see,
as well.
that's what I'm
Oh,
talking
but
about.
but
The
I've seen
argument
the
is-
thing is,
the
I've seen
argument you would be
the
able to
Ashley
say
Babbitt
this-
one. I've seen the Ashley Babbitt one. You have so just to be clear, I've seen the Ashley Babbitt
No.
evidence.
You've
You
seen the
claim you
Ashley
haven't.
Babbitt thing that I have. I haven't seen from Byrd's perspective. I don't believe you have either.
There's no Byrd camera.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So I don't know. I can't make a judgment. I haven't heard his testimony. I don't know what's going on. What I saw was very shaky cams. Originally, when I talked about this, I thought that literally he was like in front of a door with Congress behind him. That's not the case. He was in front of a door or a window that there was a still large space before you would get to the place of Congress people. So originally I was like, yeah, if you're literally at the barrier and they're trying to break in, that's one thing. That's not how it was. Secondly, it didn't seem that she was particularly malicious or violent. It seemed like she was doing what a lot of people were, which were getting into the building, and many of them didn't show hostile intent, as you would even have to admit seeing the video. So I don't know if he could reasonably say, I don't know that he could reasonably say that she had exhibited things that he thought would be different than the rest of the protesters who didn't exhibit hostile intent to any civilians. However, I'd still say that we should probably.
So they have to wait for her to come. They have to wait for her to come through the window.
They have to wait. They have to wait for the car to run them over before they shoot.
Well, if they think that the person's it depends on the intent, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you think that the person is trying to run you over, then no, you don't have to wait for it.
Okay,
it depends what you think their intent is.
So this is what I'm saying, like the unreasonable double standard view. I feel that I'm at least saying, look, I could envision Michael Byrd not being illegal. I right now would not charge him based on the evidence I have. The problem is you're the one with the double standard. In the case of Byrd, right, you have no evidence that she intended lethality. You're just saying reasonably he could have thought.
No, I wouldn't. No. So
just real quick.
I'm not saying lethality. You don't need to show lethality.
And yeah, in this situation, right, with Renee Good, we literally have where the officer is about to be ran over. He's like centimeters away. He may have been clipped by the car. It looks like he was, or it was centimeters away. And you're saying in that split second, he had to determine the following two things. One, that even though the vehicle was advancing at him, the intent was not to run him over. And second, even if he thought, once he realized that wasn't the intent, he had to know that discharging his firearm wouldn't increase his chances of not being lethally ran over. That's absurd. And it's clear that you're putting a different standard there than Michael Byrd.
It's not a different standard. They have different dispositions. I think that one is justified and one is not, but that doesn't mean that there's a double standard. We just have a different,
but I'm outlining that
how they.
You're giving Michael Byrd a lot of leeway on saying what he could have assumed was reasonable that you're not willing to give the officer that shot Renee Good.
I think that I'm giving him just the same amount of leeway as someone trying to break into your home where you're seeing a gun. A reasonable officer would know that she sees them. They're warning them multiple times. And these people are pissed because of the election. You have the senators behind you. And I'm giving the same amount of like fucking privilege I would give someone whose house is being broken into. And yes, even if it's like they're objectively partying and they're breaking into your home or some shit, there have been such cases in which where force is justified because a reasonable person in that position either wouldn't have a basis to know or they've warned. And so yeah, I mean, like, this is not
why
crazy.
Why would he think that how heavy do you think Ashley Babbitt was? 150 pounds? He had no reason to suspect she was 120. 120-pound woman, right, with no visible weapons or anything, posed a significant danger.
A threat of bodily injury or death?
Yeah, why would he suspect
there's bodily injury or death?
Yeah.
Because she's evinced her intent to go past a barricade and not stop at when there's someone with a gun.
But so did Renee Good.
And in that context,
so did Renee Good.
No.
Yes.
Hang on a second. In the context of Renee Good, it's my belief. You might think it's unreasonable that a reasonable officer from the position of the officer wouldn't evince that intent. It's the same with Rittenhouse, right? In the Rittenhouse case, would you say? Wait. Let me do the Rittenhouse case example, and I do want to eventually get to the
sure.
case.
I'll give you a half hour in the other case. As long as you like,
in the Rittenhouse example,
yeah, I'll answer. On me. You're going to let me get to what I want to talk to later, right?
Yeah, of course. Okay. In the Rittenhouse situation, you would be like, oh, he was like Rosenbaum was only 130 pounds. He was just running. Like the thing about Rosenbaum in that case, right? You wouldn't say, oh, they have to wait for Rosenbaum. He just had a soda bottle, right? You wouldn't say that. It's the intent that a reasonable person would admit. Correct?
No, there's so many different things, right? With that, first off, Rosenbaum was the first person that Rittenhouse shot. Am I correct about that? Or was he the one who was armed?
No, I think that's Rosenbaum's the first person, I think.
Okay, so he was literally inches away chasing an armed man who was fleeing and grabbing for his gun. Completely different scenario.
Wait a second. Wait a second. So I'm not sure that he ever that he ever got within some amount of distance of Rittenhouse. But even if he did, it's just to elucidate the point. The point is, you don't just say like, oh, it's just a person, 120, 130, 40 pounds. That's not the analysis. The analysis is objective reasonableness.
No. What I'm saying is, right, there was that. The second is that Rittenhouse isn't a law enforcement officer, so it's different, right? What I'm trying to tell you here is, you're saying, well, this gentleman, Michael Byrd, had a reasonable fear of the violence and it has to be a high level of violence. You just said it can't be like a slap on the face. That wouldn't justify the shooting.
No. Serious bodily injury.
Right, serious bodily
injury. Can be accomplished with like broken bones and stuff like that.
Ashley Babbitt, this 120-pound woman, was going to do that, right? But Renee Good, who literally had a lethal weapon and was being told by law enforcement to get out of the car, was disobeying, and then sought to aggress through the human barricade that was set in front of her.
Because a reasonable officer in his position, given my view that a reasonable officer in his position would not think that she is evincing intent to run him over, and also that a reasonable officer in his position wouldn't think that firing a gun would have any tendency to reduce that threat. Now you could disagree with that, but it's a principle.
Can you show me? I mean, I think that it's absurd. I think it's absurd, and I don't think you have case law to back it up. I just don't think. And I would love to hear
back what up? Back what up?
Back up the second portion of that. Or even the first, that being advanced.
You already granted it, right? So I'll just give you the scenario, right? Like, so there's someone shooting you from the north. Okay, this is an example I use with child logic. They're shooting you from the north direction. All right,
okay.
And you're a police officer.
Okay,
and you have a gun. You agree you're under a risk of serious bodily injury or death, correct? Trivially.
Yeah, someone. I mean, if it's apparent they're shooting at me, not if I'm hunting or at the range, but yes.
Yeah, no, it's it's apparent that they're shooting at you from the north.
Yeah.
To the south is a highway, okay? And you are anxious, you're the cop, and you're anxious and you're scared. And you can't really explain why you did it. You just started shooting shots to the south. You just start shooting shots to the south. You know the threat is to the north. You're just like inexplicable, like you're just shooting to the south. You're like, fuck, what's gonna happen? Like this. And it goes and it strikes someone who's driving a car. Was that use of force justified?
No, the analogy makes no sense though. It would be
the
better analogy was, so you shoot at the guy to the north, but it hits someone else.
No. I'm not trying to use that analogy.
Well, I know you're not
trying to use that analogy.
You're using an analogy that doesn't apply.
The reason is to show the principle, right? In virtue of what is shooting to the south unreasonable.
But Pisco, if the principle you're trying to illustrate
in virtue of what, can you just answer it? Why is it unreasonable?
Shooting to the south is unreasonable because there is no threat coming from the direction of the south.
But now, right? And because now, if this were like some fucking game of fucking like a drone shit, or do you know what's that movie where you bend the bullet? If you were able to shoot from the south such that it would end the threat, it would be reasonable, right?
Yes, but again, I don't know why we're going.
No. You know where I'm going. Wait, no, you know where I'm going. It's not the fact that the direction is different.
Yes,
now that's relevant to the underlying principle, which is that the use of force in a reasonable mind of an officer needs to be connected. There needs to be, quote, a relationship between the need for the use of force.
Yes, car in front of him. He didn't shoot south. The car wasn't coming at him, and he turned around and shot behind him. He shot at the car that was about to run him over.
So in the hypothetical, I just want you to grant the principle, which is the following: if it were the case that an objectively reasonable officer in the position of Agent Ross would think that shooting the gun has no tendency to reduce the threat to the agent, it would per se be unjustified, right?
No.
If.
No.
So
you're wrong.
Why would you be allowed to shoot?
Because one officer having what he thought was reasonable may not in fact be the case of what other officers would think.
I'm lost for that.
For example, what you think is reasonable is different than what I think is reasonable, correct? So if one person said their opinion, in other words, if an officer came out and said, I've looked at this and I think what this guy shot Renee, I don't know the officer's name, by the way, but the officer, so we'll just call him Bob, that shot Renee Good, I think it was unreasonable. It wouldn't matter because many other officers might say, I disagree. I found it reasonable. Now what do we do?
I'm just using the test of objective reasonableness. I'm using the language of the Supreme Court that if it were determined that an objective, because that's what they have to determine, right? What would an objectively reasonable officer would they think that the use of force is reasonable? I mean, that is the test is objective.
So then
reasonableness.
you're not talking about you're saying that like a perfect objective officer.
Right. Well, I don't want to say perfect because I don't want to apply Superman.
Then how do we define what objective is?
Right. The court says it's a gestalt. It's a morass. It's right. I'm going to tell you, Rob. I think that a lot of these. So it just is working off of like case law and principles and expert opinions and use of force. So imagine the Chauvin case. What did they put on to demonstrate whether the hold was unreasonable or reasonable? They brought on use of force experts. This is what his training was. This is what we're taught to do. This is what's safe. This is what's not safe. This is like what the physics say. You have some people like examine whether or not this in fact physically would create a given result. So all I'm trying to say is, the objective reasonable test is like a morass.
I just want to be clear. We already went through this. I said I had someone that put this together, right? Or I saw someone that did this. So I'm prepared to show you a video, right? 5 videos, 1 second at a piece, 3 of them that result in someone being harmed, 2 of them that don't. And you're like, I don't want to do that. Because either you would have to admit if you're wrong that 1, it's very difficult and a reasonable person could interpret this as about to have grievous bodily harm that justifies a shoot.
I'm willing to do that with you at some point for sure. I just, I'm under the impression that, we have
That's
X
fine.
amount of time.
I'll finish up on this. I'll finish up on this.
I'm happy to do it. No, but can we finish this though?
Yes, I'm going to finish up on this.
Like
I will steel man your position and could do it much quicker. Yes, of course. If your argument is that if you could determine through a complete objective standard that this officer, you could see into his head, or that no reasonable officer would have thought that her intent was to run him over, and that no reasonable officer could have thought that discharging the weapon could have increased his chances of not being hurt, then possibly you would say that this was not a good shoot. Granted, okay, we could say. However, I think that this analogy.
Not possibly.
Okay,
then it would be.
I
right?
say that that's absurd. That's not what happened in this case. That any reasonable person would be able to see that wasn't acting with bias and hatred towards this particular law enforcement institution. That if someone is disobeying law enforcement officers and then advances their car that looks likely to run over the officer, that 1, a reasonable officer could intend that she intends to hit him, and 2nd, even in that moment that he didn't think that, he could think that he could deploy his weapon to increase his chances of not being killed. You have 0 evidence ever of any expert saying that at that length that shooting.
Wait, hang on. I do.
Okay. Provide me. Okay, let me ask you. You're interfering before I ask the question.
Yes, no, the DHS policies.
You've interfered before I ask the question, so you have no idea what I'm about to ask. So when you say I do have evidence, I don't believe you do. Go ahead. Do you want to wait to hear what I was going to ask before you say you have evidence?
I'll wait to hear what you're going to ask.
Okay. Do you have evidence that shows that shooting a vehicle that's about to run you over does not increase your chance of surviving?
So my evidence for that is the following. Evidence point number 1. And again, it's not a generic situation. It's the situation that he was in. Is that okay for me to examine that situation?
Explain the situation he was in and the evidence you have that him shooting, that there's, experts that have testified to this or courts that have ruled that wouldn't increase his chances of living.
Well, hang on. I'm not gonna hamstring myself with what you consider to be evidence, which is like a complete factual analog that's found in court. Of course, the Supreme Court instructs us that every case is like very fact specific and fact bound. And what we have to follow are the principles of the Supreme Court. And I don't know that there's a case that's like incredibly the same that ever happened. That's ever happened that's been litigated before. So I'm not sure that I can give you an on point case comparator, and every case needs to be examined independently. But my citation for why I don't think it's reasonable to think that an officer in his position would think that shooting the gun has any tendency to reduce the threat is A, the car is upon him, and Newton's first law is that an object in motion will stay in motion unless acted upon by an outside force. The fact that the DHS training specifically says that DHS officers are taught that shooting the operator of a vehicle, I think this is almost a direct quote, does not stop the car. It keeps going. And that's why they're taught not to shoot in most cases, not in every case, but in most cases, unless there's the actual DHS policy is you're only supposed to shoot if there's no other reasonable alternative. Now, that's not to say that the policy dictates what the law is, but that is to show you the indication that there's some evidence that a reasonable officer in that position, when the car's like right there, it's right there, isn't going to think that the car is going to be stopped.
No,
okay?
no, wait,
and to the extent that there's a
wait. With this DHS policy, does it suggest that you're sometimes allowed to shoot only if you know the intent was to run you over?
It doesn't say that, no.
Okay, so in other words, at least you have to acknowledge that the DHS seems to be acknowledging that at some length, shooting the person driving the car that you think's about to run you over is legitimate, including for the safety of the officer. You would have to acknowledge it.
Well, acknowledge that sometimes it can be reasonable. Yes, I acknowledge that.
Okay, but you seem to imply earlier that under no circumstance would shooting the
I never
car's
said
just
that.
going to go straight. That's what you said.
No, I never said that in no circumstance can it be justified to shoot the operator of a
You
vehicle.
said we went through this. I said you're telling me if you shoot the person operating a vehicle, they couldn't slouch, remove their foot from the gas, or whatever. That's what you said. Yes.
When you said no, hang on a second. You think that I said that it couldn't be the case that they slouch and turn?
Correct.
You think I said that? That they
Yes.
that
Or their
you think
foot
that
could come
my
off the
belief
gas.
is, and you think that I said that it's logically impossible or not reasonably likely. What I think is it's not reasonably
Yes.
likely to think at that distance, if that's what you mean by could. It's not reasonably likely to think at that distance.
So
that
at some
shooting the
amount of
operator
distance,
would have any tendency to-
you think that
Oh, of
shooting the
course, yeah.
operator could cause the vehicle to not go straight.
to not go straight.
Yeah, but to continue to advance upon the officer.
Well, yeah. So I think that there are at some distances, perhaps, that
Give
it
me-
could go into a different direction.
Now, I'm not asking for a
I'm not sure that
specific-
the exact.
Let me-
No,
but give me a general idea of
I'm
what
not
you're
going to be. I'm not going to be able to give you a percentage chance at a given distance. What is the likelihood
But,
that
listen
that they move? I'm
listen
saying
to
at that distance, at that close distance.
No, wait. I engage in a bunch of hypotheticals for you. So I'm not asking
Yeah.
for a percentage chance. When would it become reasonable in your estimation when, for purely the safety of the officer, there's a distance that the shoot could increase his chance to not be harmed by the vehicle? What's the potential
I think it's
distance
reasonable.
that you would think is reasonable?
I think it's so you're talking about a situation in which it's purely officer safety. So they're not. It's not the fight itself. Isn't the risk?
Sure.
So you're basically taking a situation in which the driver has narcolepsy and has fallen asleep or something like that, or I don't know, right?
Well, no.
That's
Someone
that
trying
kind of
to
situation.
someone where the officer knows that they're just trying to flee and not hit them. That's what you're claiming Renee Good was, that a reasonable officer. By the way, all of this is moot because you need to first win that a reasonable officer would have never suspected that the person driving at them.
I think you realize what's happening. I think you realize what's happening. So you're talking about a situation in which a reasonable officer wouldn't think that they're trying to run him over, right?
That they think the person's just trying to flee them.
And they're not trying to run him over, and
but they
their
suspect
flight
the
doesn't
car
cause
is
an
about to
unreasonable-
hit them.
Okay.
So there
They
is
suspect the car's about to hit them.
At what distance would you say it would be reasonable for the officer to think that deploying his weapon could cause the car to move so that it wouldn't run him over?
I have no idea.
You know, but
I know, but whatever it is, whatever it is. So you're talking about a situation in which you have a good reason to believe they're going to hit you.
Correct.
At some distance.
Correct.
And that they're either unaware that you're there, they're not trying to hit you, or they're not practically certain that they will hit you, right?
You would have to, in order to make this an analogous situation, it would have to be that the officer, for whatever reason, has determined it would not be reasonable to think they're attempting to hit him. They're just trying to flee. Something I think's a burden that you can't meet in any circumstance.
No. In that circumstance, I don't think that it's so you're talking about a situation in which there's a distance, and I think it's a total crapshoot, Rob. I think it's a total crapshoot. Who the fuck knows, right? She could slam on the accelerator, she could turn right or left, and that's the reason why the policy is what it is. Is because I don't know that there's any reason to believe it increases your chance of anything.
But we just got here because of the policy. You acknowledge that the policy allows for the shooting, even if you don't think the intent is you. You acknowledge that.
No. I said that by its terms, it doesn't use intent in the terms of it, but it says that when there's no other reasonable that there can't be any other reasonable thing to do. That it must be the only reasonable choice. That's what the policy says.
I don't.
And so
can you show me that? That's not how you suggested that it said.
That is what I used. That is what I said.
Well, what's the policy? Do you got the words in front of me?
Okay, let's do it. DHS policy, vehicle shooting.
I'll look it up as well, but I don't know that I'll be able to find it. I'm reading that follows. This is AI, so it could be total bullshit. So I'm going to look for the policy, but you tell me if this sounds. Deadly force is authorized only when an officer has a reasonable belief that the subject poses an imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury to the officer or others. Does that sound like the language?
Yeah. Well, no, it's
okay.
Specific.
Oh, it's fair.
Okay, here it is. So this is.
Can you send it in the Discord just so I could bring it up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, let me do the latest one.
And you're going to say it doesn't say reasonable. It's going to say the only possibility. I find that heavily suspicious, but.
Sorry. What'd you say?
Your claim is it says that the officer's allowed to do that when it is the only thing they could do. That's what you said.
There's no other objectively reasonable means of defense appear to exist, which include moving out of the path of the vehicle.
Okay.
So here we go. So let me just get I'm going to control F it. So this is from a website that I trust, but I want to get the actual official policy.
Yeah, of course. I'm not shitting on the source or anything.
Charging. Oh, policy 2.
All right. I will put this on screen. I think this is what you're looking for. I can't because I can't screen share the audio for this, but this is what, if I go to, I'll put the link I'm looking at for the DHS, and then I'm on page 7. It's 11 pages, so I'll put that. And I got discharge of firearms under lethal force, general guidelines, section 2, moving vehicles, vessels, aircraft, or other conveyances. Quote, in section A DHS LEO are prohibited from discharging firearms at the operator of a moving vehicle, vessel, aircraft, or other conveyance unless the use of deadly force against the operator is justified under the standards articulated elsewhere in the policy. Before using deadly force under these circumstances, the LEO must take into consideration the hazard that may be posed to law enforcement and innocent dies standards of conveyance. Firearms shall not be discharged solely as a warning or a signal to solely disable moving vehicles, aircrafts, etc. All right. So section 9, let's see what it says.
There was
then under the footnote under section 9 says, here a distinction is drawn between firing at the operator, targeting the operator with intent to cause serious physical injury or death, and firing at a moving vehicle or other conveyance solely as a warning. Okay. So let's see where else we have.
But look at subsection C. It says firearms shall not be discharged solely to, you might have just read this, solely to disable moving vehicles, vessels.
Well, to disable, right.
Force is authorized. So in the context, there's some other policy that says when unless there's no other reasonable means. I don't know where it is right now, but
nonetheless, I think
the presumption is against shooting at vehicles, and I think that should give you some intuition.
I think that well, yes, of course, right. We don't want officers just shooting at vehicles, but I think you give the game away when you said earlier, I don't know, it's a crapshoot. Now, this would imply that a reasonable
Right.
person could see. Right. And if it's a crapshoot and the sort of
At some distance, at X distance, right?
Right.
At distance, like,
but that implies,
100 feet or whatever.
Right. So I think that it's reasonable without you providing any evidence. It's reasonable at a slow acceleration as someone's just accelerating, just hitting you, that shooting them could cause them to veer, for their foot to slip off the gas, etc. You've already acknowledged that, yes, it's possible at some distance. And I don't see, let me finish real quick. I don't see where you have any evidence whatsoever that would suggest that it wouldn't be possible or even probable at a short distance to cause a change in direction.
No, hang on a second. The presumption, you don't, do you think that the presumption is you're able to use deadly force in those contexts where that, like, we wouldn't have to have a good reason to think that it would have a tendency to reduce the threat?
No, I
a reasonable
think
officer?
I've already given, right? I've
But
already
if
given.
I can't, if I can't produce, the specific, analysis of that distance, because, it hasn't been run at that specific distance, that absent that, there's no burden for the reasonable officer before using deadly force. He can say, well, I don't know what the odds are. Might as well roll the dice.
No, I think that in a split second, the presumption would be this. If it is true that at some distance that shooting the vehicle that's about to run you over and cause serious harm can cause that to not occur, that we would say that in this split second that a reasonable officer can make that decision. And by the way, I just want to say, if you want to move on to the other thing, I'm fine. I can stand this all night. I don't give a shit. But I just want to say, this gets to the other part, right? Which is like the fact that you have
wait a second. So hang on a second. At the distance, let's just talk in terms of physics,
okay,
and not in terms of reasonable officer for a second. At the distance that actually occurred with Renee Good, do you, Rob, have a reasonable belief that shooting Renee Good at that speed has, and again, put aside the intent that she's trying to run him over, okay, just for now, that it would reduce the risk of serious bodily injury to the agent?
Yeah, I absolutely do. I think that shooting someone could have an
Virtue of
immediate
what?
effect of them slumping and would.
Good? No. A good, like.
I think that's reasonable to assume that a person that is shot will change direction while driving.
Why is that reasonable to assume? In virtue of what?
In virtue of human nature and what I know. How long do you think? Give me the time frame you would think in your mind that you think, right, that it would take once you're shot for you to change. Like, let's say you're driving straight. Forget about why, but you're driving straight and you intend to keep driving straight, and all of a sudden a bullet hits you. Give me the reaction time when you think you would reasonably change direction of the wheel.
I don't know that. I wouldn't presume that you would. I presume that someone who's like,
oh my goodness, I almost guarantee you would. You think you'd be able to continue to hold the wheel at the same direction as you're shot?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure that there's an intuition that the car would change direction.
If your hands come off the wheel, do you think there's a chance that the car would change direction?
I think that there's definitely a chance that the car.
Okay, so you think that if you're shot, there's a chance that your hands come off the wheel?
But I don't have a chance that the hands come off the wheel. I don't know that the intuition is that it won't keep going straight for a while, that it will go turn to the left over him, that it won't turn to the right over him. So like your whole thing is like, well, he might change the direction of the wheel. The car is like within a foot of him. How is it going to meaningfully? How would a reasonable officer think this is gonna help me? It's going to really help me. I have a reasonable belief it's going to help me.
If it was 60 mile an hour and it was a foot of him, that would be one thing. But it's literally just beginning. It's going like 1 to 2 mile an hour, which means that the short distance could still mean, like, even at that point, if you're hit, if it continues to go straight over you, it could kill you. But if it veers off to one side or the other, you would have a far more reasonable chance of not being completely ran over.
Yeah, but why do you think it would do that?
Because when people get shot, they change the direction that what they're going. In fact, it takes about, I don't know, I'm just cursory looking at this, less than half a second to affect your central nervous system and you to lose motor functions on some shots. So the idea that if her intent was, let's say her intent wasn't to hit him, but she intended to keep going in the direction she was, and he thought that that direction would kill him or cause severe harm, shooting would probably have a good chance of changing that direction. You might say, well, she may have changed the direction in the opposite way to hurt him more. Maybe, and yet a reasonable officer would still say.
Then help me out with this use of force policy then. Explain that.
With what we just read?
Why did they make this?
Well, because they don't like the implication is when they're talking about don't disable vehicles and stuff, it's like, the old like Charles Bronson shit, like Death Wish. You see a car, a bank robber going, you come out and you're trying to shoot at the tires and shit. No, you don't do that. Right. But if the car is barreling right at you, yes, you have a reasonable fear for your life as is a deadly weapon. And by the way, there have been cases where this has been ruled. There are, I think I was reading some 30 to 40 officer involved shootings on vehicles coming at them. And almost never is there cases where the officer is ruled to
wait, because those cases, there's a reasonable belief the officer has that the driver is trying to hit him.
No, that's not.
Or as for example, is like fleeing a murder, or they're doing a fucking high speed chase. Those are those cases.
But that again cuts against your argument. Why do you think there's almost always a reasonable belief that they intended to hit him? My guess would be most criminals don't give a shit if they hit the cop or not. They're just trying to get away.
Well, hang on a second. So I assume that an officer, right? It's like an officer from a reasonable perspective. I'm not this person who thinks that he needs to think that her conscious object is a particular thing. It's whether or not the driver, from the perspective of the officer, perceives that she's either trying to run him over or is practically certain that she will run him over. But of course, that's not present in this case.
I disagree.
Right?
I think that it is present. I think it's present to the level that probably many of those other cases that are ruled legitimate shootings are, which is the officer. My guess would be that most of the time, criminals, even bank robbers and shit, aren't intentionally trying to run over officers. They're just trying to get away, but they're willing to drive through the officer if that increases their chance of escape. And in those cases, when the officer fires, that we say that that's legit. Your argument here is, in this split-second decision, he should have absolutely known there was no reasonable chance she was intending to run him over. And beyond that, even if he did reach that conclusion, that if the vehicle would have ran him over, which he had reason to suspect, I think we both agree with that him shooting would still be unjustified because it wouldn't increase his chance of living.
I don't think an objectively reasonable officer would be like, I'm going to shoot here because it might go in a random direction. Like there's people to the right, there's people to the left.
That's a different question than what I just said.
That's kind of what you just entailed, though. You're like, I'm going to shoot. Put aside the intent thing, because we could get on that all day. I don't think a reasonable officer.
Right.
No, because I don't think a reasonable officer watching a woman turn the wheel to the right after performing an obvious K-turn thinks that she is attempting to strike him, or is practically certain that she will strike him.
I think the fact that we can't even tell that this is. I know that. Do you know for a fact the vehicle didn't hit him?
No.
Okay, and there's.
I think the most likely thing is that he put his hand on the vehicle and shot. But again, the hitting of it isn't relevant to me.
You gotta give me a chance.
It's a red herring.
You gotta give me a chance to get my thought out. So the fact that it was that close, that it looks like she did hit him, you being like a reasonable officer would have known that she wasn't going to hit him or intentionally tried to hit him.
Is a red herring, Rob.
Let me finish.
The hit doesn't matter.
Let me finish. Because he saw her turning the wheel is absurd. Because even if he saw her turning the wheel, he could have still expected that the vehicle was going to hit him. Because it did. Or it very likely did.
So I think it very likely did not hit him, just to be clear about where I stand on that. But the hit is a red herring. The hit is a red herring.
It is
you have to agree with that. The hit is a red herring.
It is not a red herring.
Whether it hit him or not. Because if you knew for a fact it didn't hit him, that wouldn't change anything for you.
But here's why. The fact that it either hit him or came that close to hit him.
Can you answer that?
Yes, I will answer. I am answering it right now. The fact that it hit him or came so close to hitting him that we can't tell ruins your defense of he saw her turning the wheel, therefore knew he wouldn't be hit. That's not true, as the evidence suggests. You're seeking to speak into what a reasonable officer would find, and I'm saying the evidence shows that a reasonable officer would have thought the car could hit him because it probably did or came within centimeters. So a reasonable officer would have said, oh, she's clearly, in a half a second, a reasonable officer going, oh, I see she's turning the wheel, and I've calculated that this will narrowly miss me. No, a reasonable officer would not have came to that conclusion.
The intent isn't relevant for the purpose of whether or not it will hit him or will make contact. It's about whether or not she represents a risk of serious bodily injury or death, such that he is justified in shooting. Because at that distance, a shot isn't going to have any tendency, in my opinion, to eliminate the threat unless she has the mental states that we're talking about, in which she is, willing to run people over or wanting to run people over.
I just want to say that I think that if God help you or anyone else that ever finds himself in this situation. Again, I'll just go back to this. We can talk about this all night if you want, as long as you agree to get to what I want.
I'd rather move on.
I'm going to sum it up real quick, and then you can have the last word in this, and we go to the other shooting if you want. But the idea, every single one of you listening, whether you agree with Bisco or me, if you were in this situation where you're saying, stop the car, or law enforcement, let's say you're not law enforcement, but you're standing next to law enforcement saying it, and all of a sudden someone starts to run over you. And for you to be like, I know that there's no intent to run me over, and I also know that if I discharged a weapon here, it would have almost no chance of saving my life. It's absurd. And as is evidenced by the fact that we can show video after video.
Do you think he thought it was a good chance that it would save his life?
Yes, I think he shot it would improve his chance of living.
I don't think a reasonable officer would.
I disagree.
Okay.
And the fact that you could call this murder, I think it's a clear-cut case of self-defense. I don't think that a person could say that it wouldn't be reasonable for him to know that she wasn't trying to run him over.
No. It's not about knowledge. It's about what a reasonable officer would think.
Why would a reasonable officer not think she was intending to run him over?
Because he's looking at her. He's aiming his sights at her. A reasonable officer would perceive her movements. He was not
aiming his sights at her, as you've already acknowledged.
Looking at her. The eye line is fixed on her. A reasonable officer would visually perceive her hand motions. He's looking for threats. And yet
the hand motions led to the car most likely hitting him or coming close to hitting him.
Oh my God. Hang on. So can we just be clear about something? I'm trying to give you my rationale for why I think that he wouldn't be under a reasonable apprehension that she's trying to hit him. And a huge part of that is the spinning of the wheel in the direction opposite to where the officer is. That is some evidence. You agree? It's some evidence that she's not trying to hit him, correct? That a reasonable officer would perceive?
I don't know that he perceived that she was spinning the wheel in that direction that was intentionally against him. If he intentionally did, no, I would say that could prove that she was.
You won't even grant that?
Well, here's why. She could still be trying to intentionally hit him, but doing it in a way that would not incapacitate the vehicle as much, correct?
Wait, say that one more time.
She could still be trying to intentionally hit him, but doing so in a way that wouldn't incapacitate the vehicle as much, correct?
But what do you mean by could?
I mean, he could.
Reasonably likely to?
Like, for example, if the center of the car hits him, it's likely that will drag the body underneath and cause the vehicle to be more disabled than if she just clips him with the tire, correct?
If she hits him with the center of the vehicle, I presume it would do more damage, I guess. That's just
would it possibly disable the vehicle more?
I'm doing what? Hitting him?
Correct. If she ran over him with him at the center of the vehicle, as opposed to clipping him with the corner of the car.
My intuition is it would do more damage, but I'm not sure.
Correct. So then it could be she intended to hit him.
But what does that have to do with anything?
Because it could be that she intended to hit him, but wanted to do so with the tire, so that she could hit and evade at the same time.
Wait, but what would that...
Increase her chance of escaping while also... I think that a reasonable... I think a reasonable officer would have thought my life's in danger and he's justified in firing a weapon, right? It would be unreasonable for him to have...
Let's not zoom out.
I'm answering.
Zoom out.
Secondly, yes, I think it would be reasonable for it to intuit that someone that's advancing on in that moment, even if you see in the literally like 1/10 of a second of her going like this, when he saw that car accelerating, when she knew he was in front of him, to the fact where the vehicle was likely to hit him, that a reasonable officer would think she's trying to fucking hit me. Yes. Wait. That time.
I don't want to zoom out. I don't want to zoom out. I want to zoom in.
Okay.
So is the fact that she's turning to the right, is that stronger evidence that she wasn't trying to hit him?
Not in the moment, no. I disagree. I think that would, to expect an officer to process that in a millisecond when all he's going to be thinking is, I'm in front of a car that's accelerating towards me, is unreasonable. To say, in that millisecond, he should have saw that her hands were slightly turning to the right. Then he should have made the decision that meant... Let me finish.
Slightly turning to the right? Slightly turning to the right?
Okay, heavily turning to the right, right? One, that he should have saw that she was turning to the right, and that meant that she she was attempting to avoid him. Second, that this meant that he would not be, or that even if he was still likely to be hit by the car, that discharging the firearm would not increase his chances of causing the momentum to shift, which would be able to increase the chance of him living. I think that is absurd and an unreasonable standard, and I think you know it.
Okay. No, I don't think it's unreasonable at all to say. I mean, you won't even grant that her turning to the right would.
You won't even grant that shooting.
Wait.
Shooting
Can I finish it? Can I finish
the
it?
change of direction. You won't grant that.
No. I literally did not say that. What I said at that distance.
So
I don't think that it's reasonably.
Prove it. Prove it. Show me the
distance.
science. You've acknowledged that it can't.
At that distance, given that the car's already in motion, I don't have a reason to believe that there's a good chance that it will wildly change direction, such that it would render him in a safer state. I don't have a basis to believe that.
Prove it.
What?
Prove it.
Wait. Prove what? That I don't have a basis to believe that?
Yes or no? Just yes or no? Yes or no? Have you acknowledged that at some distances, shooting a person that's driving could cause them to change direction?
Could cause, by could you mean logically?
Yes or no?
But by could you mean it's
yes
possible?
Yes or no, please.
But I'm trying to clarify the question.
Yes, I'm saying that reasonably a person could intuit that shooting a person driving a car could cause them to change direction.
By could, do you mean it's possible?
I said, is it reasonable to assume that shooting a person driving could cause them to change direction?
I'm not sure that that's a reasonable belief.
Okay. And then people should take that as you being bad faith. All science would show that that is not the case. That the chances of someone changing direction while they're driving if they're shot is very high. In fact, it's probably more likely than not. And you saying that not only do you not think, you think it's not even reasonable for that to occur.
No, I'm not. I was just saying, I'm not sure. I don't have that intuition that at a given distance,
no,
there's
we're
a
not
tendency
talking about
to change direction.
Again, notice how you changed the question.
Sorry. No,
what
what's
do you
the
mean
question?
at a given distance?
I'm sorry.
At some point, if someone shoots a
distance?
person driving a car, is it reasonable to assume the direction of the car will change?
I'm not sure.
Well, there you have it. So, yeah,
In
I
some
think that it's
respect,
clearly this. I don't know what to say. Then I'll say the same. I'm not sure that seeing someone changing directions or turning the steering wheel. I'm not sure. That'll be my answer.
But hang on a second. So it's not my intuition that shooting someone in a vehicle will eventually cause the vehicle to change direction.
Reasonably, could it cause it to change direction? Could a reasonable person think it would change direction?
Yeah, I mean, it's a reasonable. It's possible that someone could think that the car would change direction, but again, I don't know that in the case that we're talking about, it would bear on that because it's so close. The distance is very close.
Mm-hmm. Show me your evidence.
Right?
Once you acknowledge that it's possible, show me the evidence that distance wouldn't be possible.
No, wait a second. So at that distance, the car's already in motion, and any change in direction isn't going to bear on, or to the extent that it exists. I don't think there's a feeling that a reasonable officer would have that it would change such that it would improve his the risk to him as an individual.
By the way, show me the video. Where's the video that shows that she clearly was turning the wheel away from him? If that doesn't exist, then you acknowledge that your entire argument falls apart, correct?
No, I don't think it falls apart because we know she was.
So then, when you said,
but there is video.
That it's
the video from the officer, the video from the officer shows it.
So real quick, when you said it was a red herring, whether or not the car actually hit him, because I would think the same either way, you would say that this is a red herring about turning the wheel as well, then, right?
No.
Oh, so can you explain to me why the vehicle actually hitting him would be a red herring? Because I would think that either way. But you saying that had she not turned the wheel would not be a red herring.
I'm sorry. I misunderstood your question. So are you asking whether or not there exists video of her turning?
No, I'm asking
whether it would change the turning rationale?
Correct. If there is no video of her turning the wheel away from him, would that you
be very specific with your question, Rob? Wait. Just because there's no video of her spinning the wheel, no, because I would still assume that he saw her spin the wheel given the other angle. But if you're saying, did she in fact not turn the wheel?
Angle? Given what angle?
We see the tires turn from the other angle before we had the officer video. We knew the car was turning. Agreed?
No, we could see that she accelerated while the tires are still facing.
Come on, wait. Sorry, hang on. I can't hear you.
We could see that she accelerated.
I can't hear you. 1 second. Okay, go ahead.
We could see that she accelerated while the tire was still facing him.
No, but the car was turning, correct? Even in the other video, right?
She did like a turn where the car.
Oh my God. No, the wheels were going to the right even before we had the officer video, correct?
I don't know. What I remember from this is the wheels turned as she backed up, so the officer wasn't directly in front of her, but the way the wheels were turned when she backed up pointed him directly in front of the car.
I understand. At some point,
Then she started accelerating towards him while the wheels were still pointing at him. The wheels
at any point, do you think the wheels are turning to the right?
At that point, when the acceleration comes, the wheel isn't turning; it is literally facing him as the acceleration starts. If you're asking me, let me ask you: if you're asking me after that acceleration starts, does the wheel turn a little? I don't know. But why would they go?
How would the wheels go from like to the left to straight and then to the right? She's turning the wheel to do that, right? There's no way for it to effectuate that other than turning the wheel.
Listen, if I do this, if I turn the wheel this way and back up and then advance and my tires are still painted that way, I didn't have to turn the wheel. Now, if your argument, I'll say for the sake of argument, let's concede, right? That, okay, what you acknowledge that this happened is this a scenario. She backs up. He's then in line with the car. She accelerates towards him. She's a short distance away from accelerates toward while the wheels are pointed directly at him. But as she's doing that, this is your contention, she's turning. That's your contention.
She's turning the wheel. But no, I'm trying to address your question. Your question was...
I'm asking you, like, was...
She's turning the wheel. Yes, she's turning the wheel. She's turning the wheel. She's turning the wheel.
Step by step. She turned the wheel and backed up. Agreed?
Correct.
When she backed up, this put the officer more in center of her car, more in front of her car.
He walks in front of it and she backs in such a way that he's more in the center of it. Yep.
Correct. So now he's more in the center. Then she starts to advance forward.
Correct. As she's turning the wheel. As she's turning the wheel. As she's turning the wheel.
Let me finish. At the point where she advances forward, is the tire aimed at the officer?
There's at one point in which it's the line of the vehicle, but she's turning the wheel the whole time.
So, okay, so your argument is...
She's turning the wheel the whole time, Rob.
Okay, so I'm going to play some clips here, and you're going to say the wheels were in constant motion from a right to left the entire time. There was no point where there was acceleration.
Who said constant...
Let me finish.
Who said constant motion? Wait, what's this whole thing about constant motion? Wait, who said... Wait, no. Did I ever say the word constant motion?
Okay, then you concede my argument.
She's turning the steering wheel. The steering wheel.
If there wasn't constant motion, then you've conceded my argument that there was a point where the wheels were facing straight and not turning, and the acceleration occurred towards him.
So there's a conflation here. I'm not talking about the wheels of the car when I say she's constantly turning the steering wheel. That's what I mean. She's turning the steering wheel.
Can you explain to me how the steering wheel turns without the car wheels turning? You're saying it was a defective device?
No. What I'm saying is, regardless of whether or not there's some tire slippage or whatever, when she's navigating and accelerating, she's turning the wheel to the right.
So show me the video of that. Because your argument seemed to be...
The officer video. Officer video.
So your argument was this previously. It doesn't matter if we have a video of her turning the wheel. We can see from the tires. And now you're like, well, even if there's a point where the tires don't look like they're turning, I know she was turning the wheel and it might have been slippage.
No. We know that she's turning the wheel because the car is turning to the right as the officer is stepping to the side. We know she's turning, and we didn't need to have the officer video for that.
Was there a point where the acceleration started where the wheel was not turning?
A split second?
Oh,
I'm not sure.
So how long's the entire interaction?
It's a couple seconds, 2-3 seconds.
So there was a point where the car started to move forward.
The shooting stuff, but before it's the entire encounter is POC. But yeah.
So there you go. So there's a point where the car was accelerated and she wasn't turning the wheel.
Yeah, well, yeah. If you do the Achilles paradox or whatever, if you put like if you divide everything is a Sorty's paradox with you, Rob. Everything's a Sorty's paradox. But the question is whether or not there's a reasonable opportunity to perceive a difference in threat or the fact that she's turning the wheel. And the truth is, she's turning the wheel the whole time when she put it in drive.
She's not, as you just acknowledged, that there's a time where she's accelerating where she's not turning the wheel. And so my argument is,
when does that happen?
You just acknowledged it.
Wait, when did I acknowledge that that's the reality?
I mean, so now we're going back in time because you just said, was there a time where the acceleration started where the wheel wasn't turning?
When the acceleration started with the wheel wasn't turning.
Correct.
I'm not sure. I'm not,
I don't know
I'm not sure about that.
All I could ask you is, let me share a different screen. It's fucking so tough.
So
because you're on
when the
Discord,
car
this
is
sucks, 'cause I
accelerating?
can't share two screens, right? Is what's going on, right? So I can't share it here as I'm talking to you. But yes, it seems as if my recollection was that when you look at the tires, that there are still shots that show when you first see that she is not turning because she backs up at an angle and then advances straight and then starts to veer. But there is a point where it advances straight. That's the point where he's going to make the decision to draw his gun. So he, in that split second, sees the vehicle is directly facing me and going straight. Your argument is, in that moment, in literally milliseconds, he should have saw her start to turn.
Wait. When she starts to put it in drive, she's turning the wheel to the right. Okay. Hang on one second.
And I can't, God, I wish you were on StreamYard so I could show the video and we could look at it together. But
you didn't give me the invite.
I'd send you an invite if you want.
I'm gonna run out of time, Rob. I know I want to give you your opportunity to.
Fine.
So
we'll just move on. You can show your audience. I'll show my audience later.
Wait, I might have a video right here. One sec. Second.
By the way, I suggested 45 minutes ago that you want to move on to the other story. You said no.
I know,
so don't act like it's just me. And I even got to talk about the shit I want, which is, I think,
I know. We'll be quick. Just give me a second to show the video real quick.
Are you going to share it on Discord here, or what are you doing?
Yeah, I can share it on Discord. One sec.
I don't know how the fuck.
So let me do it.
Well, we're not doing a video call, so I don't know if it works. Yeah, fuck
it. Should share.
Okay.
Yeah, it should share. One sec. And I'll share it to the audience. One sec. I think this will work.
Okay, one sec. Right? I could show this up so my audience will be able to see.
Fucking angle.
Okay.
Here, the agent's cell phone footage shows he's moving directly in front of the SUV as it's reversing and rotating towards him, initiating
pause.
a 3-point turn.
Can you pause it for a second?
Hmm?
Okay, he might be moving towards the direction of the SUV, but she's centering it by her backing up. She's moving as well, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Apparently
Keep going.
To leave. Law enforcement officers are trained to avoid doing this because it puts
You don't doubt that.
them
right?
in danger and often
it's irrelevant.
leads to the use of force against drivers.
Well, it could be relevant to officer grade hazard, correct?
No, it's irrelevant in the case what we're talking about right now, and I'm not trying to get into another 40-minute
His
conversation.
cell phone
Okay.
is
Yeah,
focused squarely on Miss Good. She looks down, shifts into drive, and begins turning to the right.
That's pretty instantaneous.
Keep going. Keep going.
It's pretty instantaneous, Rob, right?
Just wait. Keep
Away from
going.
the agent. Cut to this high angle and zoom in.
So it looks like she's
can
turning
make
there
out-
as she's advancing forward. I totally can see.
Yeah.
Keep going.
He
Keep
is
going.
Okay.
and his arm filming. We can also see at the same time he's beginning to lift his other arm. On these cameras, we can see what's happening around Agent Ross. The other agent is yelling orders and reaching into Miss Good's SUV.
The
Her
turning
front
right there.
tire
Pause.
spins.
That wheel's turning towards him.
Um,
Her turning right
From
is
what
putting her
angle?
more in line with him.
um,
Yes.
yes, but she's turning. That's because the wheels are to the left before
Right,
the
but
turn.
he's-
No, but she's
Back it up
but
just
she's
a little.
turning to the
Back it
right.
up just a little.
Is yelling orders and
Right
like
now,
look at the
if
tires
she
right
just
there.
if she
She's doing a
accel-
K turn.
But listen, if she accelerates right there, she's going to miss him to the left, right? So from his perspective, he's not knowing, oh, she's doing a K turn. She's literally turning the wheel towards him.
reaching into Miss
Yeah, but she wouldn't need to do this, Rob, if she wanted to run him over.
But
She-
how's
she
he supposed to
wouldn't need
know that in the heat of the moment? He
No,
sees
He-
yes or
if
just
she wants to
real
run him
quick,
over,
real quick,
wait,
real
Rob,
quick.
if she wants to run him over, she can just do that with the car. She doesn't need to execute a K turn.
real quick, would you at this point, is she turning the wheel towards him?
What do you mean towards him? She's
Is
turning the
she
wheel
turning
to the right.
the wheel so that the car is more in line with him?
Yes, by virtue of executing the
Okay,
K-turn. Yes.
so then, but how is he?
She's
Let
continuing.
me finish.
She's continuing.
Let me finish. So then, from his perspective, oh fuck, she's now aiming the car right at me. You're saying that he should have known she was just doing a K-turn to avoid him. How would he know at this point? In fact, quite to the opposite of what you were suggesting. You said that the rationale would be he should have saw her turning and knew that that meant she was going to miss him. In this instance, we see that the turning of the wheel is actually making the wheels more in line to hit him. Let me ask you the question in a different way. If she did want, let me ask you the question. Yeah. If she did, let's assume she did want to run him over. At this point, wouldn't she be steering in the exact same direction that she is?
Well, she wouldn't have done the backup in the first place. I mean,
she would be
turning and she would be turning the wheel presumably and stopping, but she's not stopping the wheels right there.
No.
Just, like, but taking a motion, like she's continuing to turn to the right.
At this point, she's continuing to turn to the right, which is continuing to put him in harm's way. Now, advance the. So my point is, like, your argument that she wouldn't have backed up is nonsense. If you're trying to run over someone, you may back up and then accelerate into them. Nonetheless, we can see right now at this point to the officer, it would reasonably look like she's steering right into him. Now let's keep going.
Okay.
The front tire spins as she continues turning right.
Look, the car hasn't even advanced yet.
Okay, but she's trying to advance forward. So at this point, he would see that the tires
she's turning to the right the whole time.
Towards him. She's turning towards him.
No.
And the tire spins, so he sees at this point that she's accelerating towards him. Now let's see if she keeps spinning. Go ahead. Right now, he's right in line to be hit.
Feet away from Miss Good's SUV. He does not appear to move out of the way. As the SUV rolls forward, the agent unholsters...
Right there! Now pause. Did you see it was like literally a thousandth of a second that the wheel started to turning? Right now, is that tire in line with him?
It's turning to the right.
Is it in line with him right now?
When you say in line, do you mean you draw a line between him?
Correct.
And
if she immediately, if it was humanly possible for her to drop the wheel right now and she advanced forward, would it run over him?
Unclear. I think it probably would.
Okay. But so if we look at
now, she's continuing to turn, but she's turning to the right the whole time. You can ignore that.
I'm not ignoring it. The initial turn to the right, from his perspective, is putting him more in line with the vehicle. Right? At the time he draws his gun, this is what he would have saw. This woman back up. And if she would have just advanced forward from how she backed up, it would have went to the left of him. She turns the wheel directly towards him. He sees it start to accelerate. And at the time he draws his gun...
and continues to turn to the right.
Now listen, at the time he drew his gun right now, it still looks like she's steering into him. Now your argument is...
she's continuing to turn.
It doesn't matter. Right now, if you just acknowledge if she would have dropped the wheel, this would run him over. So to him, it looks like this. She was facing away from me and she turned... and accelerated, she's turning right towards me. He draws his gun as he's seeing that. Now, your argument is from this point, he should rationally be able to see that she's going to continue that turn and miss him.
Well, I think that a rational officer in his position would see her continue to turn to the right, would see that the car is to the stop. It's trivially easy to step to the side.
If she stopped turning to the right here, would a rational officer think that she was going to run him over?
If she stopped right there, and
that moment.
and it was clear that she's stopping right there,
yes,
I think that you'd have more indicia. I'm not sure.
So then your argument is
once she accelerates, she is
at the point she accelerated, she had literally
but that's assuming she stops turning the wheel to the right.
At the point she accelerated, she had turned the vehicle towards him. At this point, even still, the vehicle...
Let's keep watching. I don't want to cut your time.
We could keep going, but I just want to say right here, right? I just want to say your argument is now, at this point, it would be justified, but in the remaining, millisecond that you see it became unjustified because he should have known she was still turning. Go ahead.
Wait. Not at the point in which she's not accelerating, right?
She is accelerating. The tire skipped. Rewind it a little. She's already started to go forward here.
As the SUV.
Okay, yeah, it goes forward a little bit, but she's turning to the right, man. I mean, come on.
Yes, towards him.
And it's at what?
Holsters his
phone. See?
No, away from him.
No, towards him.
Cell phone video
all right, this is the cell phone video.
The camera drifting off to the left.
See, the car's advancing straight.
Focused on filming.
Straight at him.
It's at this point in the cell phone video where it first looks and sounds like the agent's getting knocked violently.
Let's watch it, okay?
On the other camera, we can see what's happening. Here is Agent Ross aiming his gun at Miss Good. And here is his outstretched arm leaning toward her vehicle, which is barely visible behind the Tahoe. His phone, which is gripped in his left hand, flips over when the agent's hand lands on the front of the vehicle.
This is what you hear as the quote-unquote hit.
There's an
Okay.
audible thud when it hits.
None of this changes anything we just watched.
Okay, I don't know. I'm
Towards
just
the sky.
So do you want to keep going with this?
Again,
We can.
while
I
it
think that
appears-
the
no, wait, can we just finish it and then we'll give our
that's
final thoughts?
fine.
and
You
move
can
on.
do your New York Times video that you think debunks it. That's fine.
Being knocked over, we can see that's not the case from the other angle, which shows he's standing with his hand near the headlight.
His legs are
torso
completely
and
outstretched.
legs away from the vehicle. In the cell phone footage, the agent's face flashes on screen, then it goes black. The other angle shows us why. We can see the agent's foot sliding, his hand bracing against the SUV, and his arm getting pressed into his chest. It is impossible to determine if this is happening
Pause.
because of the SUV's movement.
Okay, I know we're at a weird angle here, right? The direction that the wheels are turned right now, towards the officer where he's at or away?
So at this angle, how do you see the tire?
Well, don't you think that's important? Let's see what happens.
Movement or
Yeah.
the icy asphalt, or more likely, both. And what's very unclear because of the limited quality and availability of footage is
It
whether
looks like it's going
It doesn't-
towards him.
That looks like his hand, bro. That looks like
No,
his
no,
fucking
no.
hand
That's
right
not what I'm
there.
asking.
Okay.
Is the car going straight? Is it turning left or is it turning right?
It's turning. It's turning relative to itself to the right.
So towards this gray
Body.
truck.
Well, yeah, more. Yes, it's initiating to turn to the right.
Swiped
That's
by
what
the
I'm asking
vehicle as
because
his
you're
left foot
acknowledging
slides
she has
back.
the wheels turned. That's all I'm asking. Go ahead.
This moment is when Agent Ross fires. We see the other agent pull back from the SUV. Both of them stumble, apparently slipping on the ice. This is also the moment many have said looks like Agent Ross getting run over. And it does when watched at full speed.
Do you think that
but looking
you
more
acknowledge he's
closely,
at least touching the car, right?
Yeah, I think you touched the
you can
car.
see in
Okay.
multiple angles that there's a visible gap between the vehicle and his legs, indicating his feet are positioned outside the SUV's path.
So what we have is the
Agent's
time he
left
drew
hand
his
is still
gun
against the vehicle,
and started
gripping.
shooting, that she was turning the wheel towards him and advancing forward.
We see
She proceeded to turn the
Yeah.
wheel further
in the
that would have
clouds
put
and
him
the
out,
trees
but he had
overhead.
no way of knowing what she would
It's not
continue
because
doing.
the agent
He
is
also
not
had about I know
The
they
other angle
grotesquely slowed this down. Do you have the like actual footage so we could get the actual like time? Or do you have an estimate of what the time was? It's all less than a second from when he draws his gun to when he fires, right?
So it would depend what interval. Let's just finish the video. I don't want to cook your time, and I want to address the actual other
still
murder.
standing,
Okay.
continuing to maintain.
I think that
We can organize a longer conversation where you want to show
I'll
me what
just
you want
say,
to show
I
me.
think that it's
about
clear that
reaction
she
time.
was steering the tire. At the time he drew the gun, she had turned towards him, right? And the tires were facing him when she accelerated. That's when he drew his gun.
Okay, but I think you keep ignoring the fact that she's continuing to turn the wheel to the right, and that's what I'm saying is the intent.
It doesn't matter. But listen, how
reasonable
would he
intent.
know she would continue to go to the right? At some point,
Well,
if he thought he was about to be ran over, he's legitimately allowed to draw his gun and fire, correct?
Wait. If he thinks that they're intentionally trying to run her
If he
over,
thinks he's
run him
going
over,
to be
I
ran
think,
over.
yeah, yes.
Okay.
Well, yeah. If he thinks he's going to be that she is trying to run him over with her car, I think that he's within his rights to
So
shoot.
go back.
barring the officer.
Okay.
Created
At the
exception.
time he
doctrine, whatever.
draws his gun, right, you could see that he was outside the path of the vehicle and she turned the wheels to be in line with where he was and then advanced. When he drew his gun, that was the case. That's probably
Wait.
when he made the decision to fire. And you saying,
on it.
but he should have realized in the milliseconds later she was continuing to turn those wheels. It's absurd.
Wait. So you think that he made the decision to fire at the time where she began to press on the accelerator,
Correct.
and it would be reasonable at that time?
Correct.
Okay, and you think it would be unreasonable to think that in the next second and a half to realize that the threat at that point was over?
No, I think at
For the
that
other
point
shots
it's an
we see
unreasonable.
a bit-
Once he saw that she was at, oh shit, My computer just
But,
crashed.
but it's clear that she's.
I'll be
that
right
she-
back. My computer crashed.
After he made the quote unquote decision to shoot, he perceived her turning, even.
What's up, stream? I guess I'm going to keep you entertained until Rob gets back. So,
Anyway, we can move on. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No doubt. No. Yes.
I think that you
so
did. I think the evidence heavily favors when I thought that.
I couldn't disagree.
Uh-huh.
I couldn't disagree more.
I'm
but,
sure, but that's fine.
I know. On this recent thing, I think that you think the use of force is unreasonable under the Fourth Amendment.
I don't know. Like I'll be honest with you. This is going to sound like a cop out, but it's just the truth. I don't know the specifics of the legal term of that. What I would say is this, that there would be what I would consider, and I assume the law allows for, that there are tragic accidents that happen that are unreasonable in a sense, but that are still not justified. For example, like an officer could negligently like be spinning his gun and drop it and it hits the ground and shoots and kills someone. I don't know that we say that he had the intent to murder someone, et cetera, but that's still, he's just, or
Put aside
he
the
is
murder thing, right?
liable.
Yeah. So let's just think about it in the context of like civil damages, right? If you were going to do a wrongful death suit against, assuming this were available as a civil action against either the officer themselves or against whatever, you would need to show that the use of force wasn't reasonable under the Fourth Amendment and use of force policies. Because if it is
Yeah,
reasonable
that sounds
under the Fourth Amendment, there's no
ironically
liability.
reasonable.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Right.
Like they like if it's a reasonable shoot, then yes. But there's
Right. So a
different
reasonable
levels
shoot
of
you wouldn't be liable for it. It would just be an unfortunate incident that was legal to do.
yeah, and so I don't know what the civil standard of that would be. I don't know. And my feeling is probably the most likely scenario here is there was a negligent discharge. If there had been an actual discharge, then it would have been reasonable for them to shoot. But if it wasn't, if it was one of the officer's guns, then that officer's mistake in that point led to, at that point, it was reasonable for them to shoot. But the unreasonable nature was that it was a mistake that the officer fired into the ground first.
Yeah, but there's no good reason to think that there was a negligent discharge.
Well, I don't know. It seems like that first shot, it seems different, right? I don't know, though. And that's what I'm saying. And there's a lot of people that are showing that it looks like the slide
let's
of the
assume there's
gun.
no. Okay.
So let's assume the answer is no then. Okay. Like,
so if there was no negligent discharge, I think in order to think that there ought be civil liability, I think you have to say that it was an unreasonable, objective by the standards of use of force in the Fourth Amendment, that it was unreasonable.
I think that I don't know if that's true or not because I don't know exactly how the civil liability works. But my impression is this: that I could, if there's no negligent discharge, I could think that this is what happened, right? and this would be the most likely scenario other than the negligent discharge, that they heard someone yell gun, right? They saw him struggling. They didn't see that the officer removed the gun, right? And then, and the sense that he was struggling, they were afraid as they were backing up that he was reaching for the gun and discharged. And in that sense, I think that it probably is not reasonable that they shot him in that sense. And though I don't think it rises to the level of criminal murder or anything. Things like this happen a lot, and oftentimes officers aren't charged. I could bring up at least several videos.
Put aside the charging thing. There could be a bunch of reasons why you don't charge as a matter of policy, or because you don't think, okay, maybe you can prove it in a preponderance of evidence, but not beyond a reasonable doubt. There could be a lot, or maybe people aren't willing to testify, whatever. Like, there could be a bunch of reasons why these case is like not in fact brought. Putting aside whether or not the feds want to touch it with the 5-foot pole or anything. Like, I get that. You can say that, but like that's not what I'm getting at. What I'm getting at is the reasonability aspect of it. The justification applies both in the civil and criminal context. And if it's unreasonable as a matter of law, as a matter of Fourth Amendment law, putting aside the burdens, putting aside the jury determination, putting all that aside, in your mind, if you find it unreasonable, objectively, such that you think it's deserving of civil damages, I think we should get you that there's some criminal liability here.
Well, I disagree, and I think your own rationale in a previous discussion we had would show why. For example, what is the penalty? What is a penalty for treason? Or what is treason? Let's start with that.
Treason is levying war, giving aid or comfort to the enemies.
And the phrase of levying war is very expansive, right? What it means.
No, I think it's very limited.
Okay, so why don't you explain a little bit?
I think levying war is insurrection.
Okay, and what's insurrection?
Insurrection is an assemblage with a public purpose, using force or intimidation to resist the execution of a law of the United States.
So you acknowledge that there have been anti-ICE insurrections that have occurred here, right?
Yeah, there have been.
And according to you, that would all
a form of treason.
All of those people committed treason, and a possible penalty for treason is the death penalty, correct?
It's a possible penalty. Yeah.
Okay, and yet you would say, I don't know. I don't think they should be given the death penalty, correct?
Yeah, but that's about the penalty. That's not about whether there's liability.
Okay, so you would acknowledge then, I guess, in the sense that if you want to say, of course, all of these people have committed treason, right? But you don't recommend charging them. I guess in that same sense, I could say sense.
Yeah, you could just say that, like, I don't think that they should be for a lot of jails. Like, I don't think that he should be charged for whatever reason. I think that, like, okay, he should just be like fired or demoted, or he should have additional training. You can say whatever you want on that. Right now I'm being a little placid because I'm like kind of in like a calm mood, demeanor, whatever. I think it's disgusting. Just to tell you, but like I'm just trying to like build a bridge with you and like be just calm, and I'm kind of in a nice calm mood right now. So I just want to be clear about that.
You might not
I think
be.
It's fucking gross.
That's fine.
I know that he wouldn't be charged. I think it's fucking disgusting. But that is a logically consistent position. I'm just trying to say, like, if you think it's unreasonable, I think
honestly,
it's entailed that you think that there was a criminal violation, even if it doesn't rise to the mens rea of malice, because he's shooting him with practical certainty that death will result. And if it's unreasonable, it's by definition not justified.
I don't know. There's different levels of the reasonability. It would be unreasonable that the initial shot, if there was a negligent discharge, or unreasonable that the initial person thought that he was reaching for the gun. But it is reasonable if you suspect they are reaching for the gun to eliminate the threat before they could shoot. So there are different levels of it. The initial decision to shoot may have been unreasonable, but the idea, and again, I don't know like the legal standard of the term reasonable. It's a tragic mistake. Do I think it's reasonable if someone has a gun on their hip and they also inside their holster have a lighter and they reach for the lighter and I think they're reaching for the gun and I defend myself? Is it reasonable that I thought they were reaching for the gun? Yeah.
It could be. I know that. So I'm assuming that you're granting that it's unreasonable. I'm assuming that you're granting that it's unreasonable.
Right. Well, so what I'm saying is like, so I don't know. Right. So I would say in that situation, it was like I shouldn't have shot because it didn't seem that I was in an imminent threat, even though it looked like he was reaching for the gun and it turned out I was mistaken. But was it reasonable for me to think he was going after the gun? Maybe. So I'm saying that there's nuance.
Are you saying that you think that it could be reasonable for purposes of civil damages but not for purposes of
Well,
criminal
no, I'm not
liability.
even saying
That's what
that. I'm
Oh.
just saying, in my opinion, I would think that there's different
Oh.
levels of what I, as an individual, say to the specifics of the law of like what would qualify as criminal versus civil. My gut feeling is what they'll say that this was basically a tragic accident because either a negligent discharge or they thought that he was reaching for a firearm as he was resisting arrest, and that they shouldn't have shot, but that it was reasonable for them to think that he could have been reaching for the weapon.
So why would they be civilly liable?
Because I think the
for-
standard. I think the standard is different. I don't think it would have to be beyond reasonable doubt. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. The standard
Okay,
civilly would be
in
low.
your mind, so that could be a reason not to charge them. But you actually do think it was unreasonable.
I don't know.
Such that they should be.
I'm
you're
telling
not
you
sure
my
about
gut. I'm telling you my gut feeling is I could see a case to say that it's unreasonable, and that my suspicion would be that it would lead to some sort of civil penalty. Let's say that it was a negligent discharge.
Yeah.
Is it reasonable for them to fire then?
Not that many shots. Not as many shots.
Well,
as
I
actually
think you're.
occurred.
I don't think you're going to be on solid legal ground there. Like, what are officers
think I am.
instructed to do?
Yeah, until the threat is over. And so
Right.
maybe it would justify some initial shots, but not when he's lying prone, hands visible, when the guy's backing up.
I don't think.
That's
I don't
not
think that there would be
proportional.
much. Usually, in my understanding, is the way these cases. Like, there's been cases I was looking at where 15 shots were fired at a person and they were fine with it. Where 9 shots have been fired from a person and they were fine with it. Like, they didn't charge. Like, so the idea, like, I don't know. I think that's shakier ground for you. We'll see. I guess.
Okay, I'll do 2. I want to give you your full 30 minutes, and at some point I have to go, so I'm gonna cut off. We should have another longer conversation at some point with like a moderator or something, and we can get mad at each other and we can put on our real faces. And
Okay.
I know that you're gonna bring them the energy in the next part. The last 2 things I'll say on this is, one, just know that like the Fourth Amendment standard. I'm just telling you, and you can ask Ryan about it if you don't believe the Fourth Amendment standard is going to be like the same. Like, and now I understand the burdens are different in a criminal context versus civil, but if you're granting that you think it's justified, like if that's what you actually feel, you could say something like, I think it's unjustified, but I don't think it could prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. Like, that's something you can say, right? Obviously, that would justify one versus the other. But if you take the view that it was unjustified, from an objective perspective, if you have a strong view that it was unjustified, for example, I think you have to grant that there's some criminal liability that's possible here. Doesn't mean that you have to charge. Doesn't mean you think that they should charge or whatever. That's just one thing I'll let you know. And I'll give you the last word on it. But debate it some other time.
I think that for me, I think this is far more up in the air than the Renee Good shooting. I think that this one's sketchier. Now, that doesn't mean, like, even to the degree that I could think that this would lead to a criminal penalty, it does very little to impact what I think the policies of ICE should be as far as the continued detention. Right, but I'm just saying.
I would think that you might be a hypocrite if you did that.
Right, well, I've been consistent on the Byrd, the Renee Good, and this shooting. I don't know that we could say the same with you. Just saying.
I'm not sure either. But okay, I'm gonna give you till 2:30 because I know that's more than 30 minutes, but I had way more than 30 minutes.
Okay.
I do appreciate the time we spent on these 2 cases.
Okay.
I do think that we should, like, at some point, like, organize a longer conversation. I don't know if you're interested in Whick moderating.
The guy that just called for criminality? No, thanks. I think you should talk to Whick.
Shit.
If you're
Hit me
friends
with the
with Whick,
hypocrisy
you should
stuff.
fucking tell him to stop saying that shit. It's a really bad idea.
Well, I don't think he should say it. Yeah, no, I don't think he should say it. So for the audience, Whick said he's encouraging obstruction
And getting arrested.
And getting arrested and like lying and stuff. I don't think that that's a good thing to say, because like peaceful protest for me is like enough, and it's like the gold standard, and we don't want to give more excuses for like these and what we think are these crazed ICE officers to like shoot you and kill you. I don't think that that's good to say, and so like I don't think Whick should say it. Now I want to be clear. I think it's First Amendment protected speech, and I don't think that it is at all that anyone should be able to criminally prosecute Whick for saying that. You're allowed to, in abstract, support criminality, even explicitly. That is protected speech. But no, hit me with your thoughts there, Rob, on everything. Take your time. 2:30, I have to be out. It's a hard out, unfortunately.
Is it a crime to engage in an insurrection?
It is.
Okay, so if Whick is telling people to insurrect, isn't that a crime?
No.
Why not?
Not if it doesn't. Because in order, First Amendment protected speech is not engagement in insurrection.
Okay, did you and the Colorado court not both say that his partial proof that Trump engaged in an insurrection was his words?
Yes.
Okay, so then why wouldn't this be sufficient? Telling someone to insurrect
Well,
would
one,
not
he
be
didn't
engaging
say
in an
that.
insurrection.
Well, A, he didn't advocate insurrection.
Yes, he did.
That's number one.
And telling people,
And two, even if he did, it wouldn't be engagement in insurrection, even
Tell-
if he explicitly advocated for it.
telling people to engage in the common purpose of using violence or intimidation to impede law enforcement is insurrection, correct?
Not by itself, no.
Why not? What else needs to be met to be an
Because-
insurrection?
Well, first of all, factually, that's not what Whick said. He said obstruction, and obstruction doesn't necessarily, it's a different definition than insurrection. So he wasn't advocating.
No,
for
that's
insurrection.
that's not the point. What is the definition of insurrection?
An assemblage, that's a public gathering of 2 people or more for a common purpose to obstruct any federal law using force or intimidation, and for a public purpose.
Okay.
4 elements.
Would
That's the Draper
obstruction
test.
would obstruction be force or intimidation?
It depends. Sometimes.
Give me
yes,
an
sometimes no.
example of when it wouldn't be.
For example, submitting false documents to testify, refusing to comply with
Okay.
a lawful
How about
order,
obstruction in the moment?
I'm going to give you some more examples. Like having like a sit-in in the middle of a highway is not force or intimidation. So there are many things that could be obstruction that are not force or intimidation or
preventing the arrest of people.
It could be or it could not be.
Okay. So it
force or
seems
intimidation.
clear.
You're asking it could be insurrection or for force or intimidation.
Okay, so we have so it seems clear to me that there are ongoing insurrections, and not only is Whick in support of that, he's telling people to continue with that behavior based on the rationale that this was proved.
That's not what he said.
It is. He told people that they have a moral obligation to obstruct ICE and to get arrested.
Yeah, that doesn't mean insurrection. For example,
I think I just want to be
civil
clear.
rights protests were
The all of a sudden the leniency on what it means to engage in an insurrection based on language has changed precipitously. With Trump, the Colorado court said evidence that he was engaging in insurrection were things like this. He retweeted someone saying the cavalry is coming. That was part of the evidence. He said things like, Mitch McConnell's not a fighter. We need people like Jim Jordan or whatever to fight. That was evidence that the Colorado court gave that Trump's language was engaging in an insurrection. If Trump had specifically said, I want you to obstruct law enforcement that's trying to secure the certification of the election, you would have said, my God, that's evidence that he was engaged in an insurrection.
So I don't think you're understanding the Colorado Supreme Court opinion. I will just say the standard that they're applying is Brandenburg. How Trump was found to have engaged in insurrection in the Colorado Supreme Court decision is through incitement, and that incitement standard under Brandenburg has specific elements, and one of those elements is intent. And of course, for totality of circumstances, all of that evidence is relevant to ascertain Trump's intent. And part of it's not the whole pie. It's building a foundation to show what Trump wanted to accomplish.
Okay, so
and that's going to be informed by prior statements. Wait, I just want to be clear. It's informed by prior statements that get to his state of mind, but they don't by themselves constitute liable. He's not liable for those statements. Those statements inform his intent, which is part of the Brandenburg test for incitement.
So in order to incite, you had to intend to incite, and in this case, intend to incite an insurrection.
You need to, in this case, intend to incite an insurrection. That's correct.
Okay. And you agree that there are insurrections, at least some of them ongoing now?
I'm not sure.
Were there some yesterday?
I don't know if there were some yesterday.
Okay, when a bunch of
There
people
have been
got
some.
together, fought against ICE, threw tear gas back at them, and someone bit off the finger of one of the law enforcement, was that an insurrection?
I don't have enough facts to determine that based on the biting of the finger.
Do you heavily suspect that there was an insurrection yesterday?
I don't heavily suspect it. I'm not sure.
I find that to be incredibly disingenuous. Do you heavily suspect that today there was an insurrection as they tried to break into this hotel?
Same answer. Same answer.
So I find that to be incredibly disingenuous. So I guess I'll say, for the sake of the audience, I think that Whick and you would have seen the actions that were going on that would qualify as an insurrection, which are people united for a common purpose, for a public good.
I agree there have been
that
some.
reduce
I agree
violence
there have been
and
some.
intimidation. So Whick saw that and then specifically called for actions that would be tantamount to an insurrection, which was he
Well, no,
told.
he
Let me finish.
specifically didn't.
Let me
No,
finish.
he specifically didn't.
He
did
told people to obstruct. Now, a reasonable person
not
would say
insurrection.
that he meant obstruction in the same sense that we see people obstructing, which would be an insurrection. The idea that, no, when he was telling them they had a moral obligation to obstruct, he didn't mean in the very way the obstruction was occurring at the time he was saying that. He meant things like mislead with paperwork. So it is
Yeah, but
clear
you're
that
just-
there is, let me
you're
finish.
just not understanding
If
incitement.
let me finish. If it is a question of intent, is Whick telling people that he wants them to use violence, intimidation to unite for a common purpose to obstruct a federal law? The clear answer is yes. So that would mean that Whick has met the Brandenburg standard for intent to commit an insurrection. Would you at least, I know you're going to say you disagree, would you at least be
No, I
for,
disagree.
would you at least be for an FBI investigation into him?
Of course not. I think it's clearly First Amendment protected speech.
But it wasn't for Trump. You were for the investigation of him.
I wasn't in favor of the investigation for him because I thought that what he did was incitement, and I also thought that what he did was broader than just incitement. He was never charged with incitement. It was a broader conspiracy, and I don't think that the facts that predicate facts exist for Whick.
So if it was just incitement, you would have said, no. Even though legally they could investigate, you wouldn't have recommended it against Trump.
No, I think they should have investigated Trump for incitement.
Okay, but not Whick.
Correct.
Why? Wick's clearly more
Because-
inciting. He's literally telling people to break the law. Trump never did that.
But so again, advocating for law breaking is protected speech.
Not if it's
you agree with that?
advocating for an insurrection.
No. If it's not protected, if it's incitement, but you
Right.
can say, for example, I think it's morally justified. I think people have a moral justification to murder Republicans. That's protected speech. Do you agree with that? Yes or no?
I don't know. It probably would
It
be
is, I'll tell
protected.
you.
Okay. Nonetheless, you said Trump's speech wasn't protected when he said things like fight like hell.
Because I think it rests. Well, because I think the facts and circumstances there, with more again, I don't think the speech by itself in that moment. I think you needed some additional investigation to really get the intent prong beyond a reasonable doubt.
Mhm.
And so I don't think just based on the ellipse video and the speech by itself and just that would be enough.
But
I'm
it's
just being
also
clear
his
about that.
previous,
But
it's previous statements.
it's all that. It's the statements that he's having with respect to his
Where
his
did he-
inner circle.
where
it's
did
the
he ever-
observations that,
Where did he
from
ever
the- from
suggest?
the-
Where did he ever suggest that he wanted an insurrection, or that he was suggesting violence or
He wouldn't-
intimidation?
No. I'm sorry. No, that's not that. There's like an explicit. I don't know why you think that the standard is some explicit statement or
Okay,
conspiracy.
fair
with
enough.
incitement. That's
Do
not-
you think that?
yeah.
Do you think that it is in? We already agree that it's insurrection to use violence, intimidation to prevent the execution of law. Do you think Whick wants to prevent the execution
public
of
purpose,
ICE?
assemblage.
Do you think Whick wants to
assemblage
prevent the
public purpose.
execution of ICE?
By definition, he's calling for obstruction, which is to
Okay.
resist the federal law.
So at the very least, we know Whick is telling people to go out for a common purpose, to resist, right? How is this not intent that he's calling? And that's what you said the standard was, intent for insurrection. That
Well-
would be incitement. How
well,
is
he's
that not
no,
intent?
the
He's
question-
specifically
the
calling.
question. The question is whether he engaged. Whether he engaged. in
Correct. And
insurrection.
you can
He
engage
in
via
insurrection.
incitement.
Correct, but his statements don't rise to incitement.
Why?
'Cause
He's
it doesn't fulfill the
specifically
Random
telling
test.
people to insurrect.
Well, so no, he's not explicitly telling them.
That's not true.
You agree with
You've
that?
already agreed that he's at least met. He meets the standards of that.
No,
He's telling
I
people-
did not
would you-
agree with
would-
that.
Do you think he's telling people to unite for a common purpose?
No,
You don't. So when he says
No.
it's moral for all of you to obstruct and go to jail, there's not a common purpose there.
That-
He's just saying that.
no, wait,
for individual
the-
purpose?
The element you're looking for is assemblage. There. That's the
Okay,
first
is he
element.
telling multiple people to go out? Yes, that would be assemblage.
I'm not sure that that's explicit. You can say that it's implied, but I don't think it's explicit. But
Well-
even putting that aside, what he's saying is he's advocating in for law breaking with obstruction, and that doesn't entail force or intimidation.
I think a reasonable person could see it rises to the level of at least suspicion, given that we see that these insurrections are ongoing, and he's looking at them and saying that you morally should go join in. Next, the insurrections that are occurring.
Wait. The one example he gave was lying to DHS, and you also know Whick, and I know Whick. Whick is like a cuck in terms of peace and in terms of not advocating for violence.
I disagree.
You know
I disagree. I think if I would have thought that until I heard, I think I would have heard that until I heard him tell people, while insurrections are ongoing and violence against ICE is ongoing, telling people that you have a moral duty to obstruct them and go to jail. I no longer believe that.
Wait! Don't you see him all the time, like fucking woke scolding Destiny and?
Didn't you see Trump say go be peaceful?
No. But like you actually see Whick go and like not just do self-serving statements. He has built a reputation for doing the peace. The
man's words are clear cut.
In a way that
the man's words are clear cut in what he said here, and it is clear to everyone watching that your standard on the language of Trump that nowhere rose near to the level of what Whick said was somehow speaking to intent to incite, but not what.
When you say didn't raise the standard in Brandenburg or some other standard,
the intent to incite that you're giving under Brandenburg.
Well, again, I think that the standard for incitement is just so trivially unmet in the Whick case.
So now there are insurrections are going. What do you think the goal of the insurrectionists are?
It depends on which insurrection you're talking about. But
give me a general thought.
The ones that I acknowledge, it is to resist the enforcement of federal law.
Okay. And so, given that it was very loose, the language Trump used, if the insurrectionists are resisting federal law, and you yourself are on X as you're watching the insurrection saying abolish ICE, how isn't that you engaging in an insurrection?
Wait, so in what respect am I watching an insurrection happen?
Did you watch the violence yesterday against ICE?
Which one are you referring to?
Well, in Minneapolis.
Again, which instance are you referring to? The violence when they shot the guy?
No, I'm referring to the violence that was meted out afterwards to law enforcement. In fact, was not when the guy got shot, was he not committing an insurrection?
No.
2 or more people obstructing. He put his hands on law enforcement, common purpose to prevent the execution of ICE carrying out their duties. How's that not an insurrection?
Yeah, I don't buy that you've met out any of those.
Okay,
elements.
You don't buy. Okay, one. Was there 2 people or more?
There was an assemblage of people. There were.
Okay, so I met that element. Were they united for a common purpose?
So, I'm not sure about that.
I think you know that they were united to prevent ICE. Right?
They were there to do lawful things like observe and not to use force
for a common purpose. They were there for a common purpose.
I'm not sure the specific intent of these people. I suspect.
Were they there to resist law?
I don't have any evidence of that.
Did he put his hands on?
On who?
On an CBP officer.
I'm not sure about that.
He did.
But putting your hands on a police officer isn't a crime by itself, or use of force or intimidation.
Sure, it is. It is force and intimidation if you are literally putting your hands on an officer trying to carry out their duties. In addition,
you need to have intent there, Rob. You need to have intent. He was maced. He was maced and was being fucking pistol whipped.
He put his hands on. He
was moving around.
He put his hands on before he was maced.
He put his hands on a woman to pick her up because he's
after he was maced.
He's an ICU nurse.
The woman got maced, and then he went in between the woman and the officer, put his hands on the officer, and then got maced to prevent the execution of the law.
To pick her up.
No. He put. How was him putting his hands on law enforcement to pick her up?
Wait, I don't remember when he put his hands. He put his hand up. Hand up. That's what I saw.
If he touched that law enforcement officer in an attempt to prevent them from going towards this woman, that is a crime. In addition,
whether it's a crime or not doesn't mean that it's that stopping him in that moment was for a public purpose.
Of course it was.
When it seems like his concern, is the well-being of this woman who fell.
Does it have to be putting on your hands to use violence or intimidation?
Well, it doesn't need to be putting on hands for violence or intimidation, but not every not every contact between peoples constitutes
Would you say
force or
causing
intimidation.
Would you say causing pain or discomfort to law enforcement officers would rise to the level of intimidation?
It would rise to the level of force.
Okay, so when they're
Putting them
blowing
in
rape
pain.
whistles right in their ear, that could
Oh my God.
destroy eardrums.
I'm not sure if I would consider that force or intimidation.
I think I would. I think that's clearly intimidation. And that's what these group of people. So there was an ongoing insurrection based on your own.
So do you know what intimidation is?
Yes, intimidation is. Well, you give me the legal standard. I know what I would call intimidation. What's
What
the
would you
legal
call it? And I'll give
definition
you
of
what I think it is.
intimidation?
I'll tell you what I'll tell you what I think it is, and you tell me what you think it is. Do you want me to go
Okay.
first?
Sure.
Okay. I think it's putting someone. I take intimidation to be a form of threat. Put someone in reasonable apprehension of bodily injury. That is with an intention to do so.
Yeah, I agree. I think that sounds about right. And I would say blowing rape whistles and screaming "fuck you" and all that stuff leads to that level. Yep.
So you think then definitionally every single Dan Sixer who's saying "fuck you," they're all engaged in intimidation?
Yes, I would say anyone's like "fuck you, ICE," blah blah blah,
No.
as they're clashing.
But Jan Sixers too, just saying "fuck you."
Yes, the ones that are screaming at law officers
No.
saying "fuck you" and blah blah blah, and advancing to them and pushing, I would say is intimidation. I didn't share your definition of insurrection, but sure, I would say that's intimidating. Particularly in a world where we
Is
see
it intimidating?
now let's
Is it intimidation?
yeah. Now when we see a world where these ICE officers are being threatened all over the place, and we see this occurring, this clearly was intimidation. So this was actually an
Oh, Wick
insurrection.
wants in. Do you want to talk to Wick?
Sure.
Because we both have words to say to him. Okay.
Yeah.
Wick. Let me add you to the call real quick. Let's see if I can add you to the call, Wick. Do you want to be added? Let's just make sure he wants to be added. Just tell me in the chat if you want. Oh, he DM'd me. Uh-oh, Wick. I think you fucked up a little bit, Wick. I think you fucked up. You need to be friends with. We're not friends? Send friend request. Sorry. You have to send to Rob.
Who, me and you?
Yeah, you have to send my friend request.
Okay.
Like, we're friends, right?
I have to send you a friend request. How the fuck do I do
No,
that?
I sent it. I sent it to you. I sent it to you.
Okay. I accepted. All right.
Because Rob and I agreed that you did it bad here. You weren't supposed to say that. But I think that your speech is protected, Wick. I will say that. I think that your Wick is protected.
Well, I mean, because your standard is grotesquely different. Nonetheless, I'm happy to
It's the First Amendment standard. You're allowed to say, I want criminal things to happen. And I want you to do crimes.
You thought
That's
it
allowed.
rose to the level of incitement of an insurrection when Trump said things like
Yeah,
fight
because
like
there's
hell.
Brandenburg. Because he meets Brandenburg.
I think Wick meets Brandenburg.
Fight like hell.
I think Wick
he
meets
does.
Brandenburg. I think he does. I think it's clear that Wick was having a
Well,
far
agree
more
to
call
disagree.
to violence, intimidation, and insurrection than Trump was. Definitionally.
Mr. Wick and Rob, you're on the air. Wick, what'd you do, man? Let's give the floor first. Let's have this organized to Rob, so that he can lay out his case, and then Wick, you can give your defense. Is that cool?
I'm your guest. It's your channel.
Yeah,
Cool.
Wick,
Rob, why
you
don't
told
you start?
people you're a coward. You told people to put their bodies on the line to obstruct law enforcement and to get arrested. You do so from your comfy chair. This is two things. One, it's probably a crime because you've probably incited an insurrection. Secondly, even if it's not, you're inciting people to break the law, which is despicable. And third, you're going to lead to people being harmed or arrested, which is absolutely despicable. And the situations like we saw are going to become more inevitable because of scumbags like you that encourage people to go out there and challenge law enforcement.
Wick, your response?
Okay, so coward's a funny word for someone who decided to go behind my back, not approaching me, but going to Pisco to talk about me without talking to me, without, confronting me yourself. So the coward's a funny word to use there. I'll start with that. Second of all, when we talk about blood on our hands, I think that the people who are defending these ICE agents and preventing them from being held accountable is just going to lead to these ICE agents continuing to kill people in the street and to brutalize women and to brutalize civilians just for exercising their First Amendment and Second Amendment rights. So if anyone has blood on their hands, it is you, sir. And third, I absolutely stand by my statement that we have a moral obligation to obstruct ICE. And what I mean by that, and I say, if you're a Christian, if you're a patriotic American, you currently have a moral obligation to obstruct ICE. If they come to you and they ask you, where are the Spanish people? Where are the Hmong people? Where are the Somalians hiding? Lie to them. You don't know. You haven't seen shit. Okay? If you see them, hit record. Take out your phone and hit record. Thank God people.
But that's not obstruction. But that's not obstruction.
Let me finish.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, again, record these people. Record these people, and thank God someone was recording that poor petty guy who got shot, right? Because otherwise, people would still be pushing the DHS lies that they put out, and it's crazy to me that you would defend DHS in this. That's insane. And look, I explicitly said to do this all non-violently. Don't touch them. Don't hurt them, don't threaten them, but absolutely do not cooperate in any way, shape, or form with them.
Okay, I'll respond. One, wasn't an act of cowardice, as seeing as how I started my stream and I had no idea that you would recommend it from your comfy chair that other people go put their bodies on the line by breaking the law. And so that came on in the course of this. Second, I didn't plan to talk to Pisco. Pisco happened to call into the show, and I was like, did you see what Whick said? And he acknowledged that it was a bad idea. Third, whataboutism, even if I was a coward, it doesn't prove that you're not. I noticed that you won't be out there actively obstructing ICE. You just tell your phone, please. I gave you a long.
No. If I see ICE, I'm absolutely going to do those things. If ICE comes to Philadelphia,
let Robert respond. Let Robert respond. Yeah,
I was capable of sitting there quiet, something that Whick is incapable of doing. In fact, his lack of sort of ability to control himself is why we find ourselves in this position in the first place, where he is actively recommending that his audience break the law, which is despicable. And the idea that this somehow means that, like, oh, that there's blood on my hands or something is ludicrous. It would be no different than saying there was blood on your hands if you didn't think that the shooting of Ashley Babbitt was criminal. This is stupid. You have no idea what I've said. And people like you that are encouraging people to go obstruct ICE, it's what makes violent confrontations with ICE more likely and why these things will continue. Now I'll ask you a specific question. When you say obstruct, you're claiming just non-violently. If it is a religious thing, as a Christian, as an American, you should obstruct. Should you also put your body on the line to prevent them physically from arresting such as some illegal? Should you try to interfere and get in their way to help the person escape? What do you think?
So I will say this, that Petty, when he went to stop that ICE officer from brutalizing the woman and he stood between them, he did something that was righteous and just. And the fact that he was beaten and then murdered for it is shameful and despicable. So when you say things like, oh, you're a coward, if they come to Philadelphia and I happen to be in the area and I see ICE, I'll take out my phone, I will film them, I will not cooperate with them. This is not a coward's position.
That's not the question. Wait, let me finish. That's not obstruction, one. Secondly, okay, so your argument is if you see law enforcement struggling with someone and trying to arrest them, whether it be someone that's you think is an illegal alien.
Hold on, what did I say?
You didn't answer the question. That's what you said. So I'm asking you specifically the question. The question that I'm okay. If you see them trying to arrest an illegal, are you telling people to get in the way?
Again, it depends on the context. I think that in the context of the Freddie situation, what he did was righteous and just. Yes.
Do you think should he have put his hands on officers to try to prevent them from?
He didn't put his hands on officers.
That's not true. He did.
Oh no, he didn't. You were lying.
I didn't see that, Rob. I didn't see that.
Yeah, that's not in the video.
Okay.
You show me the frame where he puts the thing. We can pull up the video if you like.
Yep.
He does not throw hands whatsoever. All he does, in fact, he tries to help the lady up and walk away, but the ICE agents drag him back. They pin him down. They punch him in the face repeatedly with a gas canister. They pin him down. They disarm him, and then they shoot him dead. That is
yeah, but
what
wait, that's not
happened.
obstruction, right? Like I don't think that he was. I agree with you. I think that he was picking her up with the purpose of trying to help her, and I don't think he had the intent to obstruct ICE in its duties. And that's why I don't understand. Like, yeah, I agree that you should record. I agree that you should do. I think that's protected. The courts have found that's protected. I don't think that what Alex did. There's any reason to think that what he did was criminal in that context. And people who are saying that are just fucking don't have like a clear idea of what's going on. And I don't actually think that there's any good reason for the stop, frankly, in the first place, or even detaining him in that case. And so I don't, with respect to the lies, I don't know why we would say actively lie to DHS as opposed to just like not talking to them and just like not cooperating. So like I just don't understand. Like, can't you say all that without saying do obstruction? Because that by its definition seems like it's saying do crimes.
Are you just mad at the word obstruction?
Well, I just interpreted that when you say obstruct them, I thought what you were saying is do the crime of obstruction.
Okay,
and I think that's dangerous
then.
a little bit because like, oh yeah, cool.
Okay, I'm clarifying then. I'm saying that you should not cooperate. You should lie to them if they're trying to find someone, right, and things like that, because you can't be sure if they're telling you the truth. They've lied too much. And I think you have a moral obligation to let people know when ICE is going to be in the area, where they are going, let people know what kind of cars they're driving, where they're going, all that stuff. You should let people know what they're saying. You should blow your little whistles, right? You should honk your horns. Just make the community aware, because they are currently, I consider them kind of a domestic terrorist organization at this point. I think that they're.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think this is absolutely.
He wasn't done. Sorry,
Okay.
My bad. Just finish real quick.
Yeah, sure. You should record them. And again, these are things that ICE officers themselves have implied and told citizens that are illegal. And if they are, I'm not a lawyer, right? If they are illegal, you should do them anyway.
There you go. So there you have it. He is recommending that you should break the law. These things are illegal. This is no different, and I hope that we find the people in the signal chat that I haven't had a chance to talk about yet. I hope the people that are actively coming together in efforts to obstruct law enforcement using, as you hear Whick saying here, he's willing to use violence and intimidation. These are people.
Hold on. I said specifically non-violence.
This would be intimidation.
What would?
Blowing the whistles, getting in their way, etc., doing what Freddie did. That's intimidation.
What Freddie did was not an intimidation, and only a loser and a fool would call that intimidation.
That is so
only a coward, loser, and a fool, a fat little fuck, would call that intimidation.
Whoa! You went personal first. You went personal first.
Let him go. I know the big man that wants to tell his audience to go out and break the law and put their bodies on the line, which will lead to violent altercations with ICE, wants to call other people names. I don't mind at all. I don't need to resort to that. You called me a coward.
You're getting
yes, I do think it's an act. I do think it's an act of cowardice to suggest that other people break the law while you're not doing so. I do think that's an act of cowardice, and it's a dangerous act. And I think that you could see that there is a time where they first push that woman down, that Freddie, gets in the way and puts hands. He's making physical contact with the person. And I think that suggesting...
With the woman, right? With the woman, right? With the woman?
No, he's making contact with ICE.
It doesn't look like CBP. It's in the video.
It is what it shows in the video. And I'm trying to find it clear.
Can you show us the frame where you think that he's putting his hands on ICE?
Yes, he is making.
Maybe when he's getting beaten. Sorry, it's horrible. I'm bad.
Yes, when he's physically intervening, when he sees them push them down, he gets.
Tell you what, Rob. Rob. Here's the thing I'm gonna tell you right now, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if an ICE agent goes and they push your wife down, I will get in the way and I will protect her. I would hope that you would do the same.
I don't give a shit what your appeal to emotion here is.
Is that an appeal to emotion? I'm just stating a simple fact of what I would do.
You're invoking his wife. You're invoking his wife, and you're basically calling him.
So
you're invoking his wife, basically saying he's not a real man.
If you were there on January 6th and there were times where officers you thought were going over the line, would you have got in between the officers and them?
Yes.
I don't believe you.
Well,
they
you
control
don't
the
have
shit.
to. I don't care what you
And,
think or believe.
and otherwise, you could try to defend yourself here. What you're doing is grotesque, and probably is a violation of YouTube
Hold on,
standards.
by telling people
I gave
to
you a chance. I
stop.
gave you a chance. I'm going to
Oh,
go ahead
hold
and
on.
say my piece. I can
Okay,
control
say your
myself,
piece. Go.
unlike you. I don't need to resort to the little petty bullshit you're saying and interrupt. It's
You
probably a
called me a
violation of.
coward.
It's probably a
I'm fine
violation.
with
Wait,
it.
wait, wait,
You like a-
just
Sure,
let Rob
sure.
just let Rob talk.
It's probably a violation of YouTube standards to recommend that your audience breaks the law. Now, I just wanted you to recant because I don't want anything bad to happen to you, but to the point where you're telling people to actively engage in the types of behavior like we see with these ICE signal chats, which there quite literally could be a RICO standard or a RICO case that will be built because there are people actively instructing people on how to obstruct ICE, something that you're recommending. You're also saying that the things like blowing the whistles in their ear, screaming at them, shouting at them, honking at them, and you would even go as far as Freddie and other people that at times, depending on the situation, you would prevent them from arresting people, shows that you are willing to use what would be tantamount to intimidation. You can't put your hands on ICE. You can't prevent them from arresting people. That is not your place. And to recommend to your audience while you're not doing it that they do that makes situations like what just happened yesterday more likely to occur. And it is despicable. I think it's one of the worst things that streamers could do is to tell people to give them advice to either break the law or to put themselves in harm's way. I find it disgusting, and I hope that you change your tact and tell your audience that that's an absurd thing and that you apologize for suggesting it.
Wait. Before you answer, I just want to make sure that I understand. It could be. I'm just telling you. When I heard you say that, when you said "and you will be arrested," it sounded like you were advocating for doing something that would constitute breaking the law. But as I'm hearing you describe the conduct, all this stuff seems like it's legally protected. Recording.
Keep in mind, even though it's legal protected, ICE will still
you could still be arrested. Yes,
ICE will still arrest
that's what
you. And like, for example, in what was it, Metropolis Blitz, the operation in Chicago, where they brought in, I think 15 cases have gone through and been settled. Out of those 15 cases, you know how many convictions they got? 0.
Yeah, I understand, but there's a way to interpret what you're saying. Where what you're basically saying is it's your duty to do these things and obstruct in the more layman sense of not cooperating, of doing what you're legally protected in doing that are covered by First Amendment. For example, going to locations in the public, telling people where to go on locations in the public, and filming things in the public. Now that's a way to interpret lying. I'm not sure if that would be specifically protected, to be honest with you. But certainly like not cooperating. I'm not sure. But is it the case? You're not advocating for law breaking, are you?
Law breaking? I'm advocating for. Look, I don't know the law. I'm advocating for doing what's morally right, morally just, and I gave specific things that I want people to do, and I think are good to be good to do, because I think these are the only things that will actually calm the situation down and lead to less death and less violence. The more people who record these people, right? The more people who record the grotesque, brutal beatings of American citizens that robnoerr is defending, right? The more people who see that, the more likely it is that ICE agents will, again, be defunded, be disbanded, and face justice. Maybe not in this administration, but in the next. I think that it is very clear, right? That, again, if you see someone brutalizing a woman, step in.
And there you have it. So he's acknowledging that he is calling for the physical obstruction of law enforcement. If he sees them, quote, brutalizing women, he admits he doesn't know what the law is, and yet he's recommending people to do this, which on its own right is something that's dangerous, and he should not be doing.
Hold on, if you see 3 ICE agents raping a woman,
please let me finish. Please let me finish.
Well, no, I'm just asking. Do you think if you see 3 ICE agents raping a woman, do you think people should stop them?
Please let me finish.
Wait.
I know you have a difficult controlling yourself.
We'll get an answer to that. We'll get an answer to it, but just let him respond, and then we'll get an answer to it.
I know the big man that can't control himself that's recommending his audience on YouTube breaks the law, can't control himself. I'll get to answering his question when he sees fit to ask it in a way where he allows me to finish my point. Nonetheless, you could see that he is recommending. He says he's been very specific. He hasn't. He said things like, you should stop the brutalization of a woman. Many times what he would consider brutality wouldn't be something that's illegal, and he's recommending that people make those judgments themselves and actively interfere with ICE's apprehensions of suspects that are women. This is ludicrous, and once more, he's a coward because he's recommending that his audience put their bodies on the line while he's unwilling to do it. Whick, if you really feel so strongly about this, why don't you head to Minneapolis? If you're going to recommend that your audience does it, why don't you go?
I'm going to ask you my question again until you answer it. If you saw 3 ICE agents raping a woman, would you stop them or try to stop them, or at least try to record them and get them and report them to the local police? Something, right?
Yes.
Yes, you would do that. Excellent. What if you see them going and just punching them in the face? You see 3 ICE agents pinning a woman down, kicking her in the face, taking a tear gas canister, bashing her head in the side. You see blood, and one of them pulls a gun and points it at her back. What are you going to do in that situation?
I probably wouldn't interfere. Now, let me ask you some questions, Wick. What would you do?
Are you not going to answer that question?
I said I probably wouldn't interfere. Now,
let me ask you some questions.
Now, let me ask you some questions.
Wick, he answered the question. Now answer his question.
Yeah. Okay, now, what would you do? What would you want done to a cowardly YouTube streamer that is recommending that his audience break the law, justifying it by using absurd hypotheticals like, it's basically the same as me saying I would stop 3 ICE agents from raping a woman? What would you think should happen to that person? Should they A, be held legally accountable, and B, should they be kicked off of platforms like YouTube for advocating that their audience put their lives in jeopardy by intentionally breaking the law?
By intentionally breaking the law.
Correct, which is what you suggested.
Interesting. I think that I said specifically that the things you should do are 1.
Why won't you answer the question?
No, we're going to go to one at a time.
The question wasn't whether or not you in fact did those things. What should happen to someone who does those things?
It depends. Honestly, like for example, I'll give you an example. If YouTube existed in the days of slavery and someone was advocating that you help free slaves, even if that was illegal, I don't think anything should happen to that.
That's not what we're not talking about the hypothetical.
If we're going to hypotheticals, that's what I'm.
The answer is it depends. The answer is it depends on the specific advocation.
Yeah, it depends on the advocation and the law that you're advocating to break. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I do not think law and morality are the same thing, and I think that sometimes if a law is odious, that you have a moral obligation to break that law. It would depend on the law.
So if right-wingers go online, and recommend people breaking the law on YouTube, as long as they have a claim that they feel that law is immoral, you're okay with it?
So to be clear, and this is another thing I'm known for, as well as nonviolence, as Pisco said, is that I am anti-deplatforming. I think that your First Amendment rights are so important to me that you can go on and you can advocate for law breaking, and I don't think you should be deplatformed. Right wing, left wing, center wing.
That's First Amendment, though. But that's First Amendment, and I agree with you on that. I think Wick has done nothing criminal in what he did. And
maybe the FBI would disagree. Maybe someone will send in a fucking tip.
Well, I would be very much against that. I think that everything that Wick has done here has
been... To be clear, Rob, you don't have to just imply it. You can just say, right, what you think. Do you think that are you going to send in a tip to me? Are you going to try to get me deplatformed?
No, I told you, in fact, I want the opposite. I wanted you to stop this dangerous rhetoric. I don't want you deplatformed at all. Nor would I ever send it dangerous because you were suggesting the reason that Freddie is dead is because he took the exact advice that you're suggesting.
That's not true.
Yes, it is true. What happened was he was part of a group, right, that decided they were going to intentionally obstruct the efforts of ICE. They were doing so by doing things like constantly surrounding them, blowing rape whistles and shit like that in their ear, intervening on when they were trying to apprehend or prevent a woman from blowing that whistle in their ear, standing in the middle of the street, preventing them from lawfully executing the law. He decided to get in the way while he was knowingly armed, and that leads to escalations that will predictably allow to people dying. That's what happened with Renee Good as well, because they are taking your advice. You go even further and say, not just that people should film, but that they should, quote, break the law and obstruct and prevent and lie, prevent them from being able to execute their law. You do so from the comfort of your own home. I would not call in the tip. I'm strongly suggesting that you refrain from saying these things. I think it's
I can't refrain
grotesque.
from saying these things because me refraining from saying these things would be an act of cowardice. These are things that I believe. And I have a habit. If I believe something, whether you like it or not, I am going to say something. And I think that people need to hear these things.
Well, you're not
and
a coward.
Freddie
Then
did
head to
not die
Minneapolis.
because he, quote unquote, followed my advice. He was recording ICE. He was doing nothing illegal. He was doing no obstruction. He was not trying to interfere with law enforcement in any illegal way. He was not trying to intimidate them. What he did was he saw a woman being pushed repeatedly by ICE agents. He went in to stand between them. The ICE agent pepper sprayed him in the face. He tried to help that woman up. They dragged him back in. They beat him. They pinned him to the ground. They took a gas canister and slammed it into his face several times. They disarmed him, and then they shot him in the back. Those are the facts of the case. Those are the facts of the matter. And frankly, it is shameful. It is fucking cowardice for you to suggest otherwise, to lie to your audience, to lie to me, to lie to Pisco, and say that the facts are anything other than what I just listed out. I just listed out things that are verifiable, that we can watch on video, that we can see from multiple angles, and not only you, the DHS, but this administration has blood on their hands because what you are doing is you're preventing these officers from being held accountable, so they will continue to act the way they are because they cannot be held accountable, and this administration has signaled that they will not even investigate. So fuck you. I hope that you repent.
Your performative outrage means nothing to me. You claim that
I
you're
know.
not a coward.
Nothing means anything to you.
Let him respond.
Your performative outrage means nothing to me. You are a coward of the utmost, highest criteria, recommending that your audience breaks laws that you're unwilling to do. If you're so outraged, you could have gotten your way after the Renee Good shooting to Minneapolis, but you don't because you're a coward. You want to do what all of these other lefties want to do, which is to make this situation likely to have martyrs, so that the political outcome that you want of stopping ICE from lawfully enforcing the law can be achieved. And you know, by setting up and saying that people should rely on their own judgment when they think ICE is going too far with the law and then break the law to obstruct them, that's likely to lead to violent confrontations with law enforcement. You're fine with that. The truth is, you want people like Freddie to die. You want people like Renee Good to die. You would fucking love it if someone in your own audience took your advice, went and obstructed ICE, and then was killed so that you can make yourself the center of the story, and you would be able to then further go on and say this was more evidence as to why ICE should be disbanded. You are despicable. You are someone that I think, if we could have differing opinions or whatever, in fact, you don't even know what my opinion is on this shooting. You don't have a fucking clue. I talked to Pisco about it. You don't know, right? But the fact is, no matter what, I've never suggested that people actively go out there and put themselves in harm's way because they should do things that I think are illegal, but I would consider moral and obstruct law enforcement. There are tons of things that I thought were outrageous and immoral. For example, the FACE Act, locking up people that were pro-life protesters. Show me once ever suggesting that people should put their bodies on the line to prevent the execution of that law that I thought was illegal or immoral. It is evident that what you're doing is incredibly dangerous. It may or may not rise to the level of a crime, but it's something that you should be ashamed to do. And your tough guy routine of calling me a coward and saying, but what if they were raping women? Fuck you. You don't have shit all to say when we see all sorts of other actions that occurred in other administrations we be tantamount. You never said shit about this. The truth is, you're a political hack. You want people to be harmed. You want them to get in harm's way. And as long as people like you spout off your fucking mouth, that makes it inevitable that ICE is going to continue to have these confrontations with people. And inevitably, some of those will result in levels of violence, which again, you will thrive on. I think that everyone that's watching this, even Pisco, understands that what you're saying is very fucking dangerous. And the fact that you want to imply that somehow makes you some strong guy, if you were really not a coward, you would be there. Why didn't you stop until I'm finished?
Hold on, no, you're not going to filibuster me.
Give him one last sentence, and then you
one
can
last
go
sentence.
If you're really so brave and you're not going to be a coward, why wasn't your ass in Minneapolis?
You done? Okay.
Yeah, he's done. That was last sentence.
Rob, the problem you're having, Rob, is, and I think the audience can plainly see this, right? You have to add words to what I say. You have to add and infer, like, oh, Whick actually wants this, despite everything he says. Where I can simply stick to the facts at hand. I can simply look at the facts and, again, go through the facts of the Freddie shooting, right? Showcase what happened, and then showcase what you've said about it. Like, I don't know your stance. I can reasonably infer it based on what you're saying now, based on what I heard you say to Pisco, based on the
What do you
conversation
think it
we're
is? Then?
having at
Hey,
this moment.
what do you
right?
think? What do you think? What do you think his stance is?
So he thinks, and because he said this, that Freddie obstructed, intimidated, or
Yep.
did something that got
But
in
on the
the
shooting,
way, and
but
so
on the
the
shooting.
shooting was probably may or may not have been good that he actually got shot, but he actually fucked around and he found out.
Did I say that, Pisco, in the
Is that-
entire conversation we had?
You didn't say that, but is that your position?
No, my position is that you should be very careful if you're armed before you're actively resisting law enforcement. But I think no matter what, the
Okay,
shooting
well, let
was.
me
Let me
ask you
finish.
this.
Let me
Find out,
finish.
right?
Let
Oh, yeah.
No,
let me finish.
You went on a whole
let me
spiel.
finish.
No, you can listen. You can control
Let me
yourself.
finish.
Calm down.
Let me
Wait,
finish.
Calm down. You wanna control yourself a little bit?
Why is wait. Let Rob respond to the
Let Rob
the question.
respond. I only got through like.
Oh, sorry. No, wait. So that was the question and answer.
I didn't
Rob,
answer.
so you think that's you said that your position is that you need to be careful when you're with a gun and resisting,
And the
right?
shooting of
But
him was tragic. And the exercising, if you started to watch this, the exercising of the Second Amendment should absolutely be allowed, even to the people that are protesting. So I don't know where the fuck he gets this. The balls that he has, implying that there's blood on my hands and then admitting, but I don't know your stance, is laughable. This is the judgment of the
I never
person
said I
that's
didn't know
telling
your
people
stance. I said
who
you
is
inferred
also
it.
getting.
Why are you lying about what I'm
I'll
saying?
finish.
But let
Hold on, hold on. No, I'm not going to let him lie about what I just said.
Let Whick continue.
Yeah.
You answered the question,
Yeah.
and Rob says that that's not accurate. Go ahead.
And this is the thing. Like, he lied just now. You all saw it about what I said.
What was the
right?
lie?
That he claims that he doesn't know my stance or whatever.
That is
right?
what
I'm
you
not
said,
claiming
Pisco.
that.
Didn't
I said, in fact, please
But,
shut up, Rob. You just can't control yourself. And I understand you're upset. You're angry that you're being righteously called
I
out.
thought you said I thought you said that you didn't know it for sure, but you could infer it. I thought that you did say that.
I can infer it.
So I didn't lie then. So I didn't lie when I said you did.
You
lie.
absolutely lied. But let's continue.
Pisco's that a lie?
Here's the problem that
No, I don't think it's a lie. I don't think it's a lie. Go ahead, sir.
Okay.
Go ahead, Whick. You lied. I'm righteous.
Hold on. Are you okay? You're going to have a heart attack? Or are you going to let me finish? You're going to filibuster.
Rob, that's an ancillary point. That's an ancillary point. Okay, but
You're going to filibuster. You're going to keep trying to
Whick,
drown me out.
respond to him. All right, we want some constructive dialogue. Go.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it's possible to have actually constructive dialogue with Rob. To be clear, I think he's a liar and a coward. But beside the point for now. Again, this implication that I want violence to be done is the exact opposite of the truth. What I'm advocating for is the path to actually get things to cool down and stop. I want people to be safe. And when ICE agents are out there brutalizing people, breaking the law, violating the Fourth Amendment, right? They have a secret memo going around. Did you hear about this, gang? The whistleblower that showed they had a secret memo going around saying they only needed administrative warrants to break into people's homes. That's absolutely not true. That absolutely goes against the Fourth Amendment. It's violating our constitutional rights. We see them actively, consistently lying to the American public. There was an incident in Chicago, for example, where they brought a woman up on charges saying that she rammed their car and then they shot her 5 times. The officer who did it said, 5 bullets, 7 holes. Put that one in your book, boys. And guess what? When the charges came to court, they had to drop them because it turns out that the officer lied, that DHS lied about what happened. The body cam footage, the footage that was available did not show her ramming the car at all. It showed him getting out and just fucking shooting into her. And guess what happened to that officer? Nothing. He's still on the streets. He hasn't even been given, to my knowledge, any sort of reprimand. They're just going around unaccountable to the public, not being investigated. Nothing is happening to these people. So until they are held accountable in the court of law, right? You should treat ICE as a convicted pedophile who's coming up to your kid. That's the level of disdain you should have for these motherfucking traitors.
There you go. No, wait, please go. Allow me to retort. Allow me to retort. Oh, why are you intervening, Pisco? Because you know what he just said?
No. I'm not. I am going to give you the full time to respond. But in response to your hypocrisy argument, what Whick is describing is that there's a difference in kind between what he sees ICE do and your allegations of violations of the FACE Act, your allegations about it's what the abuses of the other administrations, and that we should treat ICE essentially as I heard him before say domestic terrorists, and now I'm hearing him say as convicted schmedophiles. What is your retort, Rob?
Okay, can I ask a question real quick, Whick, without you
Yep.
without you filibustering, Whick? Whick, how should we treat
just a question and answer?
How would you treat someone that was a convicted pedophile? How would you treat them?
With disdain.
What's that mean? You would just say, "I don't like you." That's it.
Well, I wouldn't let them around my kids.
Okay,
I
and if they were
invite
in
them to
public, if they were coming
dinner,
up to you and your
I
family,
wouldn't.
what would you do?
Like, I wouldn't exactly be friends with them.
If
We
they're
wouldn't
coming up
be
to you, if they're coming,
cards. What do you want me to say?
if they're coming up to you, if the convicted pedophile like starts to get in your face, they stop your car. What would you do?
If they get in my face and stop a car,
Yeah.
well, I tell them to leave.
Okay,
hold
what
on,
if they
hold
don't?
On, hold on, let me ask. You asked me a
I'm
question.
asking.
I'll
I'm
you a
asking.
question.
What if they
Do
don't?
you think that? Do you think that I was going
what
to
if-
suggest violence?
What if
Why
they
is
don't?
it that you would do violence to someone who isn't doing violence to
Well,
you?
that's interesting. You seemed to get in your high horse earlier and say if they were raping
Hold on.
someone,
Why would you assume? Would you
I'm answering
hurt
the
a
question.
convicted
I'm
pedophile who
answering
hadn't
the
done
question.
anything illegal?
I'm answering.
to you?
So you wouldn't do violence on someone that was raping someone?
Of course I would.
Well, that's different.
Oh,
What
well
is by
then,
virtue
okay.
of
So then the question is-
that's
Pisco,
but that's
I
different.
will-
What
I
is the
will
by virtue
answer.
of?
So the idea that when he says that I would treat them like a convicted pedophile or a terrorist, and then saying, "Oh, but perish the thought," you should
didn't
think
say
that would
terrorist.
mean some. Pisco, did he earlier say domestic
I
terrorists?
said they are domestic terrorists. I didn't say I'd treat them like a
Oh,
terrorist.
okay. So
These are
nonetheless,
different
when
things
you
with
say,
different
I think that it
implications
is.
and
I think
different
that the
meanings.
implication is clear, especially given what you said prior, that you're advocating for using violent actions or intimidating actions.
Hold on,
really
you
think that, Rob?
specifically
I'm
said
gonna- I'm gonna
nonviolence.
finish my
I keep
point. I'm gonna
repeating
finish my
myself, and you
point.
keep lying
I'm gonna-
about what I'm
wait, wait,
saying.
I'm going to finish my point.
Wait. I know it's your position that you're not advocating for that. And let Rob explain why you think he is, and finish your point.
Because he's already said that the things that he considers that he would allow acts of violence if it goes to a certain level, if he thought they were immoral, right? And so when he's saying based on his subjective interpretation when something was immoral, that he would use violence, just like he would use violence to prevent a rape victim, he could say, actually, I'm advocating for nonviolence, but it's belied by the positions he's taking. And continuing when he starts to become even more hyperbolic, saying that ICE officers should be treated like pedophiles and they are domestic terrorists. So the point that
In
I'm
terms
trying
of
to
disdain,
make is,
in terms of disdain, right?
It is not just what he was saying in terms of
Yes,
disdain.
the
What
level
happens is-
that you
what
would like
happens
not
is-
invite them to your
I'm-
home, etc. Yes.
Why is it not just in disdain? Are you saying because that's what's likely to happen when people hear that
No.
they're likely will hear something different,
No,
or that
I'm
Wick
going
actually
to
intends
finish.
for
I'm
violence to be
going to
done?
finish my point without you two interrupting me.
Okay.
The reason is because he is post hoc justifying when he realizes that he's calling for violence. He's implying that violence should be used, and then he post hoc justifies when you come in to save him. That's what he's doing. That's like when he
That's not
said
what
you
I'm
should
doing.
obstruct, you should be illegal, and then you tried to save him. Pisco and be like, well, what do you really mean illegal? And he's like, well, I don't know what the law is. Now, the full context here, you can see how unhinged and hyperbolic he's now saying that you should treat ICE and CBP as pedophiles, which you could get a little look into Wick's sort of, mental acuity there and whether or not he's able to approach these things dispassionately. Look at how he jumps on and accuses me of lying, where even Pisco has to
You
admit he
have
doesn't lie.
lied
Please, let me-
repeatedly
please,
through
let
this
me finish.
conversation.
Please,
You
let
keep
me-
saying I'm calling for
please,
violence, and I am
please,
specifically
please, let me
calling for
finish.
not violence. I am
yeah,
saying
I'm going to finish. I'm going to finish
non-violent.
one way or another.
Wait. Let Rob finish. But let's not get
He was
into
just
this lie
lying.
thing. Okay. I mean, he accused you of lying. I don't think it's a lie. Maybe he thinks it was misrepresenting his position. But go ahead. Let's
The
focus
reason
on the
this
merits.
matters,
Go ahead,
right? The reason it matters is because you can see his hysterics claiming I lied when even you admitted it wasn't a lie. What I said was accurate. He's already claiming I have blood on my hands while admitting he doesn't even know what my position was. He was just inferring what he thought it might be. Now, this is the same person that's saying, yes, you should be allowed to actively prevent ICE from carrying out operations with your body if you feel what they're doing is against the law. And he has a subjective interpretation of the law. Now imagine what it would be like if everyone operated in this way. If I subjectively feel that something's against the law, for example, let's say that I feel that my Second Amendment is sacrosanct and I should be allowed to carry that weapon of any caliber wherever I want. And law enforcement says as I'm entering a place they can't take it, that I would recommend to people then that they intervene because that's a violation of the Second Amendment. Or that I would say that the censorship that we saw, that was, in my opinion, through the Twitter files, etc., that
On
was
Twitter?
advocated by the government, through the government or NGOs suggesting people be censored. If I felt that was against the law, then I would be allowed to rise up righteously and break the law to prevent them from doing that. This is coming from someone in Whick who admits, as he's suggesting this, but I don't really know the law. Then he goes on to talk about the Fourth Amendment. Look, you might have a strong opinion that this memo was something that would be against the Fourth Amendment. The courts have not weighed in on it. The question is not as simple as you would see. Oftentimes, people are quite positive that the law is on their side, and then the Supreme Court disagrees. Pisco's quite positive that the Supreme Court's on his side when it comes to issues such as birthright citizenship. What if the court disagrees? Should Pisco have been out there preventing people from being removed, etc., under this interpretation? That would be absurd. The truth is that you're sort of standing up and like you're talking like this, and the violence and the blood on your hands and your tough guy routine is once more belied by the fact that your cowardly ass told your audience to break their law and put their bodies on the line, and you yourself are unwilling to head out there and do it. The truth is that you want ICE to be disbanded, and you're looking for a reason for that to happen.
At this point, yes,
and
I do.
You want the violent conflicts to occur.
No,
That's
I want
the
the
truth.
violent
conflict.
conflict
And
to
the last
stop.
thing, the last thing I'll say is,
yeah.
thank you.
ahead,
Last
Rob.
thing I'll say is, why don't we see this sort of violence in places like Texas and Florida, where ICE is operating?
Hold on. You do see the violence in these places.
Wait,
You see
and,
them in
and they're operating
Chicago, you see
specifically
them
in.
Portland.
They went to Minnesota for a reason, though, as well. Like
Because
they went to Minnesota
refuses
because of
to
the
cooperate. Correct. More removals
no,
have
because
occurred
of
in
the
Texas.
Shirley shit. But I want Whick to respond to your substantive point, which is kind of like
I'm waiting for his substantive point, to be frank.
No. He had a point there, which is essentially that he's accusing you of hedging, and basically you said what you said about illegality, and now you're kind of softening it a little bit, and you're kind of like happy when the violence occurs because it'll just like help further cement your ideological point. Go ahead.
First of all, I have specifically said I don't want the violence to occur. It's been frustrating because this whole time I'm saying I like waffles, and Rob is like, "Oh, bro is saying he hates pancakes," and it's very frustrating when someone just continuously lies about what you're saying. When I say, "Hey, I want to stop the violence. Hey, if you're going to confront ICE, if you're going to approach ICE, do it non-violently." And I specifically, not only in this conversation, but in the conversation I had on my stream on Saturday, said that specifically. And Rob here is knowingly lying because he knows that he's been destroyed in this, that he looks like a fool, that he is a coward because, again, he hasn't come to me with any of this. He came to you behind my back, thinking and hoping I wouldn't find out.
It's like 12. I want to say a couple things. So first of all, with you, Whick, I don't think you're advocating for violence. You have like a track record of being very, very anti-violence and force. And so I don't think, like, I happen to agree with you on that point. That said, on like the behind the back thing, like we were chatting and I was responding to a specific legal point, and he's like, "Why don't you come on?" And we did it, and it's like 12 o'clock. And so I do understand that it might feel bad for him to bring it up to me first and not like message you initially, whatever. But yeah, Rob, why don't you respond to that? So why is it okay for you to bring it up with me and not go to him first?
I would say that Whick himself knows that. You're trying to tell me that Whick has never talked about bad behavior that he saw of other streamers without first contacting them? All three of us know that's bullshit. What I'm telling you is I didn't even hear that. You go back, watch my show. I didn't even hear of what Whick said. And I said, give him the benefit of the doubt. He probably didn't say something like that. And someone said, no, I sent the video in your chat. He specifically tells people to obstruct ICE. They have a moral obligation, and they'll get arrested to break the law.
I'll say it again.
He specifically says it. Right. See? And so once I found that, and then I was going to talk to Pisco, I was like, that's interesting because we were talking about incitement to insurrection, and then it's clear that that's what Whick is doing.
It's not incitement, dude.
Of course it is.
Of
course it is. Of course.
Hold on, is that your claim, actually? I didn't know this. You're
My
saying
claim
people
is-
are
my
inciting
claim is-
an insurrection
my
against the
claim
federal
is-
government?
my
You
claim
think you did
is-
a crime? You think you did a crime? Because incitement's a crime.
My claim is the following. If the standard that was used to say that Trump incited an insurrection because he said things like fight like hell, and then you saying, oh no, but it had to do with his intent. It is clear that Whick's intent is to, Whick, just answer some questions. Is it your intent to prevent ICE from carrying out the law?
No.
It's not.
No.
Okay. So then you.
I think ICE is breaking
What
the
are you?
law.
What are you obstructing?
What are you obstructing?
Oh, you're
then?
obstructing what they're doing.
I think they're breaking the law.
What they're
I think
doing,
they're
but
brutalizing
Okay.
people, civilians. I think that they're intimidating civilians and trying to shut down their First, Second, and Fourth Amendment rights. I think that they're engaged in Eighth Amendment violations of cruel and unusual punishment as well. I'm advocating for the law to be upheld.
okay, but deal with the Rob's point about the Whick decide standard, right? Well, the Whick decide, like.
Well,
people could
I
say that
don't
about-
outsource my
yeah.
decision making to anyone. Yes, of course, I'm going
So
to
you're the
use my
arbiter
own
of the law.
judgment. Absolutely, I'm going to use my own judgment. Do you not?
No, I don't consider myself the arbiter solely of what's legal and what's not.
I
And
consider
think that the fact that you
myself the
do,
arbiter
while
of what is
admitting,
moral for me.
quote, I don't know the law, it's laughable. The
Hold
truth is he's advocating for obstruction of ICE carrying out the law because he thinks that the deportations and the way they're doing it are illegal, correct?
Yes, I do.
There you go. So he's advocating for the obstruction.
Well, hold on. The deportations may or may not be illegal. I don't know, but the way that
Okay.
they're doing absolutely
Okay,
is
so the
not
way
only
they're
illegal,
doing it-
but more importantly, let me
I would agree
finish.
with that, yeah.
More importantly, it's immoral.
Okay, don't care about the
I also agree
morality,
with that.
your opinion on the morality. So, one, the 4 standards for an insurrection, according to you, Pisco, was that it's a public purpose.
Assemblage, use of force.
Are you
or intimidation
recommending
and
people
resist-
assemble? Wick?
No, but he could.
Hold on.
He
I
could
said,
say,
hold on. Again, assemble to do what? I say, if you see ICE,
Mhm.
okay, and I'll say it again, you get out your phone, you hit record. If you see ICE and they come up and they ask you, hey, where's the Spanish population? Where's the immigrant population? You ain't seen nothing. That's the specific things I'm calling for. I don't know, like, is that an assembly? Do you hear an assembly there?
Yes, I'll go further. I think you're saying
Okay, so you
more-
hear an assembly there. You're just to be clear, you think that me saying these things is me calling for an assembly.
No, I think that you've gone further to say more than
Okay,
that.
no,
as
answer
you've
my
acknowledged.
question,
Yes,
motherfucker.
No, but,
Answer my
but
question.
it's not explicitly calling for an assembly.
Of
Yes,
course
it's
he
not
is.
calling for an
Of course
assembly
he
at all.
is. He's going to
I'm not
lie
asking
now.
people to gather
lie
together
now.
into groups.
He'll lie now and say that he's not calling for it. He said specifically, he
Hold
didn't
on.
just say, he didn't say
Hold
just
on.
you'll let
You're
me
lying
finish.
about
You'll
me.
let me finish.
Let him respond. Let him respond.
He didn't
Well,
say.
why is he
just-
calling for an assemblage?
He didn't say just lie. He said that you should get out there. You should follow them. You should record them all. You should prevent them from doing things.
Yeah, but that's
that
not
I
an
think's
assembly, right?
unlawful. Yes,
Of
he's
course it's not an
recommending that
assembly.
groups of people do that.
Well,
Of course, it's
oh, so
not
you're saying-
assembly. No assembly has been called for.
Oh, so you don't think that you're not
Can
saying
I do that all on my own?
Hey, should we all go out there and protest
How can I
ICE?
can I do that all on my own by myself?
I just want to be clear. Theoretically,
Hold
you
on,
can
I'm
do that.
asking you a question. Do you think that I can do all those things that I mentioned on my own by myself? Do I need
Yes.
anyone else to
Yes,
do
you
that?
could do them on your own by yourself. Now you
Yes,
answer.
but
even
great.
assume,
Now you answer.
even
Now
assuming
you
he was
answer.
calling.
Now you answer my 2 questions. Did you say that you're going to do it on your own by yourself, or did you call for your audience to do it?
I said it's your moral obligation.
Answer. Did you
to,
say
which
I'll do it on
implies
my own?
that it is both
Did
my
you say I would
obligation
do it on
to
my own?
and their obligation
Did you
to,
say I
and
would do it on
frankly,
my own,
your
or did you say
obligation
them?
to.
Oh, so you said
So he
that.
was talking. I watched the video. He was talking to his audience for sure.
Sure.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that he's
Rick,
calling
if
for
you
all his
have
audience
a
to
moral
get together,
obligation
right?
to do it, why haven't you?
Because ICE isn't in my neighborhood.
So what? So it's okay if they're committing their abuses a couple hour drive away?
Look, there's someone being murdered across the country. If I was there, I would have a moral obligation to prevent that if I could.
So just to be
Isn't
clear,
this kind of like the if you want higher
Locality.
taxes, why don't you donate money to
no, it's
the
nothing like
government
that
argument?
at all. His argument is these
Oh.
are people
No,
that are
he's
domestic
arguing
terrorists.
that I should. He's arguing that I said that he's implying at least that my moral obligation would entitle me to go and move across the country and spend lots of money. Nowhere did I imply
a
that.
flight.
Nowhere did I say that.
That is
Rob,
not-
once again, is just fucking
No,
lying
you
because
no.
he's a
What
fucking
it
liar.
is when you're
And frankly,
telling
Rob is just too stupid to have this
Rick,
conversation.
I don't know what to say. The
His
fact that you would
IQ
call
is below Somalian
the
level.
fact that you
okay?
would-
it's crazy.
the fact
But,
that you would
Somalian level?
apply,
That was fucking
Look,
racist.
I know,
to
no,
Somali.
maybe that was a little too far.
Why-
I'm sorry,
why
I'm
the
sorry,
fuck
I'm
did you
sorry.
say
Little-
that?
Little,
That's fucked up. Say that for the
late.
Somali
because
Okay,
he's
it's
a
late,
he's
man.
a
I'll
wannabe.
lick,
That's
I'll
a little
lick.
fucked
He's
up,
a
but
wannabe
that
tough guy.
said,
That's why he said
that
it.
said,
Now the
here-
truth
here's
is
the deal.
that's not
right?
what he.
This
No, I'm not
the
gonna.
idea
I'm
he
gonna
has
finish
to
my point. I'm gonna
insert
finish my
things.
point.
He
Rob,
has to-
let Wick have a sentence to clean up what he just said, and then
Okay.
Rob can respond. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Make your
So
sense.
this idea, right, that he and this has been throughout this conversation, where he has had to insert things that I didn't say. He's had to lie about what I actually said. He has to pretend that I didn't say things that I did say in order to try to force like this point that I have somehow done something cowardly.
One sentence you had here. There's quite the fucking run over.
Or disgusting.
So Rob,
And
Rob,
what
Rob,
I am
respond to
saying,
that, please.
and what I no, let me
Can we-
finish
Yeah,
because I
there we
haven't
go.
made my
One
point
sentence.
yet.
See, please go.
Just finish
what
up real
I
quick,
am
and then
saying,
Rob, you can respond.
And I want to be very clear is that I'm not calling for an assembly, and the fact that he thinks I did is laughable, right?
I don't think
That
it
I'm
is,
not
but
calling for
Rob,
violence. I've
let Rob
specifically
respond.
called not for
You did say
violence.
that, yeah.
It's just crazy.
But you did call for. I think a reasonable person listening to that thinks that you're calling for obstruction and the crime of obstruction. Now, I'll take you at your word because of your reputation for being against violence, and I think it's a strong reputation. I think even Rob would grant that, and I think that's why Rob gave you the benefit, because I did hear him giving you the benefit of the doubt. So I did think he would grant the reputation part.
Am I going to get a chance
but
to speak,
as
or
I
is
heard
it just the
Yes,
piece
go
called
ahead.
liquor?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Cool.
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ, you're such a baby.
So
Go ahead,
what
respond,
you,
Rob.
so what you can see is, as my racist opponent here wants to say things, the key is, it's not just that I'm saying he's immoral because he doesn't go do it. I'm saying he's immoral because he is literally telling people to break the law, which he is unwilling to do. Imagine having such a moral certainty.
You keep saying I'm
that you
unwilling
say,
to do it. I'm
"Would
willing."
you
Let him
shut
finish,
up?
let him finish,
Would
let him
you
finish.
shut up, right?
You keep lying.
Imagine-
If you stopped lying, I'd stop
Wait,
talking.
If you would
just let
do it,
him-
why
just
haven't
let him
you?
finish real quick.
Now, the truth is, he is telling people to break the law. That's what makes this unique. He's not telling people, hey, you should volunteer at the soup kitchen, and me saying, why don't you volunteer at the soup kitchen? He is telling his audience that things are so bad that these are domestic terrorists, that they should be treated like pedophiles, that they have the moral obligation to obstruct justice and break the law. That's what he's doing, while he himself has not done that. That's what's hypocritical about it. That's what makes him a coward. If he feels this is such an important issue that he is suggesting that his audience put themselves in harm's way where they are likely to interact in a violent confrontation with ICE, because he's not just saying lie, he's also saying if in your judgment they are going too far with the apprehension or the execution of the law, then morally you must intervene. That's what he's saying. That's exactly what he suggests. In fact, he is specifically saying that what Freddie did was moral and righteous, and he and his audience should do that.
What Freddie
And
did
how
was
did-
moral and
and how
righteous.
did
Yes,
that end
I will
up for
stand by
Freddie?
that. That's the first
Stop
right thing you
interrupting,
said.
Whick.
But what
Stop
were the
interrupting,
two
Whick.
examples I
Stop
used?
interrupting, Whick. Shut
Okay,
the
okay.
fuck up,
Wait,
Whick.
You
You're
keep
a fake tough guy. You're a fake
filibustering,
tough
and I'm
Finish
not
up,
gonna
Rob,
let
and you'll be
you
able to
do
explain.
that.
Wait.
You're
So
fake tough guy.
finish
Shit's
up, Rob,
irrelevant.
and
I'm finished.
yeah.
Now, what happened with Freddie? He was killed. That's what Whick is recommending. He is recommending that people put their lives on the line, that they intentionally obstruct. That's what he's doing. I'm not making up. He literally said, break the law. You'll get arrested.
Freddie didn't break the law.
Said. Now, what do you think?
I don't think Freddie
happens
broke the law either.
Freddie didn't obstruct. Freddie didn't break the law. The fact that he got killed is entirely.
But deal with the criticism.
Finish my point.
Okay,
The
go for it.
idea
Yeah.
that saying your interpretation of whether or not he broke the law is irrelevant. What you were saying is two things. One, people should break the law. And second, people should prevent ICE from apprehending people like Freddie did, which led to him dying. That's
the
what
problem
happened.
with this
You're
conversation
unwilling,
is
you are setting
you
up
bring
a
up like
situation.
10
You
lines,
are
and I
setting up a
can't address them
situation.
because I
You are
forget what
setting
you want
up
about
a
in the first place.
situation to
So
make
okay,
it
so we
likely
address
that
this
if
point
people
by
listen
point.
to you,
So
they will go to jail
I
or be in a
remember.
violent altercation with ICE. That's what you're doing.
Okay,
And you're doing
Whick,
it from
these
the
are-
comfort of your home while you're unwilling to go out there and do it yourself because it'll cost money. So much for your faux fucking moral obligation.
Okay, Wick, these are the criticisms. The first one is related to your hypocrisy that you don't actually do the things that you are advocating others to do. Can you address that first, and then I go to the other one?
He says I'm unwilling. Of course I'm willing. Again, just proximity again, you have a moral obligation to protect someone who you can protect, right? You have a moral obligation if you see something to say something. If I see ICE, if ICE comes to my neighborhood, if these things happen, then absolutely I have a moral obligation to do those things.
So you're saying
would. I'm not
that you
calling,
would
just
other
real
people-
quick, I'm not calling on anyone to go to Minneapolis. I'm not calling on anyone to move. I'm not calling on anyone to go into any specific place. Never, nowhere will you find me a clip of me ever saying that. Rob is simply misrepresenting what I'm
So,
saying.
so the
and
standard you're saying is
lying.
I am applying my standard. My standard isn't go to these places. It's in your day to day and
Yep.
within a reasonable distance of what you're doing. Do
Coward.
that. Okay.
Coward.
The next criticism was that the nature of their advice is dangerous. That even if you think it's morally justified by your own view, that it will.
Yes,
cause that-
I will admit that it is dangerous, but it is only dangerous because of what ICE is doing and how they are acting. And I think that you have a moral obligation to put yourselves in danger because you are. And I want to be very clear. If you exercise your First Amendment right around an ICE agent, you are putting yourself in danger. There is a chance that they will beat you, arrest you, or even kill you. Still, your moral obligation remains.
I agree that given some of the findings of these court decisions about what they're doing with these people, even who are doing nothing illegal,
it is
But
dangerous.
that's
yes, that's
okay.
true.
But
that doesn't.
let's put to
like
this,
you. Can
agree.
you just let me finish, please?
Yeah.
You still just because something is dangerous doesn't mean that your moral obligation to do it goes away.
I agree.
Then go do it.
Okay, but put aside the clearly lawful stuff where there's an inherent danger, and I think Rob wouldn't have a problem with you advocating for that for like peaceful protests or whatever, even though it's dangerous.
I would
Now
even
get into
argue
the obstruction.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would even argue it's more dangerous in the long term not to do these things. If no one was recording ICE, they would be able to get away with a whole lot more, and the danger level to the citizens of the United States would increase exponentially, and it would cement their
No
power.
one's talking about that.
But let's deal with the obstruction related activities as opposed from the arguably First Amendment protected activities relating to recording, being places, gathering, that kind of stuff. Let's talk about the obstruction related conduct. The things that I've heard you identify.
Okay.
And again, I'm putting out the protected stuff. Lying and preventing egregious sort of violations.
Yes, the
with your-
examples
with
I
your
use for
physical
egregious
force.
violations, just to be clear, is if you see ICE agents raping a woman, yes, I think you have a moral obligation to stop that. And it's so crazy, right, that anyone would suggest otherwise. And if you see them using excessive force,
Define
beating,
excessive force.
bloody, yes, sure. If they have 3 agents pinning a woman on the ground, they are beating her face in, pistol whipping her, kicking her.
That's not a
you see
definition of
blood,
excessive force.
you
That's an
see-
example of what excessive force. That's an example, perhaps an archetype example of what it would look like. But do you have like a more like force beyond what a reasonable officer would use in a given time?
That's
Because-
the example. What I'm using is because that would
Okay.
pass the line where, like, okay, I'm now sure enough that I think intervening is an obligation, and
So that's an
intervening
example of,
can
like,
go
a
in
minimum
several different
threshold
ways.
of-
I'm not telling, and again, I'm very careful and I'm very, very clear to say, do not do violence, right? You intervene
unless in those cases.
Well,
Wait, you
if the
don't
rape
think it'll be
case,
violence
you might. In
or
the rape
like
case
that?
specifically, you might. Okay, you might need
Okay.
to.
So there is some amount of violence, but
Yes.
only in the egregious moments where it raises to.
Okay,
Okay,
so
and
then
that
my
threshold
question is,
is
I
quite
think
severe.
he's
Go
being
ahead.
dishonest.
Yap. We haven't gotten to all
Okay,
your
all right.
lies, bitch.
I think
Shut
you're
up.
being dishonest.
Keep going.
I think you're being dishonest. I could prove it. Was Freddie
You
justified
haven't
to
proved
intervene?
shit.
Was Freddie justified to
Oh,
intervene for this
okay,
woman?
Yes,
Was she
absolutely.
being pistol whipped by 3 people?
In the way he intervened,
Was
that
she
was
being
perfect
pistol whipped by
intervention.
3
No,
people?
let me finish my
Was she being
answer.
pistol
You're going
whipped
to
by
ask me.
3
Let me
people?
answer.
Was she being raped
Yes,
or pistol
in the
whipped?
way that no.
Yes,
but
your answer is
Freddie
yes. She was pistol whipped by
intervened
3 people.
in a way that was suitable to what was going on.
And what was going
So
on?
the intervention. So
It
you're
was
saying
not
I think
illegal.
what he's saying, Rob, is that that in this case, what he's doing doesn't rise to an obstruction. That
Yes,
what he's
he was
doing
not obstructing
Of course
in any
it
way,
is.
shape, or
is
form.
legal
Of
conduct.
course
In any
it does.
legal-
Of course it does.
That's his view, though. I'm just saying that's his view.
Should you get in between law enforcement and a woman if they pepper spray and push her?
In the way that Freddie
Sometimes
did,
yes.
that was
Sometimes
perfectly
yes.
acceptable.
Yes, right?
And
I
yes,
think
you
that
should.
so what you could see is that Whick's interpretation of when it will be excessive force is ludicrous. He would even say this was excessive
Hold on,
force.
you think that was
justifi-
not excessive force? What they
No,
were doing
I
to
do
that
not
woman?
think pepper spraying and shoving
You don't
someone is
think-
excessive force.
You don't even know what she did, right?
Yeah, what did she do that deserved
How
that?
would you determine if
No,
it's
no,
excessive?
no, make him
if you
answer
don't
the
know
question. What did that woman
Yeah.
do that deserved her being to push on the ground multiple times and pepper sprayed in the face.
Oh.
She was pushed on the ground once at the time that he intervened, and she was pepper sprayed because she was asked to get
Okay,
out
what
of
did she do to deserve that?
Are you going to listen? Tough
Are you
guy
gonna
who
answer
wants
the
to send
question?
people. Yes, I'm answering the question, and you're interfering because you want to be a tough guy and send people to
As a
break the
tough
law
guy,
in
I'm
your
just
stead.
asking you a question, man.
Then let me
This
answer.
is like Dark Wick. This is like
Sure,
Exodia
it's
Wick. I've
very
never
dark.
seen this.
He's telling
Zodia
people-
Wick. I'm simply asking you.
Yeah,
what did
dude,
she
I'm
do?
dark. I'm
so-
cool.
What did
I'm
no?
dark. I'm
Can you
telling
answer the
people to
question,
break
Rob?
the law.
What did that woman do
Yes,
Rob,
I'm
to
tell-
justify the
Rob's
ICE
answering.
agent
Rob's
pushing her
answering. Let
down
him
and
answer, though.
pepper spraying?
Yeah, answer.
She
Let
was
him answer.
blaring a rape whistle in an officer that was trying to carry out lawful duties and obstructing vehicles and obstructing the officers. They had the right to pepper spray and push
Can you
her
show me
away.
that?
Yes. Watch the video.
Okay, show me that. Go ahead.
Yes, watch the video. You deny?
Yeah, I didn't see her blow a whistle once.
You don't think so?
That's not. Wait. Did you deny it, or do you say you don't know? Wait.
I never saw her blew the whistle once. I never saw her actively
you don't know,
obstruct an
right?
ICE agent.
You're not saying
And
that
I'm
you know that
asking-
she didn't do it. You're saying that you don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, but Rob is saying he does, and I'm asking him to prove it.
Okay. Yeah. Fine. Yeah. Prove it.
Okay. Let me see here. Now, once I prove beyond a shadow or beyond reasonable doubt that she was doing this, you're going to say, never mind, this was justified and Freddie was wrong?
No, I don't
Of
think
course
that
you won't. It
blowing
won't-
a whistle.
It won't
isn't
see,
to
so it
justify
doesn't
the
even
officer
matter.
pushing her
It
down.
won't even
But
matter.
you made a claim,
There you
and I'm
go. It
asking you
won't
to back
even
that up.
matter.
So let's just see if you can
It
back up
won't
this.
matter. As you can see, it
So
won't
you
matter.
can't back up this claim?
I'm
is
getting
what you're
there.
saying?
Do you see the screen I'm sharing?
No.
Well,
hang on a
that's
second.
your
Hold-
fucking stupidity, tough guy. Perhaps you should
No,
learn
no.
more about that rather than telling people to break the law. Yeah.
Okay, I'm watching the stream now.
Oh, let's wait.
Hang on. I'm gonna show it so you guys can see. Oh, actually, I can't.
Oh, who are you
Oops,
sending
sorry,
it
guys.
to? Which one
This
am I?
is- it's being shared on the Discord.
Okay. I'm
All right.
watching.
No, sorry, you guys can't see it. You can watch it on stream.
See the woman in the orange leaning forward, blowing the whistle?
I don't see a whistle.
She's blowing something. It looks like.
Got her hand in front of her face.
Go.
Someone's blowing a whistle. Was there? Hold on. Was there a whistle in her hand when she did that? When
Give it a second. He'll be back. People, he's coming back. Just shut down. Hey, if you don't know me, I'm Avarice. I'm the guy in the back for you on Twitch. Don't worry, Rob will be back. Computer shuts down. For those that have been around, you all know this. So good to see you all here. Rob just froze. Good turnout. Heated debates.
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking you to back it up. So far,
He just explained it, but he explained that the previous actions, although we don't know the time between when that. He's saying she wouldn't need to have it in the moment the push occurs, given that the officer would have known that she did it already. And
No,
it's
that's
useful to prevent
that's
in the
a
future.
silly standard. If she stopped doing
Yeah,
it, the
respond
force
to
is
it.
no longer justified.
That's bullshit.
No, it's not.
Okay,
That's the
so just to be
fucking
clear,
law.
okay, so to be clear, if she smacks the officer in the face and then just backs up, he doesn't have the right, as she's still getting in his face, to push her?
If she stopped doing the action and is no longer a threat, yes.
That's
You do
not
have
true. She's
the-
still, they're allowed to
Again.
aggress her.
Again.
So, Peace goes, that
What
the
about
law?
like
Is
what,
the law
what
if someone
if she
punches
slaps
someone?
him and then a day later he comes and pushes her?
We're not talking about a day later. The
Okay,
analogy
but we are
stupid.
talking about enough a time passing, and enough time can pass
So
where
what's the-
you are no longer, in your view,
Okay.
entitled to push them down. Correct?
So I just want to be
For
clear.
where
Your interpretation of this is I punch
my
a law
interpretation of this is you don't have to tell me what my interpretation is. I can simply tell you what my interpretation
I punch a law
I can
enforcement
tell
officer.
you.
I punch a
I
law
can simply
enforcement.
tell you.
I punch a law
If
enforcement.
I go and I blow a
punch a
whistle
law
in an
enforcement
officer's
let's pause.
face, I don't
Wait.
think
Let's
I'm
let
gonna
the-
finish.
Okay, all right, Rob, go ahead. So punch an
I
officer
a law
and then you walk
enforcement
away.
officer, and the moment my knuckles slide off his face, now the officers can't do anything. Correct?
Okay, are we talking about a punch here?
It doesn't matter.
Well,
Hold on, did she punch the officer?
No.
The principle is, I think the principle that Rob is trying to get at is, like, if it
That
would
might
be
imply
justified.
that may apply if she was physically violent, but she did not touch that officer.
Well, then we'll just ask the question, Wick. If she were actively blowing the whistle at the moment that the push happens, would you think that the push is justified
No.
as well as the maze?
So it's irrelevant. There you
So
go.
then, so it's irrelevant. It's overdetermined.
So I just want to be
Doesn't matter.
clear. I just want to be clear, Wick. If someone follows you in perpetuity everywhere and blows that whistle in your ear, you would never be justified to push them, correct?
Of course, after a certain amount of time,
Wait,
it would.
wait,
But was
wait,
she
wait,
following
wait,
him
wait,
forever?
what?
Was she
What?
following
You
him forever?
You would be allowed.
Was she following him
After
forever?
how long time?
Was she
After-
following him forever?
After how long of
Was
a
she
time?
following him forever?
After how long of a time
Was she
would be
following him
justified?
forever?
Yes.
How many times did he blow the? Did she blow the whistle, Rob? How many times?
There was
How many times did she blow the whistle?
Okay, Wick, I'm asking.
guys,
you a
How many
question.
times did she
How
blow the
long?
whistle?
Yeah.
Hold on, answer my question. How many times did she blow the
Okay,
whistle?
I answered the question 17. Now answer
17
my
times.
question. Right?
17 times?
Yes, now answer my question. Wick.
Okay. How many?
times?
What was
How
the
many
amount of
times?
time that took period?
Wick,
Did she
how
do it
many
17
times?
times
Wick,
in
how many
10
times?
seconds, 2
How many
seconds,
times?
1 second?
Hey, Wick, how many times could someone blow a whistle in your
Hold
ear
on.
before
If
you're
we
allowed to
those
push
17
back?
times
Wick, how many
count as
times?
the
I'm not
consecutive
answering
use
any
of
more
force, just like
questions.
those 3
I'm not
bullets for
answering
Renee
any
Good, by the
questions
way.
until you
They
answer
should all be
mine.
counted
I'm not
as one.
answering any questions until
So
you
those
answer mine.
17 times,
So,
right?
I'll be quiet, and then
How
I'm
long of
just going.
time passed in this?
Okay, wait. Okay, hang on. So let's. I have to go in a second, and I want Rob to finish his point, and then we can all like do our final statements because I do have to go. But Rob, finish your point, and then we can have our final statements.
How many times does someone allowed to blow a whistle in your ear before you're justified in pushing them back?
Okay, you can answer quick.
Sure. More than once, less than 1 million.
Okay, do you think she
I don't
blew?
Loki. We can't Loki's wager this. I
That's
don't know
great.
the exact
Great.
limit.
So Wick
But I
is
can
just,
say, let me
there we
answer
go.
your
Wick is
question.
just- Wick-
Let me answer your
you
question. Stop
answered, you
interrupting.
answered.
Stop
I find your
interrupting.
answer
Stop
sufficient.
interrupting. Stop
I-
interrupting.
I found
Stop
your answer
interrupting. Let me
sufficient.
answer
You
your question.
answered.
Stop
I will now
interrupting. Let me
proceed.
answer your question. Stop interrupting. Great.
Wait. So wait.
Let me
So-
answer
so
the
how
question.
would you
please.
elaborate on that
You
answer,
chose
Wick?
to
Okay.
not
Yeah, I'm going to
answer it like an
elaborate on the
asshole.
answer, please, if you'd allow me, right?
So you said
The
more
fact
than
that
one,
we
less than a
saw the
million.
video,
Yeah.
we saw the video. We don't have to use hypotheticals here. The amount of times that she may or may not have blown that whistle
Rob said
did
17.
not justify in any way, shape, or form that agent.
Well, no. If
pushing her
it's more than one,
down
it's
on the
more than one
ground.
and less than million.
Yep, it meets your standard.
Right?
So she's justified in pushing. That was your standard. More than 1 and less than 1 million.
Okay,
You
guys,
fucking
can you
idiot.
get a
You
W?
fucking moron.
This is so stupid posturing. This is stupid posturing. Can we just like address the actual like before we do the finals? Can you address the actual like accusations of each other? Like Rob, do you really think Wick is advocating for violence?
Yes.
Okay.
I
I don't know how else I can say
You can say,
non-violence.
because you,
How many times do I have to
Wick,
say non-violence
Wick,
before you believe me?
Wick,
I don't know.
if ICE isn't acting in a gratuitous acts of violence, should you intervene with violence to prevent them?
Yeah, but you would
again,
grant
there's
that,
a
Rob.
Yes or
threshold
no?
You would grant that.
I'm asking.
Yeah,
yes
but you
or no.
grant that too. You would as well.
No, the problem is
Yes, if
No,
3
the
rice
prob-
agents were raping your wife, you'd kill them.
There we go. So now that we have the standard,
You wouldn't?
and he's suggesting,
Would you not?
And he's suggesting
Hold on.
people.
Would you not to
Would it-
stop them?
Would it be against the law?
Would you let them rape your wife?
Would it be against the law for me to stop them?
No.
Okay, you're advocating.
Self-defense.
You're advocating for breaking the law. It's your advocacy that we should break the law.
No, I'm
And yes,
advocating
that is
to do a
exactly-
certain
You wanna play
set
the
of
clip? You
actions
wanna play the
that
clip
they
of what you
might
said?
arrest you for.
Do you want to play the
That
clip?
might be illegal. I don't know.
Well,
but are still
Rob,
moral.
Rob, you have to grant that. You have to grant that just because they might arrest you doesn't mean that you're doing anything criminal. Because they've arrested people for
he's
things.
Suggesting doing things criminal. He's already suggested. He admitted it.
Well, the thing is, I think I'm actually unsure, Whick, and I'm going to be honest with on this point.
Sure.
Are you saying that you should do things where it's like a gray zone legally? Because here's what I think. I think that peaceful protest is enough. There are obviously instances where we can't account for them, where like you would need to intervene, and any reasonable person would, like some of the examples that you're bringing up, and that Robert is even going to grant. But I think that we should be clear, and I think you are when you say no violence and no force, except in those circumstances. And to the extent that you're talking about obstruction, it sounds like most of what you're talking about is legally protected, but like there's some of it is not.
What
that
is
ambiguity concerns me a little bit.
Curious because I don't know, right?
So I think that it's like anything you're saying, or most of the things that you would say, like in the traditional
What
public
have I
fora,
said that isn't? I'm
constitutes-
just curious.
Oh, I think lying to federal officers.
Okay, well,
might be
I
a
still
crime.
think you should in most cases.
Let me
That's
ask you
illegal,
this.
that's
Let me ask
Like,
you this.
why?
In
Why?
the situation, let's say Freddie doesn't get down. If they try to then, after they push this one, would he been justified in doing more?
Like, what were they continuing
Doing
to
what?
do to the woman?
If they were gonna continue to go down, try to arrest her, grab her, whatever, and she would have struggled and it would have led to an altercation?
Like, is he
Yeah, that's a good
justified in
example.
doing
That's
more? In what way?
I
Like,
just
Stop
gave
them
the
from trying
answer,
to arrest her.
and she fights back, and they're
but it
struggling.
depends.
It really depends
Hypo
on
is-
the context. I'd have to see what they were
they're-
doing to give you a straight answer here.
Well, no, just
in
accept the
certain
hypo.
cases.
Don't fight it. And I think that you should. I think this is a good hypo, and I think this will put to bed the notion that you're advocating for like
You're
dangerous
trying
advice.
to help
So
him, Peaceco.
say-
You're trying to help him.
How am I helping
again,
him?
he doesn't
I'm
need to
forcing
help
him to
me. I
answer
haven't
the
needed
question.
help here. I'm just giving you my honest answers. I don't know why you keep
so
doing this.
in this
thing.
situation, so Rob describes a situation in which they push her
Okay,
down.
so they push
and
her down.
for
They
yeah, and
spray
for
her in
whatever
the
reason
face
he-
with the thing. They
Yes,
start doing
for
to
whatever
her what was done to him. Yeah?
Let's
I don't think
just
it's hypothetical.
I'll make it as
Hypothetical-
clear as possible. They pushed her and sprayed her.
Okay.
Let's say she stands back up and they're about to do it again.
They're about to push her again?
Yes.
Then I think that putting his body in the way like he did, that's perfectly legal and acceptable.
But you couldn't touch him. Couldn't touch law enforcement.
You shouldn't touch law enforcement.
Okay,
no.
so if Freddie touched law enforcement, you'll admit he was in the wrong.
It depends on how.
What you said you shouldn't. So if he touched them, was he in the
Violently.
wrong?
I don't think you should do so violently.
But it's okay to
Yeah,
like
so
try
someone
to
is describing Rob. I think I'm trying to understand. Some of what he's describing as obstruction might in fact be criminal, but it might be the
course
kind
it
of
is.
like criminal slash actions which were like the kind of obstructive activities that maybe some civil rights protesters did, putting their bodies in the line. Like for example, it's probably criminal to block the highways or some shit. But I'm guessing that's the kind of thing that you would be in favor of, Whick, in terms of civil disobedience type things, right?
A highway specifically, maybe not. But
Oh,
like,
no,
for
no, no,
example,
okay,
in
but
the
like
gym,
maybe a
I'll
certain
give you an
street-
example. Like when Rosa Parks refused to move from the bus, that was illegal, right? But I think that
Okay.
that was a moral stance to take.
Okay,
I
so,
think that
so
it's
you're
clear- I
advocating for
think
things
that
that may in fact be criminal, but not
Yes.
violent, not forceful, except in those
Yes.
really, really edge cases. Okay.
Yes.
I think
Okay,
that's
Rob,
clear that that's not what I think
what's
it's
the
clear
final
that I think it's clear that he's not just saying that. If that was the case, then he wouldn't be suggesting. You could see by the fact that he thinks it was grotesque what was done to this woman. She was merely pushed and pepper sprayed. Something it's
Merely,
done.
merely pushed and pepper sprayed.
Okay, how many people were nonviolent that was pushed and pepper sprayed on January 6th?
Man,
Did you
I
talk
don't know.
about the
I don't
brutal
care.
violence against
January
them?
6th was years ago. We're talking what's happening
But yeah,
now.
so
in
you
the
had
city of
years. So
Minnesota.
no,
That's
fair
gonna trigger.
enough.
That's
But
gonna trigger him. That's gonna trigger him.
you had years to talk about it. So surely you talked at great length about how law enforcement went over the line with many people. Correct?
Tell you what, you can go back and watch my videos on these things, and you can
Why don't
figure
you
it out
just
for
tell me
yourself.
if you did
Okay.
that or not?
That come on, Whick. I mean,
Hold on.
we don't think that there was
what?
police
Because
brutality on that day.
what is specifically your question?
Were there people pushed and
He's asking,
pepper
did you-
sprayed on
Were there
January
people
6th
pushed
that
that shouldn't have
engaged
been
in
pushed?
violence? Yeah.
Perhaps, and that was wrong of the officers
Did
to
you
do
speak
so.
up about it?
Yes.
You did. Can you show me to any video where you showed that?
If you can show me where I saw an incident where I think that the
You said
cops
you
were
saw it.
being too brutal, Which can you point to an incident where do you think the cops are being too
So you
brutal?
don't think there
January
was
6th?
No, because they were fucking based. What are you talking about, Whick?
Yeah, like where can you at what point were the cops in January 6th too brutal to the protesters?
Well, for example, they started against.
I don't think they were
against some of the objections of some of the officers. So they started to deploy less than lethal munitions, and some officers said that it was unjustified at the time. And these clearly were hitting people that were nonviolent.
Okay, I don't think you should beat up a police officer or an ICE agent for just merely using tear gas in a riot or something.
Ever?
We didn't say about that. We didn't say. We said, did you object? Did you say that was violent? Would you have intervened?
Intervene only when it's moral to do so, and I don't think in the case
No, it wouldn't.
violent riot,
we didn't criticize that because that's what I'm saying. Like we didn't criticize that actually because we thought it was reasonable.
Yeah, I think it was reasonable in those situations for the police.
I think it was
things.
reasonable for them to do, as ICE officers are being attacked all over this country
by
people that are listening to your advice,
that's
suggesting.
that's the difference of opinion.
Right.
That's where it is.
That's why I don't suggest obstructing law enforcement as they're carrying out their duties. That's the difference. I'm not telling people to break the law. I didn't tell them on January 6th. I didn't tell the people post then when many times I felt that the law was unfairly applied. Never once did I suggest it. Never once did I tell people to actively obstruct. That's what Whick's doing. Something that the coward is unwilling to do himself. Imagine
I keep
being
saying
so
I'm willing to do it.
Then go.
No, his prescription wasn't go to places.
Yeah, I never said to go to places.
Wait, but Rob, you have to deal with that. That was a response. What do you mean it's bullshit?
I'm going to explain why. If you think these are literal domestic terrorists, if you think these are people that are so bad they should be treated as pedophiles, and you're watching it, and it's not outlandish, it's not like it's going to cost you millions of dollars, and you could go and do what you're recommending your audience do, and film these people, and obstruct these people, don't tell me don't stand on your fucking high horse and tell me how important you are and how moral you are.
You can say it's a ridiculous standard, but he hasn't broken it. Wait, you can say it's a ridiculous standard, but he hasn't broken it because he has. You can say it's ridiculous.
Okay, tell your audience to break the law and then be unwilling to do it yourself.
Wait, no, I didn't advocate to break the law.
Right. He did.
And Whick is saying that he's willing to in certain circumstances. All the caveats we've already laid out in certain circumstances.
It is absolute bullshit.
Within his home.
Absolute moral cowardice. Absolute moral cowardice to tell your audience to put their lives in jeopardy and to go break the law while you're unwilling to take the quick trip to go do it.
He says he's willing. Oh,
then do it.
Yeah, can you give me a clip? Hey, hold on. I'll give you the W if you can find me a single clip of me telling my audience to go to Minneapolis.
It doesn't matter. You told them to.
Okay, so you can't find a single clip of me telling my audience to go to Minneapolis. So when you say that I'm telling my audience to go out there to go to Minneapolis, you're lying, correct?
No, I didn't say you told them to go to Minneapolis.
Okay, you're implying.
He's saying that if this is so important, then you should be willing to.
And it's not just Minneapolis. There's many other places that ICE go to LA, go to New York, go to Chicago, wherever else ICE is operating.
I think ISIS should be opposed, but I ain't going to Afghanistan or fucking things like that.
This is such an important issue that you need to tell your audience to break
the law. I think the cartel should be opposed.
Isn't this your whole fucking stick out? You're like
driving down to Mexico, am I? You think
this whole stick, like if you support America giving aid,
the border should be secured, but I don't see you going to the border.
Suggesting that people engage in lawful defense of the country is different than suggesting people break the law and actively put themselves in physical damage and then being unwilling to go do that yourself.
You're understating your broader point because wait.
No, I refuse to accept, and you're blindful ignorance. Now the truth is,
you don't get a choice. You're accepting it. You accept it whether you like it or not.
I disagree. I'm not accepting it. You're the coward that's telling people to go break their law and put their lives in danger while you're not doing it yourself. And you're like, oh, if it ever comes towards me, I'll do it. Bullshit. Then go. You're a coward. Imagine you would be the person you think this is the civil rights movement of the day. And imagine being like, yeah, I'd stick up, but it's an hour away, so I'm too busy. But hey, you guys should all do it. You guys should do it. I'm too busy.
Wait, Rob. I think you're hiding your power level a little bit here, Rob, because I've heard you make this point about Ukraine funding, where you're like, if you want America to donate or to give money to Ukraine, you should be going to Ukraine to fight. And so, like, when you just say, well, no, this is just for like illegal stuff, I don't think that's right. This is a kind of argument you deploy a lot about hypocrisy when it's not entailed. And I don't think that Whick has said, I want you to go out of your way to go to places that are, in fact, but just basically saying, in the course of your day to day, where it's not like unreasonably inconvenient, you see it. And now you might say that's ridiculous. That anyone who has that standard should also be willing to travel across the country. You might say that's ridiculous, but I don't think it's hypocrisy.
I don't give a shit what you think. I think that it is clear rank hypocrisy to suggest that people break the law.
Unless you're willing to go to the border tomorrow,
Wait, let him-
then
let
I
him
don't think
respond.
that you
It's a
care
different
about
situation.
border
It's a
enforcement.
different
Unless you're
situation.
willing to go to
It's
the
a
border
different
and start
situation.
patrolling,
It's
right?
completely
Put on your
different
little
situation.
plate
You made that
carrier
point.
and start
Wait, you made the
patrolling.
point.
It's a
I think you're a
You made the point,
hypocrite.
Wick.
It's a completely
You
different
made the point, Wick.
situation.
Let Robert
Telling
talk.
someone to break the law and personally put their life on the line is different than saying that lawful policies that we have should be enacted, that our border could be protected by people using a legal means to do it. You are suggesting people, if people follow your lights, the predictable outcome would be one, they get arrested, as you admitted, and secondly, that they would find themselves likely to be in violent altercations with ICE. It is not a burden that's impossible for you to meet, to travel a few hours to get to one of these places and actually do this. The civil rights movement of our time. You think these people
Nor
are
is it
domestic
impossible
terrorism.
for you to go to the border.
I'm not advocating that we should
you advocating
have
for
people
border control?
breaking. I didn't advocate that people break
Are
the
you
law to
advocating
secure
for border
the border.
control?
I'm not advocating that people break the law to
Are
secure
you
the border.
advocating for border
I'm
control?
not advocating that people break the law.
Okay, that's
to
it.
secure the
Wait,
border.
Rob. That's a distinction. That's a distinction. Why is it a distinction with a difference? Like, who cares if it's? Isn't it the whole thing? Like, your conviction is X. You think it's really important. Therefore, you should be willing to do it.
No.
So why is
it
the
a
illegality?
different-
I know that's a
it is
difference. Why
it
is that a difference with a
It
distinction?
is a different calculus when you were telling people to break the law, right? Saying that you want certain laws enforced, right? And therefore, if you want them enforced, then you must yourself go volunteer to enforce those laws, is different than saying you want certain laws broken and you want people to put their lives on the line to break these
Yeah, it's
laws.
different. But why does that matter for the hypocrisy point? I
Because
agree,
it
it's
makes-
different.
Because
but-
it's because the level of it is so staunchly different. I'm sorry, you got a dick in your mouth there, Wick?
Just stuttering.
You got a dick in
It's
your mouth
crazy.
there, Wick? What was that?
Whoa. What would be wrong with that?
What, having a
Are you
dick in his
homophobic?
mouth? I don't know.
Now, you see, Wick is racist.
Sure.
You're homophobic.
Yes.
We're a little racist. It's okay.
So the point
Can you guys do
is,
your I gotta
the
go to
point
bed.
is that, like, the disingenuous nature. You're right.
We
You
can
can
go to
do
the bed,
threshold
yeah.
things with anything, right? What I'm saying is the threshold's clearly different when you're suggesting people break the law and end up in violent confrontations with ICE. And you're unwilling to do so yourself. It is clear that he is a coward and that he doesn't think this issue is that important, or he would be there. What's
And you would be
preventing
there
you
in the
from
border.
going, Wick?
Okay, is he done with his closing statement? Can I make mine?
That wasn't
Oh,
my
no,
closing
wait.
statement.
So let's wait. So I think what Wick would respond to that, and Wick, you tell me if you agree, is that that's not part of your prescription, and you don't think that it's like something you want to do to go to travel Minnesota.
Say that. I'm sorry. One more time.
What's stopping you from going to Minnesota? Is Rob's question.
I'm not advocating for anyone to go to Minnesota.
You don't want to go there right now, right?
It's cold, bro.
Civil rights matter as long as I'm comfortable. There you
Well,
go.
okay,
That-
we can do
straight from the crooked
I
tooth
think the
mouth.
local
There you
community is
go.
important,
cold.
and that you
It's
shouldn't
too cold.
abandon your local community to go off on some
The
adventure.
old snaggletooth tough guy. Oh, it said treat them like pedophiles unless it's cold out.
I'm just.
You know,
all I'm
you
saying is
know.
I'm not seeing your fat ass at the border. That's all.
I'm not advocating people break the law.
You're advocating for border control,
Border's pretty.
but you're not
fucking
willing to
secure
do
right
it
now.
yourself.
I'm not advocating people.
There was
break the
plenty of
law.
people who did. A lot of civilians went to the border to participate in border watches. I saw it on the news all the time. They
That's
went to
right.
the Canadian border too
Great.
to do this, where we saw people all the time.
I didn't tell them. I
right,
never.
helping
I never told them
border
to do it.
patrol and ICE agents find those
I never
border
told
crossers.
them to do it. You're
You
the person.
advocated for that
I never
strongly,
show me.
and you haven't
show
done
me once.
shit.
Show me once where I
You haven't
advocate for
done shit.
Show me
You haven't
once.
been to the border.
Show me once
You haven't
where I
been
have.
patrolling.
Show me
Show,
once
Why
where I
aren't you?
show once where Wick said. Show once where Wick said go to Minneapolis.
Wick, the difference is he
you
told people
can't.
to go out and
You got
confront
wrecked.
ICE, and he's unwilling to do it. It's
Rob, loser Rob,
Let's do fun.
always
Again,
going
again.
out his lines
Rob,
and
Rob,
classic.
filibusters.
I know. I'm
Crazy.
dealing, with
Let's-
I'm dealing with two insurrectionist supporters, so I understand the need to
Me?
tag
What
team.
the fuck did I do? I've been
Wanna
moderating now. I
apologize?
feel like I've been pretty
Nonetheless,
fair.
so the point I'll make is I never called for individuals to go out and secure the border. Wick has called for individuals to go out and break the law.
And
wow,
give us your
strangely
final-
silent now.
You having
are
a heart
Wick?
attack, bro?
Well,
Strangely
you know our
silent
response
now,
to
are
that,
you,
which is
The
like it's a
first
difference,
fucking
but
time
not
Wick's
necessarily
been
one
Yeah, there's
that
no
silent all night.
distinction. You just keep on saying, well, he wear a red shirt and he was wearing a blue shirt.
No, you're telling
They're both
people
wearing
to break
It's on
the
Tuesday,
law.
Wednesday. And that makes it different for your prescriptions. That if it's a fervent prescription with respect to breaking the law, you should be willing to do it. But if it's a fervent prescription that is in accordance with law, you shouldn't be willing to do it. I just don't understand like where that principle comes from.
Saying that you, I mean, I don't know what to say, Bisco. I guess I'll make
course
this as
you
clear as
don't.
possible. I'll make this because you're both so stupid in bad faith. Yes, I'll make this as clear as possible.
Stupid? Wait,
Yes.
is that an unreasonable question?
No.
Why is fervent belief?
You Steelman, what you think my argument is, Bisco?
I think basically you're saying that Whick views this as so important that he's willing to advocate something that is like drastic. And given the stakes, the drastic stakes, that you should be willing to do essentially what's a minor inconvenience given those stakes and given what you're recommending. That's, I think, the Steelman, right? And that the failure of the mismatch between the way that he's presenting the issue and what he himself personally is willing to do, given the nature of what's stopping him from being in a place, that there's a mismatch there and that there's an inconsistency.
It's more than a mismatch. You're on the right direction. Someone that wants to go secure the border is at very little danger on physical health compared to actually challenging and obstructing
Hold on,
ICE.
cartels. Hold on a border patrol agents under threat. They have to wear fucking masks and hide their identity because they are under such threat from cartels and evil people who want to hurt them.
And
are you saying that they aren't facing a threat at the border?
And certainly is it less danger legally. Now, I know it's interesting that Whick wants to talk about the cartel.
Crazy.
I noticed he didn't have shit to say when 200,000 kids came up missing under the prior administration or record numbers of people died at the border. You don't care about them, right?
Well, we're gonna get to Carter page in a second, and I have to go. Rob, we'll give you your last word, then Whick. So, Rob, encapsulate the accusation against Whick. Do you stand by your accusations? Do you think there's more evidence for them? What's your overall disposition? And then give your closing thoughts.
Overall disposition is people like Whick and probably Pisco as well that want ICE removed, defunded, or to stop enforcing the law, want to use violence and intimidation and law breaking, or ignore that violence, intimidation, and law breaking to get their political way. This is something the left does all the time. They did it in the Summer of Love. They're doing it now. And it, by the definition that they have talked about, meets insurrection. Whick is a fucking coward and a terrible person for instructing or recommending to his audience to not only put themselves in harm's way, but to break the law. As long as people like Whick have people that listen to them, which thank God Whick doesn't have a big audience, but as long as they do listen to that, this will make violent confrontations inevitable, which is what Whick wants and what the people like him want. They want people to die. They want people to get hurt so that they can say this justifies removing ICE. He ought to be ashamed of himself. I can't believe he has the balls to act like he has some sort of moral high ground when he is literally telling people to break the law. He has no idea what the fucking law is. He has a subjective interpretation of what violence is going too far from law enforcement, etc. And he's going to lead to people being killed, and he does not give a fuck. In fact, he would be happy not only because it would achieve his political ends, but the motherfucker, if one of his audience members was killed, would go on and make the story about him and brag about it. He is disgusting and despicable and a great representation of the left. And it's why we should not listen to these motherfuckers, because they'll sit there and gnash their teeth and scream about things like insurrections and violent right-wingers, while at the same time all morality is subjected to them, and they'll literally advocate for the breaking of the law.
Whick, we'll give you your final response.
Certainly. I'll try to be very brief. Rob, when the federal agents come and they're pushing your wife, and I see them pushing your wife on the street, I will stand in the way, because what that would be doing would be they would be doing something wrong. I want to live in a world where people see federal agents of the state brutalizing civilians and do something to try to stop it. I have repeatedly said, do so non-violently unless very high thresholds are met, which you've agreed with. I've said repeatedly, right, that the main things that I want to do, and this is a thing I've repeated most of all, is to record, is to warn others. And the fact that you have to continuously lie about my position, I think the audience can see it. You're flailing, you're sinking, and frankly, I think that your defense of the indefensible, of this administration's continuous lies over and over and over again, of DHS, Kristi Noem, Bovino from the Lollipop Guild, all these people's continually lying to the American public about what happened. And you specifically lying about what we saw in that video, saying that Freddie had done something illegal or immoral, when in fact he's a true American patriot and hero who was gunned down in the street by federal agents. right? I don't know if they did it on purpose or as an accident or if there's an accidental discharge. I can't say. I wish there would be a fair investigation so we could find out. But the sad fact is, under this administration, there will be no fair investigation. They're not even investigating the Good shooting, right? They actively tried to, they had to get the Minnesota State had to get a TRO, an emergency TRO, to prevent federal agents from destroying evidence in this case. That's insane, right? At the end of the day, I just think it's really clear that you're a liar and a loser, and you will always and continuously be sucking Trump's dick until you choke on it. That's all I got to say to you. Peace out.
Later, guys.
Hey, I hope that law enforcement doesn't find you.
Bye.
Good luck. So there you have it, everyone. Straight from the horse's mouth. Now, I'm glad that I dealt with both of those so you could get an idea. Now, I was doing a great job of getting to what I wanted to talk about. Pisco. Pisco actually understands the insurrections are going, downplays the insurrections, wants the same goal as the insurrectionists, which is the disbanding of ICE, right? These are the sorts of things that were said for Trump to be engaging in an insurrection. Well, the people that engaged in violence also wanted the alternate slate of electors. Therefore, Trump must have been engaging in an insurrection when they used violence and intimidation, etc. Never once was there calls by Trump to use violence or intimidation, and yet they said that those language was enough to say that he engaged in an insurrection. Court of law said that he should then not be allowed, to be on the ballot. I'm going to go to the restroom real quick, and then I'll be right back. Be right back.
Quick bathroom break. Stick around. More to come. I hope you all enjoy. Get the donos in. Bar's not full. How you doing, Chair? It's been a good day with Chair. Dono bar. Fill it.
All right. By the way, just a couple things. They said Freddie never touched law enforcement. That was something they said. Here's there you have him grabbing law enforcement as they're going after to apprehend the woman. That was before she was pistol whipped by 3 people, something that never happened as well. Weird that they didn't know. Now, Pisco more reasonable than Whick, but in some senses even worse, given the implication. You heard the whole with the Renee Good. Why would you trust someone that believes like that? Oh, I know the Whick fans are in here saying I did very poorly. I'm very happy with how that came about. Very happy. I'm glad for people to see who these people really are. Very happy for that. They feel they are morally righteous. They are the arbiters of the law, and they're allowed to obstruct. And that's the truth. Of course, as I say over and over again, oftentimes it's by keyboard warriors that they themselves are not willing to put themselves. Why would you do that? Why would you tell other people to break the law? Why would you tell them to put themselves in harm's way, to confront ICE. Then you see the danger. ICE doesn't have jurisdiction. Therefore, it's totally legal to do this shit. Do you see? Do you see what I'm talking about? Do you see the absolute fucking insanity here? Do you see this? ICE isn't allowed to deport people. So when you get involved in trying to prevent that, they don't have jurisdiction. So you're allowed. Do you see why so many of these people are leading to violent confrontations with ICE? Do you see it? Do you see what's going on? It's surreal. They don't know shit all about the law. Even the ones that do just assume they're right. I'm the arbiter of the law and I say this isn't allowed. Now, when I said, months ago, when I said these conflicts will be inevitable because the left is going to continue to send people for confrontations with ICE. And if you do that enough times, if you have enough confrontations with ICE and enough intentional obstruction, inevitably, what will occur there will be a violent altercation. There you go. ICE doesn't have jurisdiction over citizens. They can't tell you what to do. You can go beat the shit out of an ICE officer and they're not allowed to arrest you. You can obstruct and they're not allowed to arrest you. Only if they have a warrant to arrest you. Do you see the advice that people, these are Whick fans. Do you see? Do you see this? Now, someone's going to listen to that fucking advice and go fuck with ICE. And in the best case scenario, they're going to get slammed to the ground and arrested. And this guy's going to say, they can't do that. ICE isn't allowed to arrest citizens. It's surreal. But Whick knows he doesn't have a leg to stand on. He can't go out because it's cold. This is the civil rights issue of our time. Trump's this evil tyrant, domestic terrorist. Did I encourage people to break the law on January 6th? Show me. Show me where I did that. Show me once. I told people not to go. I put a video out in real time saying anyone engaged in violence should be arrested, and it was despicable. But go ahead, show me where I said, hey, go break the law. Show me where I said that. Oh, no answer, of course. I've spent every day after January 6th defending it. Is that true? Have I? Laughable. These people are laughable. Imagine going on your stream, telling people to break the law, putting them in harm's way intentionally, and then pretending you have some sort of moral high ground when you yourself are unwilling to break the law and go fight back against these domestic terrorists. And the way they tried to justify this, oh, well, you know, it's so obviously, blah, blah, blah. Then you listen to what they said. They pushed that woman. Worse than that happens on a daily basis with police around the country. But if you blew a whistle in Whick's ear, he'd be allowed to push you. But law enforcement isn't. If a series of people are constantly following them around, harassing them and blowing whistles in their ear, obstructing them attempts to enforce the law. These people know. Pisco knows that the claim that Trump incited an insurrection was so laughable based on the evidence they used. I said the way they defined insurrection and the way they say Trump engaged or incited it is so laughable that it'll bite them in the ass. Now we see insurrections on a daily basis. Pisco's like, I don't know if I saw them. Oh, I don't know what they are. I don't know. And Pisco wants the same outcome. Abolish ICE. They have nothing. Poor Rob, a man at war with himself, absent the truth. They have nothing. A man was killed after he was maced, subdued by half a dozen men, disarmed, and shot like 6 to 8 times. And what's that have to do with what we're talking about? Those shootings will continue. We're so far gone. See, what Cushbai's argument says, we need everyone to obstruct ICE. That's good. Go obstruct ICE. And then when it leads to violent confrontation, if there's ever a time where I think that ICE went too far, then we'll say, what are we doing? What are we doing? This is the game of the left. Fuck these people. Fuck them all. That is what you're saying, you piece of shit. That's exactly what you're saying. That's exactly what you're saying, you fucking loser. Well, we just had a whole conversation about someone advocating for obstruction and breaking law. By the way, Whick was also saying you should let people know where ICE is going to be so that they could be obstructed. No, it hasn't occurred to me I'm a complete joke. I'm someone who put my real name out there, who has a reasonable amount of people watching me. You're an anonymous person with some sort of anime avatar. No, most of the people in my family are proud. Do you have a family? Do you have a wife and kids? My guess is not. 15 people. I currently have on YouTube 476 watching. You were saying? There you go. That's the guy. I only have 15 people watching, he claims. "15 people. There you go. What a genius. One of the top super chatted channels on YouTube. Had 553 on YouTube earlier. So never occurred that you're a joke, says anonymous guy. Well, 400, that's nothing. How many do you have? That's right. Just trolls. Yeah, Bisco wasn't doing so well. Was he? Not so well. I wanted to talk to him about the Signal chat, which I was trying to get to. Go ahead, lazy-eyed hobbit. I don't know how soft my mods are. Ask this question over there on Twitch. I'll answer. Go ahead. So we have people that are on Signal chats, instructing people where ICE is, intentionally obstructing, constantly using violence against them. What is the line for you for ICE using excessive force? What is that? That's my question. Why'd your mods delete that? Now, I know we just had a whole conversation about people saying to intentionally break the law, and I know you've spent probably 14 hours in the past 2 days discussing this, but that's the question I want to ask. Now, I'll answer your question. ICE would break the law or use excessive force if they use force that would be beyond what was necessary or legally allowed in order to effect their duties, right? Now, what would the line be for you before you would stop giving a shit about that as your serious question when lefties are suggesting that we attack ICE and when illegals are mass harming people? What's the line? What's the line for that? Meanwhile, let me tell you what the game is. Here's the game. People like that are either A, weak right-wingers, or B, more likely left-wingers. And the game is this. They intentionally set a system up like Whick. Everybody go confront ICE. Go do it. Break the law. Go confront ICE. Now, this is going to lead to violent interactions. The vast majority of those will be ICE not acting poorly. But eventually, given enough altercations, there will be an action that people will be able to say, rightfully or wrongfully, was an excessive use of force by ICE. For example, the Renee Good situation. Clear cut, as far as I'm concerned, that it was a legitimate use of force, and yet it didn't stop the Democrats almost in unison from saying it was excessive. Then we have situations like the 5-year-old that was detained. Abject bullshit, easy to see. Abject bullshit. And yet they ran with it nonstop. It doesn't matter. They'll throw out one thing after another. Inevitably, there will be something that'll be shady enough that they're going to be able to go, aha! So what they want to do is ignore that they have cheered for that situation to occur because they want to use violence and intimidation to change laws that they don't like. Just like they did in the Summer of Love. This is who the left is. Now, if you take any police force in the world and you said you will have 10,000 altercations with people, including people that have signal chats that are following you, ramming you with vehicles, blowing whistles in your ear constantly, getting in your way as you try to apprehend people, inevitably what you'll see is there'll be some sort of violent altercation. Inevitably. But they're okay with that. That's the goal. That's the goal. They'll ignore all that. They'll ignore the constant attacks on ICE by the left. They ignore it. They ignore the fact, the constant left-wing politics that are saying they're fascists, they're Nazis. They'll ignore the Antifa shot an ICE officer in Dallas. They'll ignore that a crazy lefty climbed on top of a building and shot at ICE and killed 2 detained. They'll ignore story after story where we see people attacking ICE with their vehicles. They ignore it all. They just wait, bide their time. Show me the one action. Show me the one action. And then they say, oh, but isn't that excessive? Wouldn't you say that's excessive? Can we just say that's excessive? Can we just say, we just want to say that's excessive? Because they like it. The truth is this lazy-eyed guy, he loves it. He absolutely loves it. Lazy-eyed there is happy. He's popping champagne at the death of Renee Good and Alex Freddie. He is. That's who they are. They want these deaths. They want the martyrs. They absolutely do. This guy doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't care. Notice I asked him a question. Oh, okay. You want to hop in with chat? Sure. Here you go, lazy. There's the chat. Hop up in. By the way, send in super chats. Might as well monetize these bad faith sacks of shit. Super chats have I missed? As we wait. OG2. Thanks for the membership. JJ Bean says, no offense. Excuse me, but Pisco's kind of lame. Gully, Ted Buck says, Tekia Young body cam, similar incident. Officer found not guilty. Thanks so much. Unforcego, 10 bucks says, he's arguing use of force doctrine because he knows he loses dead to rights on actual self-defense law. He's lying and propagandizing. Anonymous Goward, 5 bucks says, Rob, you should debate libertarians on solutions to immigration enforcement. Psychotic ones want open borders without dismantling the welfare state. Thank you. Left-handed assassin, 5 bucks. Thank you. Unforcego, $100. Thank you so much. Says, thanks for the content, Mr. Noor. Appreciate it. Blasterpop, 5 bucks says, I love how Pisco makes his gain so he can talk over people. Real skillful debate. Yes or no, Rob? Blasterbutt $2 says yes or no, Rob. T-Rex is cooler than Ankylosaurus. No. Blasterbutt $5 says yes or no. Peter Pepper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Yes or no. Sure. Hunter Killer $5 says, how's he supposed to know she won't turn the car to hit him if he moved out of the way at that distance? She was already trying to hit him after all. Yep. Blasterbutt $5 says yes or no. She sells seashells by the seashore. No. Unforced Ego $5 says her doing a K-turn and then turning the wheel right would be her turning the vehicle in the direction of the officer. Correct. John Mitchell $5 says people forgot that her wheel was turned all the way to the left. Her wheel movement to the right could be to straighten it. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. At the time that the acceleration, it was straight towards him. Crafty Miscreant $10 says it doesn't matter which way she steered the wheel. He was right in front of her and would have ran him over either way if he just stood there. Your caller is dumb. Paul Volka, $5 for the grift, and then gifts 5 memberships. Thank you. Blasterbot, $5 says, yes or no, Rob, Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. Fuzzy Wuzzy had no hair. Yes. Blasterbot, $5 says, yes or no. Pat Kid poured curd pulled cod. Yes, I don't know that one. Left-handed Assassin, $5. Thank you. Blasterbot, 20 says, yes or no, Rob. Betty butter, 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 better, but it's bitter. So Betty bought better butter, and the better butter Betty bought was better, but bitter butter Betty bought before. Yes. Bobby Ballbags, $10 says, only Repubs can insurrect. No. Blasted Pup, $5 says, yes or no, Rob. 33 thieves thought that they were thrown throughout Thursday. Yes. David Moore, $10 says, did you bullshit today? No. Did you try to bullshit today? Yes. History of the World Part 1. Peace. Another new account, $10 says, I'm so glad I brought Whick's clip to Rob's attention now. Oh, if only I knew this would turn into another Pisco's arguments again. What a great night. Thank you. Left-handed Assassin, $5. Thank you. Bobby Ballbags, member, 5 months, says, Fisherman, check out the Patriot Dexter's Lore Lab. Bobby Ballbags, $2 says, name refers to 2 undies, okay. Left-handed Assassin, $5. Thank you. David Moore, $2 says, ICE operates in Philadelphia right now. Well, I would assume that's the case. Bobby Ballbags, $5 says, they aren't against fascism. They're only outspokenly against it because they're in control of it. The moment it's allowed to go nuclear, it will. Bobby Ballbags, $2 says, Smedley, clipped, check my Twitter. Left-handed Assassin, $5. Thank you. And another new account, $5 says, what a night. Wick jumping on and being racist was not my bingo card. Someone clipped that. David Moore, $2 says, I wonder if Wick thinks words are violence. Bail Factor, $5 says, isn't it interesting that these 2 ICE incidents just happen to involve whites? Dems can't play up the racist angle. Any thoughts on that at all? They'll still try to play it up, but it'd be worse if it was a person of color. Rocky Knuckles, $5 says, I'm broke, but I can't be the one to throw down on the cookout. Thank you. Flair Riot, $2. Thank you. Only Mr. Bill, $2 says, if Wick assumes all ICE are equal, then go to the nearest one. Yeah. Dan the Man SoCal says, that was a great takedown. Well done, Rob. Wick couldn't shut up long enough to listen or think. I don't think he was smart enough for this debate. He's never. David Moore, $5 says, when Wick was saying he'd protect your wife if she was being raped, you should have asked him, what if it's cold? That's good. How long Nate, $5 says, wake up to Rob devastating 2 lefties. We're short like 200 likes. Why are we so short in the goal? Too many lemon liquors tonight. Thank you. Bobby Ballbags, $2 says, chirp. OGN, $10. Thank you. Shelly Walker, $5 super sticker. Thank you. Radio Raskalakinov, $5 says, lying to ICE is a crime. Pisco knew this, and that's why he interrupted when Wick was provably calling for a crime. Yeah. Vita, $2 says, just posted vid of Freddie hitting officer, tagged you. And then how long, Nate? Remember, 7 months says after taking that loss. Should be known as Lick. All right. Are you the lazy eye guy from chat?
That would be me, buddy. What's up?
Okay. First off, do you have social media? You want to shout anything out?
Oh, no. I'm good, buddy.
Even an X account, Facebook, anything of that count?
No, I don't. I actually don't use social media. The only thing I use is Reddit.
You have a Reddit account?
Yep.
Okay. Did you call out any of the violence against ICE?
The violent, like the guy getting his finger bit off? Yeah, that's wrong.
No, not just that. And I didn't ask if you currently...
Are you talking about like the shooting that happened in Texas that you talked about? That's wrong.
How about
People shouldn't attack ICE.
No.
What do you want?
You're misunderstanding. One, I'm not just talking about that few incidents. I'm talking about the litany of incidents with people using vehicles to attack ICE, etc. Second, I'm not asking you if you currently think they're wrong. I'm asking you if you called them out before I asked you.
I guess.
Did you call on any shows? Say, hey, what about all this violence against ICE? Did you do anything like that? Post it on your Reddit account?
I could probably find you stuff from my Reddit account that says it. Yeah, I advocate for nonviolence all the time.
I think that's amazing. And in fact, I'll keep my mouth shut until you do that. That's great. So you're going to show me something from Reddit where you said about left-wingers that are doing violence against ICE and how you condemn that.
If I looked through my Reddit history, I could probably find it for you, Rob. I do a lot of Reddit comments.
Okay, that's great. I'd love to see that.
Okay. Well, can you just take my word for it?
No, I can't.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to look it up, so we can move on.
So my suspicion is that you didn't care. Now, did you vote for Kamala Harris or did you vote for Trump?
I voted for Harris.
Do you want borders enforced or not? Do you want ICE to deport people or not?
Yeah.
All illegals should be removed?
Yeah. Yes. What do you mean by illegals? Because I don't follow the Trump administration thinking that all asylees are illegals and things like that. People that
let's start with this. People that
Yeah, go ahead.
illegally cross the border or overstayed visa, all of them should be removed?
Yeah. If they're not following the lawful process of coming into the country, whether that's through asylum or whether that's through green card stat, all those kind of things, yeah, people shouldn't be in the country if they're here unlawfully.
And did you condemn when millions of them came in under Joe Biden illegally?
Did I condemn?
Did you speak up about that?
I speak up in general about people illegally crossing the border, yes.
But it was uniquely terrible under Joe Biden, right?
I don't necessarily think that's true, but
you don't think that's would you like me to find the evidence? I mean, it's not even close.
Well, what evidence are you going to show me? Are you going to show me that there's more, like, what is your, I guess, what's your definition of people illegally coming over into the country? Like, there was probably a record number of asylees that came in, and a record number of them were probably under false pretenses that shouldn't have been.
If an asylee came in but didn't come in an authorized port, are they illegal?
I think based on the process, technically no,
So
but I still wouldn't advocate for people doing that.
Would you want those people removed?
Well, I generally go by what our immigration law says, and I'm pretty sure that at the time, you can actually claim as wrong as it is. I'm pretty sure that if you were within a certain amount of time period or distance from the border or whatever it was, that you could still claim asylum. I think that's kind of one of those loopholes that should have been covered.
You're in favor of what our legal system says, correct? That's what you said? You'll defer to it?
Yeah.
Okay, so then almost everyone that Trump's been deporting has been people that legally he was allowed to do. So you support that?
Yeah, but can I make it with the caveat of that? I don't think that revoking people's temporary protective status and then saying that they're illegally in the country, I don't necessarily agree with that. I think that's kind of a.
How many people were deported under that?
I'm not entirely sure. I know that like a lot of Venezuelans that have been deported were here under temporary protective status, and then that was revoked, and then they started to be deported. I don't know the numbers exactly.
Vast majority of the people that he supported you would have no problem with, though, right?
Them being deported, probably not. In the manner in which that the administration is going about it, absolutely, I have something wrong with that.
Okay, are you against the fact that sanctuary states refuse to cooperate with ICE to remove criminals that are illegals from their jails?
Can you tell me what you mean by refuse?
Yes, the policy used to be that if there was a retainer, a deportation, or a lawful order of removal on someone that came through jails in these states, what would happen would be they would communicate with ICE to say, we just picked someone up on this charge. We saw that they had an order of removal, and then ICE would go to the jail, pick those people up, and deport them. Now we have many states, including California and Minnesota, that refuse to do that, and they no longer cooperate with federal enforcement in that way.
Yeah, so I'll just be honest with you. I'll kind of just like cut through this. I think in general, like one of the main faults that Trump is having is that he's not going about how he is trying to do this immigration enforcement in a way that would get states to work with him. I think that the adversarial nature in which he's going about these things and that he's vilifying everybody, and you know, like, take it or leave it on how you feel about Democrat-run states. I live in a Democrat-run state. Okay, I'm pretty sure my state doesn't cooperate with ICE in the way that you are talking about, but difference being in that Trump is actively saying that, like, basically every Democrat or the people in his administration are saying that every Democrat-run state are like aiding and abetting these people. He's sending in these forces against, you know, the will of the people that are there. If Trump got onto a podium and he said, "Hey, we have a problem with illegal immigration. What I'd like to do is I would like to start rounding up these people that are sex offenders, these people that are murderers, people that assault Americans, things like that. And I need the state's help." Do you think that there would be a lot of people that would like disagree with him on that?
Yes, Democrats.
Really? You think that Democrats actively want rapists, murderers, assaulting Americans? Do you think that, like honestly, you think that?
I think that what they want, a lot of Democrats, believe it or not, actually believe that these people are pitiable and that there's excuses for their actions. That's why they leave them out so often. We should judge them by their actions and not their words. Over and over, we see people that were illegal or immigrants, and in fact, just other people that are committing 50, 60 crimes that are left out until they do something like a grotesque murder. We see this occurring all over the place. And what's going on is there is such an impulse for Democrats for two things. One, to do the opposite of Trump totally. And secondly, to want illegal immigrants to stay because it is so important to their strategy, not just in the Electoral College, but for demographic change going forward. Do you know when these countries declare them, or these states declare themselves sanctuary cities or in states?
I imagine that there's going to be a wide range of it, but I imagine that most of it is pretty recent, probably within the last 10 years.
So, like, yeah. So a lot of it was even before Trump. So why would they do that if it's just about Trump being rude?
Do you think that I'm asking you as an actual question?
Real quick, I'll leave you answer. But
okay, go ahead and ask me your question. Yeah, go ahead and ask me the question.
Your hypothesis is the reason that they will no longer deport violent rapists, murderers, etc., is because Trump is rude. Correct?
No, I think that generally what people are in sanctuary states or cities, generally what they're going is that they don't see the misdemeanor of coming across the border illegally as something that they should actively be using resources to like go against, in the sense that it's the federal government's duty to do so. I will not even try to deny that most Democrats have a very different view on immigration than what Republicans do. And so they see the crime of coming into the country illegally as not necessarily something that should be having somebody be automatically removed. They want to see paths to where people can be in the country legally. And
so you've answered your own question. So the reason that they stopped cooperating is because the potential benefit of getting out rapists, et cetera, would come with significant harm, which would be if they cooperated, then there would be other people that were illegal that committed crimes that they don't think that's a big deal. And they want those people to have a pathway of citizenship and staying.
The people that do not commit those crimes, I wouldn't say that necessarily want everybody to have a path to citizenship, but generally most people think that people should be able to come into the country, sure.
So
like if somebody's not a rapist, a murderer, things like that, most people think like, what's the big deal about that person coming here if they're doing it in a legal way?
Right. So that's exactly my argument. So these are people that don't want immigration laws enforced. Now, you talk about Trump's rude language. How many times do we need to have Democrats calling ICE officers Nazis, brown shirts, fascists, suggesting they will be prosecuted when Democrats take over?
Phrase your question one more time. Sorry, I'm not necessarily understanding.
You talked about Trump's rude language. How many times have we seen Democrats call ICE officers Nazis? Gestapo?
I didn't actually talk about Trump's rude language. I said the manner in which he's going about his immigration enforcement and using adversarial language. I didn't say rude language. I don't think that he's being rude. I think he's being adversarial.
Define adversarial language.
I think that he sees Democrats like myself, like the state that I live in. I think he sees them as his enemy. And I think that people generally don't or shouldn't see other Americans as their enemy. Okay, so if you, without even knowing who I am, do you think I'm your enemy?
I don't know.
Okay, so would you ever call me your enemy?
It depends on what I saw you advocating for. Like, for example,
What do you think I advocate for?
Okay, let's say that I think that we should aggressively prosecute fentanyl distributors, right? Follow me so far? Right?
Yeah.
And let's say that you're like, yeah, I don't think that it should be a crime to distribute fentanyl. Are you my enemy then?
I don't know. Would you call me your enemy?
I don't know. I would say your actions are going to lead to deaths and detrimental situations that I want. So in this case,
do you think I would advocate for people to not be prosecuted for distributing fentanyl?
I don't know. It was a hypothetical, but you've already
Okay,
conceded.
well, I think that people should be prosecuted for distributing fentanyl.
Okay,
so do you think I'm your enemy?
Now let's see why I use the analogy. You've already acknowledged that Democrats in political positions don't want immigration enforced. So are they Trump's enemy?
That's not what I said.
Yes, it is.
That's not what I said.
That's absolutely what you said.
I said that no.
They generally want a pathway to citizenship, and they don't want.
That's not what I said either.
Okay, go ahead, explain it.
I said that most Democrats believe that immigration, the misdemeanor that is coming across the border, is not something that in which they would use resources to assist the federal government for the simple crime of crossing the border.
Okay, so you're going to say that they actually do want them deported. They just don't want to use resources to deport them.
Yeah, I don't think that they are like actively working against the federal government.
I think that's delusional. For example, we have Chuck Schumer going into the election saying we need a pathway to citizenship for all of them that are here illegally. Is he lying? Are you saying what he really means is actually, if it didn't require my state's resources, I'm perfectly fine removing all the illegals? I think that's laughable. You know it, and I know it.
Well, if Chuck Schumer wants to advocate for these people to have a pathway to citizenship, I don't necessarily see that as an issue. He's able to do that. I don't think that's a generally popular position to take, and probably won't ever be enacted.
I think that it's more popular than you imagine, but I think that it's laughable what you're suggesting. You're suggesting is that the average Democrat, and I would assume then Democratic leadership, actually advocates for the deportation of illegals. Their only issue with it is they don't want to use their resources.
Who's the president that deported the most illegal immigrants in the history of the country?
Barack Obama's turnaways are different. Those aren't deportations. They counted turnaways. So, for example, if we counted those under, that's just people that tried to get in the border and they turned away. That's not removing people. And if that's the case, if it was the same, why no protests?
Who's the president that has the most removals?
I don't know. Trump?
Are you sure?
No. So I said I don't know.
Okay. I'm just asking you because you seem pretty. You seem pretty strong to say that. You have all the information about. Oh well, actually, Barack Obama's numbers are actually because they started to count it because it was removals or turnaways at the border, but you don't actually know who did the most removals.
Fine, I'll concede. Why didn't they riot under Obama?
Because Obama worked with the states in a way that wasn't adversarial with those states.
How?
What do you mean? He didn't call the states that he was trying to work with the enemy. He said he went for. Hold on. Let me finish, Rob. Mm-hmm. He targeted specific people that were here. He didn't just deport people that were here for the simple crime of crossing the border. I know that that's a crazy thing, but most people think that we should probably go and target the people that are actually doing more crime in the country first.
That's not true. Show me the proof that Obama only targeted people that were committing the worst.
I didn't say that. I said he made a priority of it.
So Trump.
Okay, Okay.
Not only that, I could show you video of Obama. I could show you video of Obama saying things like, would you do family separations? He was like, sure. Kids in cages started under Obama. Show me the riots. Can't?
I-
That's odd.
there probably weren't riots. Okay, Rob, do you agree with me, yes or no, that people in general had a smaller social media presence and access to information like they do now under Obama?
Yes. And it's
Okay.
a distinction without
No,
merit. It doesn't really.
No, it's not though, because you would agree that most people's access to information has drastically changed even since 2016, right?
Let's assume that I say that that's true. I will say
Okay.
that's true. It's irrelevant.
Okay.
If we were to expect that that was the sole reason,
It's not irrelevant, Rob.
Let me finish. Then you can
Okay, go
surely
ahead.
show me. You can surely show me the mainstream media being as adversarial. Then
Again, I think that the reason that there's so much adversarial positioning on what it is that Trump's doing is because Trump is executing these things in an adversarial nature.
I disagree. I think that it's obvious that it's that they don't like the policies of Trump. Like, and it not just because it's adversarial, but because they don't like the direction he's going. The deportations under Obama were markedly different, and the strategy was different back then. Now we had, in a short period of time, 8 to 10 million illegals come in under Biden, and they don't want those people to be pushed back, as Chuck Schumer admitted. It is a laughable position. I cannot believe you're trying to defend this, that the majority of Democrats and Democratic leaders actually want everyone deported.
I
It's just that
never
they don't-
advocated for that.
Okay.
I told you, no. We talked about the states, and I told you what the states did, and you're saying that it's elected leadership that is doing this. I'm saying that different states, the reason in which they're not doing it is because they do not see the misdemeanor that is crossing the border illegally as something.
Do the states want all illegals deported? But they just don't want to use resources.
I don't think so. I think that probably if they did, they would work with the federal government more. I think that most people or most places that are more like sanctuary cities, sanctuary states, again, don't see a misdemeanor crime as something that they should be forwarding to the federal government. And whether or not you think that's correct or not, which I happen to think that that's incorrect. I think that, hold on. I think that
you've answered your own question. We beat around the bush for 10 minutes, but we finally.
Okay.
Now, can you see why Trump would think they're their enemy when they're antithetical to what he wants to do, the lawful removal of people? Them saying, we disagree with the law. We don't think that law should be enforced.
Okay, Rob, do you think that there's any other way to go about it than to just say, oh, well, I know that you're doing these things, so I'm going to send all of these ICE officers in?
Yeah.
Anyway, like without taking it. No, do you go from doing, like, let's say somebody is on your property, right? You're a big Second Amendment guy. You're a big private property guy, correct? If somebody is on your property, okay, let's say you don't know who it is. Suit and tie guy. He's just walking around on your property. You instantly shoot them.
No. First, I would say, get off my property. Trump said, here's money to deport. They refuse to do it. Then I would say, please cooperate with us to get the worst. Democrats refuse to do that. So it'd be the equivalent of this. I say, please, sir, leave. He says, fuck you, no. I say, law enforcement officers, will you take them away? They say, no, we don't think this is a big deal. Then he keeps coming at me, guns blazing. Yes, eventually I would defend myself and my property. Same situation here. Now, if you think, if this is all Trump's fault, can you explain Democrats that call ICE Nazis?
I didn't say it was all Trump's fault.
When in Trump's first term, for example, when you had people in the squad saying that ICE detention facilities were concentration camps, etc.
What was the question?
I said, will you acknowledge that those things were occurring? Was that before or after Trump? Whose fault's that?
I will acknowledge that people call Trump and ICE and all them Nazis, and that they called the detention facilities concentration camps. Yes, I'll acknowledge that.
So then it would seem like at some point when someone's calling you a Nazi, when they're saying that you're a concentration camp runner, when they're saying that they refuse to help you enforce the law, even against criminals that are here, that they're going to criminally punish or civilly punish people that work for that agency, would you call them any? If you were ICE, would you think someone calling you a Nazi is your enemy?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. Wow. Okay, there we have it. So you have a lot of elected Democrats then that would be the enemy of ICE right now, based on their rhetoric.
Okay, well,
their
do you...
By the way, real quick, then I'll give you a chance. Would you consider that adversarial?
Yeah, I would.
So what's your point? Your point's just, the reason they don't want to cooperate with Trump is because he's adversarial. Of course, they're adversarial too. And
Now, the original thing that I wanted to come in here and talk to you about is to draw, where do you draw the line on what it is that ICE is doing? Because I do truly think, no, hold on. Let me lay out my argument, and then you can go ahead and do it. I truly do think that you will defend absolutely everything. I won't say like almost everything. I think that if it was found out that ICE just put a guy on his knees and shot him in the back of the head, and you found out that that guy was a rapist, not raping somebody currently, maybe they raped somebody 10 years ago, and if ICE said, well, he resisted arrest and he struggled a little bit, so we shot him in the back of the head, you would say, yeah, that's okay. He shouldn't have resisted arrest. I think that you will defend absolutely everything that ICE does, because I think your ideology is that of this right here. The horrible things that are happening, I think that you truly believe that it's all okay because you are ideologically driven and that you think that these people are less than you. I think that despite that, I actually have heard good things about you and that you work with people and all these kind of things. I just don't think that you see the people that you see as your enemies as like people. And so I think that you see illegal immigrants as enemies.
How long did you watch me today or yesterday?
I'll be honest with you, Rob, I don't watch you very much.
Oh, so you have no idea what my take on this current situation is?
Well, I tried to ask you. I tried to say, do you think that it was a justified shooting?
I'm asking you, do you have an idea?
Based on the conversation that you had with Bisco, I believe that you do think that this was justified.
Tell me what I said. Go ahead.
Well, you think that simply putting hands on an officer means that somebody that it's okay is what I came away from that conversation. You can tell me that I'm wrong in that, but I think that you.
Now I let you go on a big soliloquy. Now I'll do my.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
You have no idea what you're talking about. I said that there was probably civil liability here, but I think that it's probably not rising to the level of criminality, right? And I've criticized other actions that have been taken by the Trump administration and by ICE, including criticizing actions of people that were being deported to El Salvador that I had questions about and other things. Now, I think that you're a sack of shit. I think that you actually do defend rapists. I think you're a piece of shit left-winger is what I think. I think that anything that ICE does, you'll be against because you're a fucking scumbag that hates the domestic population of this country and wants to make any excuse. I think you cheer for the actual calling of ICE Nazis and you cheer for the confrontational tactics that we see from the left because you know that that will eventually lead to a violent confrontation, which you'll then be able to use as a martyrdom syndrome because what you really want to say is Orange Man bad because you're a feckless fucking loser who's not intelligent enough to have. Please. I gave you a chance. I gave you a chance, right? You were very harsh with what you think that I think people are lesser than me and I justify. So I'm just returning a little of the favor. I think you want these people to die. I think you, like most lefties, think that it's a good thing when it happens because it helps you advance the political positions you want. I think you're a fucking liar. I don't think that you've ever put anything on Reddit about being disgusted by the left wing's tactics of attacking ICE and how they, as this is occurring, they're being called Nazis, etc. by left wing leaders. I think you're a phony. I think you're a fucking piece of shit that wants to call into a show and act like you're a moderate, but in reality, that's not the case. I think you're more than happy to nitpick and look at any hyper-specific situation as an excuse for why Democrats are allowing this situation where the law's being forced, because that's really what your political agenda is. There. How's that?
Sure.
Yes,
do you want to look me up on Reddit?
Yes. What's your name?
Babbitt follower.
Show me the clips. Show me where you've talked about the adversarial positions of the left wing and criticized how bad it is that they're going after ICE.
You could probably look through my comments today and I talk about how leftists and things like that are like complete garbage human beings that shouldn't even be brought into the Democratic Party. I think that their language is toxic.
Not just lefties. How about Democrats then? It's not just the lefties. It's Democrats in general. You want to differentiate lefty, fine.
Okay. You can probably look me up. No,
why do I have to look you up? Show me. Look it up. If it's so easy to do, look it up yourself. Show me.
You want me to send you a? Well, okay. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm being completely honest. I'm on a mobile device right now, and if I close the browser, StreamYard logs me out of the call. You can look me, dude, Rob. Just type in
I'm sure,
Hobbit
man.
follower.
When's
no
the last
space.
time? When's the last time?
Hold on. I'm trying to tell you a conversation that I just had that would take you 2 seconds to find, okay? People were saying abolish ICE on Destiny subreddit, okay? I said we shouldn't say abolish ICE.
Destiny fan. You're a Destiny fan.
I'm the head moderator of Destiny subreddit, yeah. Are you done?
So you work for a guy, his subreddit that said that all Republicans should fear for death. Did you call that out on the subreddit? Can I find you calling that out?
Well, seeing as how he didn't say that, I have not called it out.
I'm sorry. He said all Republicans should fear for their lives to be in public. Did you call that out? You didn't. You didn't call that out.
Rob. Did he say that all Republicans should fear for their lives in the sense that they should feel threatened in that something's going to happen to them? Or do you think that he was saying that because people are so blatant, like Matt Walsh saying that all of the things that Matt Walsh says, okay, that you can, are you good?
Go ahead. I'm listening to you. Go.
Okay.
How did I know? How did I fucking know you were a disgusting fucking lefty like this? Oh, you're not really a lefty. You're just a centrist Destiny mod. Talking about.
I never said I was I never said I was a centrist.
Go ahead. Wait, finish your point so we get back to rebutting it.
Okay. So in general, most Republicans say the most disgusting shit that they can because they think they can get away with it for no reason. Most Democrats, okay, like, do you think that you could look through anything in my profile history? I have never once advocated for violence, okay? I've always told people not to advocate for violence. As the moderator on that subreddit,
he thinks you protest too much. You're a subreddit on you're a moderator on a subreddit. You said the head moderator, correct?
Correct.
You remember when Destiny said to Pisco that the worst thing that could happen was that bullet that was shot at Trump missing? You remember that? Yeah,
I do remember that.
Did you criticize that in the subreddit?
No, but I don't actually tend to.
Yeah. That's interesting. But adversarial talk, right?
Did you condemn Trump when he said that the punishment for the senators should be what the punishment for treason is, and retweeting people that the punishment is hanging? Did you?
Sometimes I criticize some of the things he said. I don't work for Trump though.
Did you condemn?
I don't moderate a Reddit for him. I don't.
Sure.
I don't. You see, you're with the person that's probably one of the worst for sort of implying or straight up saying calls for violence. And then you want to come on here and talk about adversarial language. Perhaps your criticism of like, hey, Trump's too adversarial would ring more true if you weren't a fan of and the top mod for a person who's been pretty much one of the starkest for calling out violence against his opponents. Now, your argument was, well, when Destiny said right-wingers should fear for their lives, that was after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, correct?
Correct.
And so your argument is, well, he was right to say that because what he's really saying is that it's their own fault. They should know what the consequences are for their actions.
No, it's that they're being so blatant in what it is that they're saying that they don't think that there's any consequences for their actions. Not that there should be consequences, but there should be an amount of civility that we all have, because we think that if we go too far in the things that we're saying, that it could lead to consequences, and people should understand that there's insane people out there that are going to do shit, and these people just spew nonstop shit that they should be afraid to spew because of what crazy people will do.
Okay, so first up on that, 2 questions. One, he said all Republicans are conservative. Do all Republicans are conservative say that?
I don't think so. No.
But that's what Destiny said. So the idea that it's like he's just saying the people that spew crazy shit should fear for their life, that's not what he said. He also said people are fucking around finding out if they go to Trump rallies. So the mere fact of going to a Trump rally should have the same effect, right? That's what he said there too. Do you agree that all people that go to Trump rallies should fear for their lives?
No. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with everything that Destiny says.
Okay, so now given that you seem to be endorsing Destiny's position, hey, people, what they say crazy shit, they should worry about the consequences. Do you think Destiny should worry about the consequences based on the crazy shit he says?
Yeah, and I think that he probably does.
Should you, for being his moderator?
If I were to say crazy shit, sure. I'm not a big guilt by association person, though.
Oh, and yet it seemed that you wanted to defend Destiny, saying all conservatives, everyone that's at a Trump rally. Why should it be different for you?
I'm pretty sure that when I defended it, I said people saying crazy shit, right?
But that's not what Destiny said. So why would you defend something Destiny
Okay, well, if you said that all conservatives should be afraid, that's probably a bad thing, right?
Did he, you know for a fact, you don't even have to guess, that he said all Republicans are fucking around finding out if they get shot at a Trump rally. You agree with that?
Yeah, he did say that. I think he said that after Corey Compertor.
Yes. Did you agree with that?
No.
You don't, but you're still working with the guy. Now, you want to complain about Trump's adversarial language, but you are the head moderator with a guy that's saying things that you think are way too adversarial.
Yeah, I'm not the president of the United States, Rob. There's a little bit of a difference.
Right, the difference
is I'm not the president of the United States, Rob. You understand there's a difference. You're trying to compare me to the president of the United States. That is absurd.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to
say. Then why did you just bring up that I'm saying that about Trump? Okay, go ahead.
Perhaps if you'd listen, you would find
out. Go ahead.
out.
I'm listening.
What I'm saying is it's one thing for me, as what we should be looking at is us and our sort of, morality, etc., and what we're doing. It's one thing for me to vote for someone. It's another thing for you to work for someone that said these things, right? Secondly, you've also precipitously ignored the Democrats saying Trump's a Nazi.
I didn't ignore that. I said that people do say that. I'm pretty sure AOC has said that. Ilhan Omar, all of them have said that.
How about Chuck Schumer saying about Kavanaugh he'd reap the whirlwind that was immediately followed by an assassination attempt on him? How about after Charlie Kirk was shot, almost everyone
hold on, Rob. Mm-hmm. Was there an assassination attempt?
Yes. Man was
What was the assassination attempt?
A trans individual attempted to assassinate Brett Kavanaugh.
Did he?
Yes. He was arrested for it.
Didn't he call in and say, hey, to the police, I'm thinking about killing Brett Kavanaugh, and turn themselves in? Do you think that's an assassination attempt?
Yes. He attempted beforehand, was trying to bide his time, and then had second thoughts after he'd set up the time and was planning to carry this out. Why did he get arrested if it wasn't?
Because that's a conspiracy to commit a crime.
So let's say I just say a conspiracy to commit assassination.
Yeah, that would be more accurate. I would actually applaud you for doing that because
Sure. So the language of the Democrats led to someone to commit a conspiracy to commit an assassination against Kavanaugh. Did you call that out? No, you didn't, did you? No, you didn't, did you?
Well, hold on.
You didn't do that. Surprising, isn't it? How did I know that?
Dude, can you just take a second?
No, it's my show. I'll take what I want.
Okay. Well, I don't call out and condemn every single action that is taken. If I had a platform and I spoke on things, I would probably do it more. So right now, you're confronting me with it. People probably, sorry, I won't say that. People should not attempt conspiracy anything to assassinate a Supreme Court justice. Is that good enough?
Well, would you work for a person that did that?
Would I work for a person that
correct? Would you moderate their subreddit?
A Supreme Court? No, probably not.
Oh, so where do you draw the line?
I think there's probably somewhere in there where somebody drives to Kavanaugh's house and is within seconds of where he lives, and probably a little bit further than that.
It was just conspiracy to commit assassination. You downplayed it earlier.
I didn't. No. You said it was an attempt. When you say an attempt, if I say I attempted to assassinate a man today, what do you think that means?
I would think that means that you set up for him, was planning for him, was
no. What does that say? I tried in the sense that I went about trying to do it, and actually, if I had a gun, I attempted to shoot somebody. That would be an assassination attempt.
That's not true.
Correct?
All right, you tell me if this would be an assassination attempt.
Okay, go ahead.
you're going to assassinate me. Normally
Mhm.
on what's today? It'll be Monday. Now.
I
It's
would
in
never do
January.
that, by the way, Rob. As much
Sure,
as I
I'm not-
disagree with you, I think that
I-
would be fucking
I
absurd.
will give you that. I don't think I see nothing to suggest it, but just for the hypothetical, right? You're going to assassinate me. It's Monday, and you happen to know that every Monday I like to go to the library at 10 a.m. And so you wait in the library with a knife, ready to stab me when I walk in.
I would
but
not
don't
work.
come in.
I would not work for that person. That's completely wrong.
But I'm asking you, is that an assassination attempt?
I would say that probably, yeah. If
I think that's
yeah.
basically what happened with this situation. The guy was waiting, biding his time, and he didn't find an apt time, but he was ready to pull out the act. And then, as he wasn't able to find a time, he turned himself in at some point. And even the turning exam.
Sorry, I didn't even let you finish. Did you not go to the library? I thought that was going to finish and that they just didn't go through with it and they were sitting in the library and you were in the library.
No. I went to I didn't go to the library. If I would have showed up, you were going to kill me.
Then I would probably call that conspiracy.
But not an attempt, not an assassination attempt.
No.
All right. Well, nonetheless, irrelevant. So, anyways, you're working for Destiny. You're talking about adversarial relationships, like or adversarial talk. Also, how childish does it have to be to want a policy enacted, but not do it because you don't like the language that someone's using?
Are you talking about with regards to Trump's immigration policy?
Correct. Yes. That's your argument,
Okay.
that they don't like his language.
No,
You said it was adversarial language.
it's not.
I
it's
said
not just,
rude. You said not rude. Adversarial. Oh, okay.
No, he's taking adversarial language and using adversarial actions to do so. Okay, so what he's doing is he's calling these states enemy. Can I get you to just right now? You don't think that blue states are advocating for domestic terrorism on a whole, right? You think it would be wrong to say that the state of Minnesota is advocating for domestic terrorism?
No, I think they probably are. I think that leadership is clearly implying that they see. Do you think the state of Minnesota and the leaders see the violent actions and altercations against ICE?
Yes.
Have they called it out?
Yes.
Really? Show me. All I see them saying, we're continually proud. Keep going.
Have
Did
you
any of
watched
them
any of Tim Wall's speeches or Jacob Frey's speeches?
Fair enough. He'll say, yeah, we need to keep doing peaceful. So he might say something.
No. They say more than that. They say not to be violent. Okay. They say that violence is not the answer, and that is actually what the Trump administration wants people to do. They actively advocate against the violence.
So
Rob, you admit that, right?
He said, yesterday we saw violence. We saw an ICE agent get their finger bitten off. The day before that, we saw them setting up these zones. What are they doing? This is violence. Stop that. Has he ever said that? Or has he said things like, I see that it's been peaceful protest and don't give in to violence? Now, if they saw the violence, as you admitted, and they're not specifically calling out the violence, and instead they're saying, we like what we're seeing, continue to be peaceful. Do you think the implication is they're okay with what's going on? If not, why aren't they specifically
Rob,
calling it out?
you are saying, like, I don't want to get into this because you go down rabbit holes that I've seen that I do not want to be a part of. But you understand that what you're saying is the same thing as Trump saying continue to be peaceful during January 6th, right?
What did you guys call that?
Did I call what out?
What did the left say about that?
Well, seeing as how people weren't being peaceful on a whole on January 6th, and when people were actively breaking into the Capitol, it's a bit different, right?
Oh, it's different. So when we see one violent day,
let me ask you this, Rob. Let me ask you this.
So let me finish.
Go ahead.
So when we see one violent day as opposed to dozens and dozens of violent days,
Yes,
occurring all
the
over
2020
place,
riots were terrible.
Not just that. Now we see it again. We don't even have to go back to 2020. We see what your party's doing right now. Can you show me Can you show me one prominent Democrat in Minnesota that called out Walls, Fry, anyone, lefties entering a church and harassing people, including children? Anyone call that out?
I've already told you, and this is not me trying to do a cop-out. On mobile, you cannot close StreamYard in the browser without exiting the call. So I actually can't look up anything and provide anything to you. I don't think... So, hold on. I honestly, I don't really think that church thing was that big of a deal. Like, if you want to just argue on that.
Of course you don't. Of course.
What was the reason that they went into the church?
Because they're psychopaths that want to intimidate people.
No, Rob, what was the reason that they went into the church?
Because they're psychopaths that want to intimidate people.
Who are they trying? Okay, if you think they were trying to intimidate people, who are they trying to intimidate?
All the people that were at the church.
No, that's not true, right? It's actually that the pastor is alleged of the ICE agent, and so they went to go protest the church, right? That's what the actual thing was. You can say that they intimidate. Hold on. You can say that they intimidated people at the church, and I would agree with you that probably there were people at that church that were intimidated. But do not say that they just went into a church to just advocate for intimidation of people at just some random church. You understand that the reason is because the pastor is allegedly an ICE agent. You would say that is markedly different than just going into a church and screaming at people, right? That's way different. Why is that not different?
Their intent of who they thought the people were was irrelevant. The intent was to intimidate them, as I said. You saying, oh, it's more excusable because they may or may not have, or because they maybe correctly or falsely believed that the pastor was an ICE agent doesn't change that the purpose was to intimidate. I could prove it. If it wasn't, then why didn't they confront this man outside the church?
Probably because they knew that he was going to be there at the church, and
then wait until he walks out and confront him. Why yell at children? You want to hear the affidavit, some of the stuff they said? You want to see? I bring it up if you like.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. And then
Rob, hold on. We can just cut through this. Do you think that I'm going to advocate and be okay with people saying shit to kids?
What's it matter? You seem to imply that clearly wasn't the intent. This was just a noble pursuit of going in because
because you said that they went into a church, and I asked you why, and you said to intimidate the people that were there. That was not the intent.
Let's read some of this. Additionally, when agitators began shouting, all the parishioners could hear was shoot. Victim 4 informed agents that members of their parish attempted to retrieve their children from the child care area located downstairs, but the agitators were blocking the stairs, and the parents were unable to get to their children. Victim 4 recalled one agitator was threatening, aggressive, intimidating towards parishioners. Additionally, this agitator was screaming and getting in people's faces, including women and children. The agitator continued to scream in the faces of young children while they were crying. On January 9th, 2026, Homeland Security Investigations Federal Bureau Church, let's see,
What? Just read the rest of that. What was the rest of that?
Okay, well, it's 7 pages. I'll read it all. On January 19th,
what was just the rest of that sentence?
No problem.
What was the rest of that sentence? Come on, you stopped in the middle of a sentence. I just want to hear the end of that. I stopped in the middle
of the sentence because it was going about the dates and everything, but fine.
Okay. No, go ahead and move on.
You're absolutely right. I'll read all of it. No problem. So here we
go. No, because Rob, what it sounded like was that you had saw something. I trust you. I trust you, Rob. Just go ahead.
It's my show. We'll bring it up. You're right. It was bad form. We should read this all. On January 19th,
Rob, come on. We don't need to read a 7-page thing.
Please. On January 19th,
I already told you that I condemn people doing that. What's wrong?
If you would like to leave, you can. I'm interested.
Go ahead.
Remember, it's worth reading this too because you said it's not a big deal, right? That's what you said. So keeping people from getting their children yelling and screaming in children's face, not a big deal, correct?
I didn't say that, Rob.
You said
I said that protesting at a church isn't a big deal.
No. But we weren't talking about a hypothetical. We were talking about this specific event. You said this event wasn't that big of a deal. That's what you said. Right?
I might have said that actually.
Okay, let's keep reading then.
Hold on. No.
Please.
No, go ahead.
Let's keep reading. January 19th, 2026, Homeland Security Investigations Federal Bureau of Investigation Special Agents interview victim 6 regarding the incident that took place at City Search in January 18, 2026. I've learned the following from the report of the interview. Victim 6 was joined by his wife, Victim 2 and their children. Victim 6 recalled an African-American woman yelling, excuse me, Pastor, do you know you're harboring ICE? Victim 1. Victim 6 recalls protesters everywhere in the aisles chanting, Victim 1 out. Victim 6 thought himself that this is what it feel like to be in a mass shooting. Victim 6 described the events as surreal and could not believe what was happening. He recalled that people were shouting, running, children crying, as well as people singing and praying. Victim 6 recalled Kelly screaming, Nazi, in people's faces, in addition to confirming the children saying, do you know your parents are Nazis? They're going to burn in hell. Victim 6 was scared that the agitators were not going to let people leave and they were going to harm Victim 1's families for harboring Victim 1. Victim 6 later stated protesters followed and surrounded them in their car and would not let them leave. Victim 6 informed agents of their face on the city's church website and they're afraid people will try to come to their house at night. They recalled the child stating to them, "Daddy, I thought you were going to die." They ended the interview and acknowledged his children were traumatized. Let's see, what else? They entered City's church with the camera recording a live broadcast. Based on the review of the video, it appears the parishioners are confused and shocked by the agitators' conduct. Again, based on the video, agitators could be yelling "ICE out" and blowing whistles. Based on my training and experience, anti-ICE agitators use whistles to disrupt ICE operations and notify others. During the blank broadcast, Armstrong and Allen are observed yelling "ICE out." Kelly can also be heard, "This ain't God's house. This is the house of the devil." Based on my review of Kelly's numerous social media posts, I recognize Kelly's voice in the video saying these words. Blank could be heard observing a winter-style jacket and hood over his head, what appears to conceal his identity. Several other agitators and parishioners were wearing winter-style jackets. During his live stream, Blank explained that Operation Pull-Up learned that one of the pastors is a member of ICE. During his broadcast, he tells users that they're chronicling and reporting. We're not taking part of the activities, we're just reporting. Blank is observed in agitator chants, yelling and raising his hand, stating, "I'm looking for a young man who's in the corner." Let's see. Victim 4 noted that after the protest began, approximately 50 members of the congregation were stuck towards the front of the church. Victim 4 informed that agents, the aisles are narrow to begin with. Agitators occupied the center of the aisle and made it nearly impossible for parishioners to leave. According to SPD and Ada Dispatch, Victim 2 broke her arm exiting through the city's church office door while proceeding towards Saratoga Street. When Victim 2 came out and the door was running, she slipped and broke her arm. I believe this was documented in the broadcast described above. Per the report, Victim 2 advised SPD they were terrorized. Our children were weeping. College student young men were sobbing. It was impactful and will take time to work through. No big deal though, right?
That sounds pretty bad, Rob. What else do you want me to say?
You said it was no big deal.
Yeah, I hadn't read that report. That sounds bad.
Now, it's interesting. You apparently follow politics. You're a moderator of a subreddit of someone who talks about politics a lot. Interesting. Do you think he covered that?
The church thing?
Yeah. Do you think he covered that report and the extent of it?
I don't think that he did.
Did you hear Tim Walz or Mayor Fry or any of them talking about how serious this was and condemning it?
That specific incident, I don't know if they actually said anything about it now.
It's interesting. Well, anyways, yeah, you're right.
Do you think that in general, hold on. Do you think that that would be like a violent protest?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so do you think that when people say like don't do violence, that they might be including things like that? Do you think that Tim Walz, when he says don't do violence, that's what they want you to do? Do you think he was saying that because he wanted somebody to bite an ICE agent's finger off the other day?
I think the precedent has been set with January 6th and the people that said Trump saying things like fight like hell meant go be violent. Then when people say it's time to go to war with ICE, they are Nazis, we like what's occurring, we need to keep in their faces, that the implication is that they are actually calling for violence if they're not specifically calling it out. In addition, we've seen prominent Democrats such as AOC suggest deploying the National Guard, implying that they should fight ICE. So yes, I do think that it's fair to say that based on the standard that's been set up by January 6th and what Democrats, including your host, think about Trump, this certainly would meet that criteria.
That people are advocating for violence.
If Trump was, they are.
Okay.
Trump said be peaceful.
Can we go back to what your line is on ICE? Because I'll tell you right now, I condemn all of that stuff. I think that's all bad. Well, then I'm just asking it. So I'm not going to watch your entire stream for the last couple of days, Rob, when I can just ask you a question. Do you think that the Freddie shooting was justified?
Didn't I answer this to you already?
No, you didn't actually. Because when I asked that question, I then said that I'll jump into the chat, and then you didn't say anything. You said you gave me the StreamYard link, and then you didn't answer it, and you went to super chats.
I think that it's difficult to say. The most likely scenario is there was a negligent discharge. This would be unfortunate, but if the officers heard the gun deployed after yelling gun, they would be
Okay.
justified in the shooting to that extent. However, this would clearly be something that was negligent because of the negligent discharge, and so therefore it wouldn't be justified in that sense. Would it rise to the level of criminality? I'm not so sure. I predict that it would probably lead to some sort of civil hearing. The other option is there wasn't a negligent discharge, but during the scrum, they heard gun, were unaware that the person was disarmed, and saw him struggling and thought that he could be reaching. This would be less good as the first example. Let me finish. You wanted to know my opinion. This would be less as clear cut as the first example, but still could still be made some case of possible negligence. Wouldn't rise to the level of premeditated murder or anything to that degree. Either way, I think it's a bad situation that is made intentional by people like you and the person that you support, Destiny, who's encouraging people to go violently confront and obstruct these ICE officers, which means over enough time, it means that these sort of situations will be inevitable. Of course, this is what people like Destiny, and now I assume you, I was being tongue-in-cheek because you were saying, I think you're evil, blah, 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 but now I do believe this, seeing as how you're a moderator for Destiny. You actually want this violence. This is what you want because it helps achieve the political goals that you want. And it's going to continue to happen because of you and people like Destiny.
Want that, Rob.
Then stop working for a moderator that's making it likely to occur, or for a streamer that's making it likely to occur.
I think that the actions of ICE are probably more likely to make something occur than Destiny to make something occur. If I'm being honest with you, I think that that's probably the case.
Well, that might be true, right? Except what we need to take into account is that it's not just Destiny, it's people like him that are encouraging others to get in the face of ICE officers. Would you acknowledge
what do you
this?
think that okay, I'll ask me the question and then I'll ask you one. Go ahead.
If there's 1,000 attempts to obstruct ICE, would you predict that eventually there'll be a violent altercation?
Yeah, generally in law enforcement, any type of obstruction like that is gonna.
Right. Any agency, not just ICE, FBI, Dallas PD, whatever, right?
Correct.
So the people that are suggesting
the chance for violence to occur raises, yes.
Correct. And you would say that given as many times as people of ICE is doing activities and people are, now we know they're actually on apps that are reporting exactly where they're going, constantly there, whistles being blown in the ears, obstruction, thousands upon thousands of times. You would predict that would lead to violence, and eventually that'd probably lead to an act of violence that would be questionable, correct? From the perspective of ICE.
I think that there is a bit more going on in the instance of ICE than most other law enforcement agencies as far as this obstruction and things go. I think that ICE is uniquely unqualified for the positions that they're putting themselves in.
Okay, so for example, can you name me one other law enforcement agency that has constant applications of people that are constantly trying to obstruct them? Can you name one?
Seattle Police Department.
Okay, show me that. As
far
as I know, Seattle's basically, in fact, Seattle's almost the opposite. That's laughable that you would say that. Seattle basically stands down and allows the lefties to do whatever the fuck they want. So of course there's not going to be as many.
You just asked me of people that would obstruct police. Okay.
Okay.
And I gave you the example of Seattle Police Department.
As much
and then
as
you
ICE.
told me as much as ICE.
That was what I said.
Because will you engage with the fact that I said that ICE is unique in the way that they do things? You would agree that ICE is a unique agency, correct? Yes or no on that one? Okay, you would also agree, hold on. You would also agree when it comes to law enforcement and training in law enforcement, ICE is uniquely less trained than most officers, correct?
I don't know that that's true at all.
They have a 47-day training program. You would agree that that's less than the 13-week average for this nation, right? For law enforcement officers to be trained.
If those facts are true, sure, but I don't know them to be true.
Okay.
So you're saying that it was ICE's lack of training that led to this shooting?
ICE is uniquely unqualified for the position that they are putting themselves in. Would you agree? Okay, let's just take.
I'm asking. We went through
I'll wipe away all.
We'll go through. We went through a couple of questions. You can
go
ask
ahead.
a second. So you think that ICE's lack of training contributed to the shooting of this Freddie guy?
Correct.
Okay, it wasn't ICE. You dumb fuck. It was Border
when
Patrol.
when I say it's under DHS, which I just hold on. Oh, you got me, Rob. You got me. Even though DHS's policies are all the same between all of them, their use of force is across the board for DHS.
How many years experience did the agent that fired have?
8 years.
Interesting.
Does 8 years experience mean that you're qualified to do your job?
I don't know. Does 13 weeks of training mean you are?
It would mean that you are trained to do the job that you're supposed to do, yes.
I would say that 8 years experience is more qualifications than 13 weeks of training, right? Your argument that you're trying to differentiate saying, well, they have less training. Yeah, but the specific people involved in both of these incidents would be people that have been working in these agencies or in law enforcement for a long, long time. So they would have not only had training, they would have on-the-job training. Nonetheless, I think this is a differentiation that's far less impactful than the fact that there is the real thing that makes ICE unique is that there is no other organization like it that they're called Nazis and fascists to the level of them that are told that they run concentration camps.
Most police are called that by people that would call ICE that.
Perhaps you didn't listen to me. I said to the level that they are. Nor is there as much
obstruction.
They are a large
agency that is
nor is there any agency that I can see with this amount of obstruction in such a period of time. For example, can you show me any other police agencies that we've seen this level of protest and riots?
I cannot because ICE is unique in their position.
Yes, and it's unique in the fact that there's uniquely being called out and it uniquely being obstructed in the ways that they are.
No. Okay, so let me just ask you something. Have you ever watched an ICE video, okay, where they seem to be detaining someone in a manner that you would say is like the regular manner that a police officer detains somebody? Have you ever seen them just, hey, go ahead, sir, put your hands behind your back, you're under arrest, read them the Miranda rights, you have the right to remain silent, blah, blah, blah. Have you ever seen a single video like that? You can just answer yes or no.
No, most of the yes, I have seen. I have seen several illegals that were peaceful apprehensions where they just put their hands behind their heads and handcuff them. Yes.
Okay. I believe you. Do you think that it's a bit odd that out of all of the videos and things that the White House puts out, that DHS puts out on X, that there might be a little bit of a problem in that we're supposed to believe that ICE is doing their job and that these protesters and all these things are the reasons that they're acting so inhumanely, and that maybe they would start posting videos of ICE officers doing an exemplary job and doing things that they should be doing in what we would see as regular law enforcement duties and the way that a law enforcement officer should interact. Do you know like any sort of thing about like community policing and what that means?
How are you going to? Yes. There's been, in fact, I've seen places like ICE in Texas show the cooperation that they're having. The difference is community policing is going to be different in the sense of, hey, I helped this lady, to get the things that were stolen from her back. That's not going to be the case here. These are deporting people that are here illegally. Also, there's going to be more video that goes viral of things that are confrontational than things that are peaceful. People have less reason to record.
I didn't ask for viral videos.
So the implication, it's like, oh, you know what the problem is? If Trump just put out like 1,000 videos of them just arresting someone that was illegal, that would be cool. That would solve the problem. Now, I'd like to go back to something you said. Can you provide your evidence of the average length of training for a police officer in this country?
I can't provide you evidence because of I'm on my phone.
Okay. What did you say it was?
The average police academy in this country is 13 weeks.
The average police academy?
Yeah, like a law enforcement academy in this country is.
And what's the average ICE training?
47 days is what it is now.
47 days?
Yep.
Historically, it's around 13 weeks. Custom Border Patrol, it says.
Hold on. Historically, it is. You understand that the Trump administration has changed that, right?
Because the mass need for enforcement, because the Biden administration let tens of millions of illegals in?
Let me just ask you something. Just because you need more people, does that mean that you shouldn't train them as much?
It doesn't matter.
I think it actually does, Rob. When you give people hold on, when you give people guns and the authority to take away rights from people, you would agree that we shouldn't cut corners with that, right? You're a fucking American, right?
Okay, so to answer your hypothetical, so your argument would be if we need to train someone 2 months
that is able to wield state power against somebody. Okay, we agree that law enforcement officers should be given the right to remove rights temporarily from people.
Does the National Guard have the state right to remove people?
State, like, to remove people from the country?
You just, whatever your criteria is, agencies that have the power.
The National Guard does not have law enforcement ability like what ICE.
But they do
has,
have they do have some law enforcement ability, correct?
Not in the way that you are trying to imply, or if you're not trying to imply anything, you just clarify what it is that you're asking me.
I would like to see. Here's what I'd like to see from you. Yeah, so I could say I want people trained longer. However, I think there are clearly situations where there's a level of training that would be sufficient if it's an emergency, right? What I would like to see from you is, based on your bullshit assertions, right? I'd like to see that now ICE has only changed 47 days, and I'd like to see that those officers are the ones that have been involved with these confrontations. Otherwise, that would be irrelevant. If it's the ICE, if the confrontations we're seeing that are the worst are agents that have been with ICE or Border Patrol for a long time and they went through the lengthy training, then it would seem that your claims of this was the result of poor training would be insufficient.
No, because I can give you more. No, hold on. I have more reasons of why ICE is unique in the way that they do things. Would you like me to continue on, or do you want to stick on this one point? Because I have an entire argument that actually encompasses everything that you're probably going to try to weasel out of.
Please, by all means, tell me why it's justified.
How many
the real problem with ICE is not the people that you are cheering for that are obstructing them and using violent confrontation against it, but it's actually their fault because of, and here you go.
You ready?
Yep.
So the next thing that I would say is that generally in law enforcement, despite the fact that most police chiefs, whether it's a commissioner, a sheriff, whatever it might be, leadership positions, stand behind their officers, generally they don't tell them things like you have absolute immunity to do what it is that you're doing. They give them full reign. They tell them that they're doing a good job. They back them up in all actions. You know that most officer-involved shootings, they don't make a comment on whether or not the officer was justified, unjustified, anything like that, right?
That's not true. The ones that become national news stories, they oftentimes say if it was justified or unjustified. Can you name me one that it wasn't?
You're telling me that on the day that it happens, within minutes, sometimes like within minutes of it happening, the police chief gets on air and says, this was a justified shot.
There's certainly been incidents where that's occurred.
Okay. You would agree, though, that most of the time, okay, when there is an officer-involved shooting, they say, we have an officer-involved shooting at the 500 block of East whatever street. Officer fired off several shots at a blah, 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 blah. That you would agree with me that that's generally how they say what happened, in a way that makes it to where they don't put liability on the officer, they don't put liability on the victim, or the perpetrator, or the suspect, or whatever word it is that you want to use. You know that most times, because that is the right thing to do, because investigation should occur, they do not put their finger on the scale in any sort of way, right?
I don't know. I would say that a lot of times you probably see agencies that are defending their own if they think there's clear visual evidence that shows there was no wrongdoing, particularly if they think there's likely to be riots or civil unrest. But let's say for the sake of argument, I say yes. My counterexample would be, can you show me examples of mayors coming out immediately and saying it's murder? Is that also putting the thumb on the scale?
That is actually, yes.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. But that's what happens when ICE does shooting with like Tim Walz and Mayor Fry.
Yeah, but there's a difference here in that the mayor of a city isn't the person who is like the head of that department, right?
That's actually worse when they're saying that this agency needs to be.
Hold on, no. Hold on. If you're hold on. Go ahead. Actually, go ahead.
it is actually worse when you are a mayor or governor saying this agency is evil or whatever and needs to be removed, and then coming out before all of the facts and calling them murderers. You have to understand that the likelihood of that causing people to take violent action is going to be very high. That's more significant than anything. For example, you could come out, the head of ICE could come out and say, I think this was a justified shooting, and then later they could investigate it and say, no, actually it was wrong. What's the big harm there? Yeah, you spoke too soon, and that's not good. Nonetheless, justice was served.
Okay. We'll go back to what my point is that the head of the agency is the one that is causing people to believe that the shooting is justified in a way that most people, when they see a video, they don't see what it is that's being said. Do you agree that Freddie or Renee Good are domestic terrorists?
I don't know. It would depend on how you.
Do you think? Hold on, do you think? That's not what I asked.
Yes,
that's not what I asked.
I think the insurrectionists would be terrorists. Yes. Here's what your guy Destiny calls an insurrection. Ready? An assemblage of people united for a common cause. Do you agree that's what Renee Good and Freddie were?
Yes.
Were they resisting the implication or execution of a law or interfering with it?
Yes.
Force or intimidation?
No.
Yes, of course. Of course they were. Freddie actually put his hands on law enforcement. They were blowing whistles in their ear, would be intimidation. Yeah. They're screaming, fuck you, you're Nazis and stuff. That's all intimidation. Renee Good actually advanced her car to the point where it probably hit. That's force or intimidation. They were obstructing with vehicles. Was it for a public purpose?
Rob, I'm not gonna. I don't think these people are. No.
Yeah, it wasn't for a public purpose. So they weren't out there protesting ICE and immigration policy. They had individual reasons. They were out there because that particular officer stole their lawn chair or something to that effect.
No, probably over personal feelings that they have. I don't. Rob, I don't want to talk about whether or not these people are insurrectionists, okay? I'm not going to be drugged down this thing. I'm going to ask you again about the domestic terrorism thing, because this is what's actually the problem, Rob.
I think that if, based on the definition of the guy you follow, if they're insurrectionists, it's fair to call them terrorists as well. Sure.
Okay, what's the definition of terrorist that you use, Rob?
I would say a terrorist is a non-state actor that's using violence or intimidation to achieve political motivations.
Through what?
I just said violence or intimidation.
No, there's a specific part in terrorism that okay. I understand that you believe that the Renee Good shooting was justified, okay? I understand that because she was, the vehicle was heading towards the officer or whatever it is that you want to say, right? Is that terrorism? Okay, can I just ask you, do you think that she was actually trying to kill the officer? I understand that you think that the officer saw himself as being in danger, okay? Do you think that she was trying to hit the officer? Just your actual opinion. Or do you think she was trying to get away?
She probably was just trying to get away.
I agree with that, right? No matter what I think in that, like, the officer might have felt in any sort of way, I personally think that, like, I have more experience in knowing how law enforcement is trained, in that I do not think that that officer was in the right to shoot somebody, because I believe that he put himself in a position that he shouldn't have been in. But I can more see that side of things when people talk about it. The Freddie situation, you can show me whatever of an officer getting his hands put on him or whatever. Use of force doesn't work in the way that, oh, well, you know, even if there was an accidental, it doesn't matter, Rob. There's a higher standard in when you use lethal force.
What's with this? Like, it seems to be you're moving from the point that you just suggested. The guy you work for would say, based on his definition, these are domestic terrorists. Here's
he
the
wouldn't
DHS.
Say that they're domestic terrorists. Well, no, I would, maybe if you argue with them, maybe insurrectionists.
Let me rephrase. The guy you work for is a hack that wouldn't admit it, but based on his definition. Now, I believe an insurrectionist, the language for insurrection is very very similar to the language of terrorists. Here's how the DHS defines domestic terrorism. DHS looks to Homeland Security definition of terrorism, 6 U.S.C. 101.18, which is substantially similar, not identical to Title 18. Defines terrorism as any activity that involves, is dangerous to human life or potentially destructive of critical infrastructure or key resources, and is a violation of criminal laws of the United States and or other subdivision of the United States, and appears to be intended to intimidate or coerce a civilian population, to influence the policy of a government by intimidation or coercion, or to affect the conduct of a government by mass destruction, assassination, or kidnapping. There you have it. People committing crimes intended to coerce or influence policies and governmental actions of the United States. That's terrorism, according to the DHS.
Do you think that the people? Okay, if you're
So
you're
what was your
sticking to
point?
that,
What was your
you're
point?
sticking to that definition.
I'm just asking. You seem to say, you were going to say, how dare people in the Trump administration call them terrorists? You coming from
No,
a
I
channel
said that. Would you label
coming
somebody
from-
a domestic
let-
terrorist
let
within
me-
minutes
let me
of a
finish.
shooting
Let
happening?
me
Because
finish.
that is where
Let
the
me
issue
finish.
is, Rob.
Let me finish. You coming from a channel where you're a moderator that has screamed and hyperventilated about January 6th being terrible terrorists and insurrections for years. And all of a sudden you want to quibble when the shoe's on the other foot. Now, would I come out and say, I don't know that I would say that immediately. Maybe not the most prudent thing to do. Nonetheless, I don't see what the point of any of this is. You're trying
Well,
to make
Rob,
excuses.
I'm glad that you
You're trying
hold yourself to a standard higher than the people in our federal government that are in cabinet positions of the presidency.
You're trying to make excuses for the fact that we see these violent intentional obstruction actions.
I'm not trying
that
to
are
make
taking
any
against ICE.
excuses.
Of course, that's what you're trying to do. That's why you
Rob,
said ICE is.
Rob,
I'll finish my
listen,
point. It's my
go
channel.
ahead.
Please, I'll finish my point, right? The fact that you said, well, it's because ICE is unique. ICE is unique. That's why all this shit's happening. This came about from me saying, no, these violent interactions will continue to be inevitable because people like the guy you work for want people to get in the face and obstruct ICE. And as you admitted, if there's enough obstruction from any law enforcement agency, inevitably we would expect to see violent altercations. My contention to you is, even if these altercations, it doesn't matter if it's really that ICE is at fault or not, you people are going to use these altercations because you want the martyrs. And then you're going to say, see, this is why we need to disband ICE or we need to remove ICE, thus achieving the very political agenda that you wanted. The bargain is very simple. Vote for us. If not, we will use violence to enact our agendas. The guy you work for, Destiny, has even said this quite clearly when he said that violence and riot are the other side of the coin to voting. That, of course, it's okay to affect political change in that sense. That's exactly what's going on. Then you want to clutch your pearls when inevitably a bad action happens. It goes, oh my God, everybody needs to condemn this. But the game's easy to see. You people want this. And if you don't, if you're not like Destiny, then you ought to be ashamed to work for a guy that does.
I wanted to let you finish. Are you good?
That's it.
Okay. I'm not ashamed because I don't hold any sort of feeling like what you do about him, but it is what it is. Now, do you believe that even if you believe that the people meet the definition of terrorism or whatever it is, okay, do you think that our officials in the government, in cabinet positions, and the president himself should be calling these people domestic terrorists before an investigation is undone?
I think that is probably not the most prudent thing to do. The ability, the wrongness of that pales in comparison to calling our officers terrorists, Nazis, etc. And I noticed that you're not concerned with it.
What?
You're just like, yeah, well, it's all ICE's fault.
No. I have different standards that I put out, like a random Twitter user. I really don't give a shit about. Okay, and then when
Okay,
there's
how
like a
about
public
AOC?
figure,
How about Mayor Fry? How about Tim Walz? How about Kamala Harris? How about them?
They call them Nazi. Like, what is it that you're wanting me to say that
Yes,
is
call
bad?
them Nazi, call them fascist, call them unjustified. Say they're monsters.
If I called you a Nazi, Rob, would you cry about it?
No, if I called you a terrorist, would you?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay, then what are you clutching your pearls about? You're the one doing it, not me.
No, because we both agree that the reason actually that it's hold on.
Yeah.
The reason that we both agree that it's a problem is because of people not like me and you. That when we hear somebody be called a terrorist, we don't automatically think of them as a terrorist, right? we could
No,
look into things a little bit more.
That's
Okay,
untrue.
if I call somebody a Nazi, no, it is true, because
It
if
is
I call somebody
untrue.
a Nazi,
I can prove
go
it.
ahead. Go ahead.
How long did left-wingers, including those in office, wait to call January 6 people criminals, terrorists, insurrectionists, etc.? How long did they wait? Did they wait for the investigations?
Probably not very long, because it was all filmed.
Now, I
and,
remember though that you were on Reddit saying, this is outrageous. It's so odd that they're coming out before the investigation was over and saying these terrible things.
I wasn't on
remember you did
Reddit
that,
in 2021 and on January 6th.
But since then you've said that. Wow. Right? I mean, you work for a guy who talks about January 6th damn near every day. So you were like, wow, I think it's outrageous how people jump to label these people as terrible things, even before investigations were over.
No,
right?
because when something is recorded and we can see what is happening in the recording, you can make a judgment,
like
right?
With Renee Good?
Sure.
So we can make a judgment.
Yeah, me and you can make a judgment. That's correct.
All right. What about the Democratic politicians that made the judgment on January 6th?
They can make that judgment as well.
And so can Trump's administration, right?
No, because again, Trump's administration.
There it is. No. When my side did it, it was okay. But now it's
you would agree that there's a no.
Yeah.
Dude, you love this, don't you?
I do, dude. You're right. I do love this
because I hold the president to the highest standard ever. So like, the president shouldn't do that. Hold on.
Mm.
The president, I can say, should be at the utmost of all levels of everybody to cage their words in a way that cannot be misinterpreted and cannot cause issue. We would agree on that, right?
I think that the president should be held to a standard similar to a senator, a congressman, etc. I think that trying to equivocate that it was okay. Absolutely, I do. If you're saying it's unprudent for the president to say someone's a terrorist, but if the opposition leader in the Senate says it, it's not that bad. That's bullshit.
Who did Chuck Schumer call a terrorist?
The Democrats almost ubiquitously, almost immediately.
Who did Chuck? No, you just brought up Chuck Schumer. Who did Chuck Schumer call a terrorist?
Okay, let me find.
Well, you're just saying things that you don't have an example of, right? I can tell you when Trump's called somebody a terrorist.
When did he call Renee Good a terrorist?
You just said the opposition leader in the Senate. He called who a terrorist?
When did he call Renee Good a terrorist?
Yeah.
Okay. When was the post?
What day did she get killed? It was like the 9th, right? Something like that, or the 12th, or whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
The day of.
The day of. Okay.
Yes.
Let's see. I'll see if I can find Chuck Schumer ever calling January 6 people terrorists, insurrections, etc.
No. I just asked terrorists. Rob. You're a smart person.
Chuck Schumer stated those who perform reprehensible act cannot be called protesters. No, these were rioters, insurrectionists, goons and thugs, domestic terrorists. Whoopsie. They're a stain on the country. Uh-oh.
When did he say that?
January 6, 2021.
Perfect.
The day of. He called them domestic terrorists the day of. Uh-oh.
Okay.
Huh.
Do you believe that there were people doing domestic terrorism on January 6th?
It's irrelevant. You said that they should be hesitant.
I'm asking you. Hold on.
It's irrelevant. The question's irrelevant. It doesn't matter what I said. You said it's irresponsible for leaders before an investigation has been finished to make these sort of judgments.
You're correct. I did say that.
Okay, so then what's it matter what I think if they were domestic terrorists there?
Because I made that claim and I said that it's wrong when people do that. You are saying that it's not wrong when people do that. I will say Chuck Schumer shouldn't call people terrorists, okay? He can call them insurrectionists, he can call them whatever. Terrorist holds a specific meaning in the common parlance of the United States. You would agree with that, right? There's a little thing called September 11th that made terrorists kind of high on most people's shit.
Yes, I get that.
Okay.
Like, sort of, I get this sort of like, let's deflect from the fact that the very thing that I
No,
said
no,
occurred
no, no,
did
no, no,
occur.
no, no,
Yes,
no,
yes,
no.
yes, yes. I get it. And now you're like,
I didn't.
oh, but Rob, did you call them terrorists? And blah, blah. What does this have anything to do with the relevancy of what we just said? So yes, the most powerful Democrat at the time, immediately the day of January 6th, called them terrorists.
Perfect.
And okay, so what's with all the pearl clutching now?
Because I say that that's bad to do.
Okay,
You
I
don't
already
say that that's bad to do.
Did I say that? I said, yeah, that's probably not a bad thing or not a good thing. I said,
No,
I
no,
wouldn't do
no.
that.
You said, no,
Yes,
I would
that's-
probably say that we shouldn't do it. No, why can't you just say it's a bad thing for the president to call somebody a domestic terrorist?
Why did you just say, oh, so you said president, so you don't think that's the case for Chuck Schumer?
Because I asked you about
so you don't think that's the
Trump.
case for Chuck? Why can't you just say that it was wrong for all the Democrats to do this? Why can't you just say that?
I just said that. I said that it's wrong for...
Excellent. So the pearl clutching is irrelevant. What does this have to do? Well, there's all this violence that's occurring. I'm making the claim the violence is going to be inevitable because people keep calling for
I'm
violence.
consistent on this, Rob.
People keep calling
Rob,
for...
I'm consistent on this.
Here's what you're consistent on the deflection. I agree, right? And when you're
No, I'm
called
consistent
out,
on that. I will condemn people calling people domestic terrorists without having the
Okay.
terrorism charge on people.
Okay, so imagine this. Let's say this. You're like, Rob, what did you think about this Freddie killing? And I said, I think it's despicable. Chuck Schumer called the January 6 people terrorists. Wouldn't you be like, yeah, okay, what? What the fuck? Okay? That's what you're doing, right? What you're doing is I'm like, you see, what's happening is the left is encouraging all of these obstruction efforts will inevitably lead to violent altercations. You agree. And then you're like, yes, but Trump shouldn't have said they were terrorists. That's so bad. And I'm like, look, the precedent's been set. Democrats did it as well with January 6th. And you're like, yes, but I condemn that. Cool, you condemn it. And what's that have anything to do with Democrats that are essentially setting up obstruction efforts against ICE that'll lead to violent confrontations?
Because Rob, regardless of if Democrats are doing that and they're leading to these obstructionists that will inevitably lead to violence or whatever, you can still say that the violence is bad. Okay?
Who said you couldn't?
Okay.
Applying it in
All
the
right,
way
so
that
what's your point?
things.
Yes, what I'm saying is I'm making a specific accusation that the violence, yes, I agree, I don't want the violence. I wish the left would stop obstructing ICE. I wish they would stop leading to violent confrontation, but they won't. In the areas where they do, like Minneapolis, we're going to see more confrontations. Sometimes it'll be ICE being hurt. Just tonight, they're trying to break into a hotel where they think ICE is. We had an ICE officer with his finger bitten off. We had one in Dallas that was shot in the neck. We had ICE officers that were shot at by lefties that killed a lefty that killed two people that were detained. We have countless numbers of times that ICE have had their vehicles rammed into, etc. Right? But all of that gets shoved to the back because it's like, well, Trump said Renee Good was a terrorist. So, and what I'm saying is, what we see is what makes this unique is the demonization of ICE and the fact that there are intentional obstructions. We even have signal chats. Oh, disappeared? Unfortunate. I was having a good time. Unfortunate. I got to take a piss and then I'll be right back. Maybe the guy's phone died or something. I got a chair, huh? By the way, I am interested. Did Trump call Renee Good a terrorist? He probably did. He does shoot off his mouth too much. His argument was Trump called Renee Good a terrorist. That was his argument. So let's see if that's the case. He said he called her the day of the shooting. Trump called Renee Good a terrorist. He did. Okay. I believe he did. I mean, but it's worth checking. Yeah, Biden on January 6th. Domestic terrorist. The truth is he believes they were terrorists, so he doesn't have a problem with it. And he'll feign like, oh, yeah, I actually... we'll talk about him a little here. Are you surprised? Are you surprised that that guy was a mod for Destiny? You surprised? Holy shit. It's taking a while to search here. I'm looking it up. Look, I see it. I assume your phone died or something. Would be my assumption. I don't wish any ill to that guy or anything like that. I'm glad he called in, but oh, his wife woke up. Fair enough. Yeah, I didn't think he rage quit or anything like that. But let's look it up and see if we can find. Let's see. The AI, which is bullshit, I'll admit. It says Trump avoided the exact term terrorist for good in verified quotes. However, Kristi Noem explicitly labeled her a domestic terrorism. But this says Trump didn't. Take that for what you will. So, I mean, it would be if Trump hasn't used the word terrorist, that would seem that he was incorrect. Remember, I don't know. I know Trump said some bad shit about her. Let's not kid ourselves. But his thing was, now I want to directly hear the word terrorist. I want to directly hear that. That has a unique meaning. That's what he said, right? Maybe J.D. Vance said it. I don't know. He said Trump called her a terrorist. It appears that's incorrect. I'm willing to have someone prove that I'm wrong, but I did both a Google search and an AI search and was unable to find it. Again, I'll admit it's a quick search. And so I don't want to hear someone gotcha. It definitely sounds like something Trump would say, though. Let's be honest. All right. Now listen. I've been streaming for 6 hours and 40 minutes tonight. It's 5:30 a.m. How about a little something for the effort, huh? We'll read some super chats, but let's try to get to that dono goal. It'd be nice. Flowing Glass, $10 says, just because you've been live for so long. Thanks for the call. See what I'm saying? Thank you. Michael Rees, $5. Thank you. Flowing Glass, $20 says, Rob's been killing it for like 20 hours. Hit the like button. Thank you. Rick Roll Scott, $5 says, Destiny tweeted earlier that whoever did it would have generational wealth. What do you think the dude means by that? We know what he means. Mr. Somebody, $50 says, good morning. It is morning now, huh? Mick Narshall, $5 says, recent tweet, indisputably, the murder of Alex Purdy is worse than the murder of Charlie Kirk. Destiny. There you go. Left-handed assassin, $5. Thank you. Flowing glass, 10. Is the donut bar broken? It should be over 1K by now. I wish. I don't think. Mickey Blue Eyes, $2 says somebody stop that damn match. Brutal. Zach Gelpy, $5 says I'm shocked he works for Destiny. Shocked, I tell you. Yeah. Gully, $20. Thank you. And left-handed assassin, 5. Thank you so much. Was anybody able to post it? Did he say that? Trump? The whole point is that it's irrelevant anyway. The excuse making, and I'm definitely right with what I'm saying. You can see it with like Whick. You can see the whole agenda is, and I called this out months ago. This is the whole agenda. These people feel that they're morally virtuous. Trump's evil, they're good, so everything's justified. They intentionally set the stage knowing that there will eventually be violent confrontation, which is exactly what they want. Either give us what we want or we'll riot. We'll use violence. We'll use obstruction. Christian Pot Sky, thanks so much, man. Says, as always, would love to work with you. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. What a rogues gallery tonight, right? Peace go call in, Whick call in, telling people to break the law. Destiny's subreddit mod call in. It's top mod on the subreddit. Like Glass, $20. Thank you. Says, feels like I'm in a pocket universe. Feels like you've been on for ages. Thanks again for the content. Thank you. Contemporary. Thanks so much for $2 as your statement of God. Please, I wish. Thank you, though, for the kind words. Lazy, though, do you see anywhere looking that Trump said she was a terrorist? I don't see it. But imagine we saw Chuck Schumer that called January 6ers a terrorist, right? So imagine then if I use that as an excuse, if later we saw constant obstructions by people using obstruction, violence, etc., against the FBI trying to arrest January 6ers. I was wrong. See? Was so certain. But imagine then if they were using violence or whatever to obstruct FBI going after January 6ers in the days after it. And I was like, well, but I mean, come on. Chuck Schumer called them terrorists on January 6th. He'd be like, okay. And? I didn't bring up any of the allegations against Destiny. I hope that people see that. Mickey Blue Eyes, $2 says, these guys want this and they're getting it. Yep, that's exactly it. It's exactly what's going on. It's simple criteria. I can or cannot think that what these ICE officers did was justified or not. That's fine. Right? You can judge me for that or not. I have been consistent against calls for violence. People like Destiny have not. They've said it's the other side of the coin of rioting. I've consistently been against streamers calling for confrontations against law enforcement, right, left, or anything in between. That is not the case with so many of these left-wing streamers. Now we have Whick joining the chorus. Who raided? Teriak. Oh, thanks, man. I'm going to bed here. I gotta find someone to raid, I guess. I'll have to talk tomorrow about what I was going to talk about, the new rules of engagement. I sort of brought it up a little. Oh, I'm taking this up. Paltzy says, Whick made my case. At the end of the day, with these bad LEO tactics, no matter the situation, law enforcement should be held to a high standard that we should all support. We can't live in a world where pressure is high and we say it's excusable. Whether or not we say it's excusable is irrelevant. We have a party that is encouraging active subversion and obstruction of law enforcement. And then saying, as they do that over and over again, it leads to unprofessional activities is nonsensical. I don't mind the people that want to criticize ICE. The truth is, it is inevitable. Any single law enforcement agency that had to deal with this much obstruction would eventually have violent interactions. Mickey Blue Eyes $2 says, you won't see the streamers out there, though. That's right. Wick ain't going to make it. Zach Gilpy, $20 says, some bucks for the good work, sir. Thank you. I really appreciate it. JB Peltier, state tyranny is a leftist presupposition. As far as they're concerned, they're just meeting violence with violence. I mean, again, imagine if I go through, there were incidents on January 6th where I could point and be like, this cop overreacted, this cop did this. Imagine, though, no one's interested. None of these fucking lefties are interested in that. We have riots over and over and over and over and over again. And then what they want to do is like, now let's see if any law enforcement went over the line in fighting back against that. I don't believe this is true. I believe there's been more deportations out of Texas than Minnesota. It's just that Texas cooperates. Right. So less deployment's necessary. Why doesn't Minnesota cooperate? Then we wouldn't need these types of deployment. Yes, but you need more officers to do the deportations if they're not cooperating. "47 days was a lie." Oh, man. And imagine the chutzpah, right? Well, where do you think you would go for like the worst of illegals? If you were an illegal and you were the worst, where would you go? Would you go to a state that's actively cooperating to deport you? Or would you go to a state that you know is going to protect you? Why do I give a shit anyways? I don't know. I would assume there's probably more cartel people in Texas. But I would assume if you're a really bad dude, you'd probably want to make your way to a place like California or Minnesota, where you know there'd be more protection. But do you see the framing? And this is why you should just tell these people to eat shit. Do you see the framing? Left wings riot, left riot, left riot, left riot, left riot. Well, Trump said terrorist. Well, they only get 47 days of training. Well, then why are they in Minnesota instead of other ways? How about go fuck yourself? They're enforcing the law and can go where they want? Why'd we have the largest FBI task force in history for January 6th when we saw much more destruction and damage for the Summer of Love and there was almost no task force? I assume you didn't ask that question. Flowing Glass, $10 says, the snowstorm's keeping me out of work. I'm guessing there are no protests right now either. It's a little late in the day, probably. Anything they could do, it's always an excuse. Whatever it is. Violent left-wingers rioting over Ferguson, Michael Brown, Trayvon Martin, George Floyd. It's always an excuse. What about law enforcement? What about this? What about that? Why are they in this place specifically? What's up with that? Huh? Was there enough training? Huh? Did someone say something inflammatory? Huh? Anything to ignore. You guys are supporting violent fucking radicals. And then you clutch your pearls when the other side has what you think are one day of violent radicals. Oh, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, but in the U.S., it's late everywhere, right? It's 5:41 here. That means 4:03, 2:41 in Cali. All right, we're rating Abe Dinkus. I'm out of here. I got to get some sleep. Thank you so much to everyone. Who's going to give the last dono? We'll get someone. Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks to all my mods. Thanks, everyone. I appreciate it. Listen, regardless of what you take out of this, don't listen to fucking Whick. He's the worst person tonight. Don't listen to him. Anytime some fucking shitbag streamer, myself included, some fat piece of shit like me, sits behind a fucking computer screen and tells you to break the law and put your life in jeopardy, tell him to eat shit, even if you agree with them politically. That's ridiculous. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Fuck him. Legitimately pisses me off. Lesto, answer my question, he says. Scrolling up. Don't see the question. Don't see the question. Don't see the question. Don't scroll up quite some time now. Don't see the question. Don't see the question. I don't know what you're talking about, Lesto. I don't see your question. Favorite dessert and dinner that my wife makes? I don't know. Lasagna, chocolate pie. Zach Kelpie, thank you so much. Thank you. $5, JB Peltier, left-handed assassin. Thanks for the $5. Zach, $10. Thank you. James, $10 is the Cummings view is that what's good is what furthers the revolution. Yep. And Chop Chop, $5. Thank you. But I will say this. I am very, very, very good night, Alessa. Yeah, I talk about food preferences some other day. He's a fat guy, yeah. See? This is it. It's all they don't give a shit. They set the conditions to make a violent altercation. Remember, they were saying the same about Renee Good. They were waxing on about a 5-year-old that was detained. They don't give a shit. Eventually, they may stumble onto an unjustified shoot, and then they'll say, see, you see, remove ICE. Now we're justified in our riots. Now we're justified. See, that's why, because of that. Anyways, as I'm going, important thing is, don't do anything fucking stupid. Don't go and engage in acts of violence. Don't engage in acts of obstruction. That's fucking ridiculous. Don't challenge law enforcement like that. It's absurd. It's dangerous. Someone's going to get hurt. And it's irresponsible of streamers to suggest that shit. So, all right, we'll see you guys soon. Probably stream at some point tomorrow/today. I'm just going to bed. We're rating Abe Dinkus. Thanks so much, everyone. We'll see you all soon. Bye-bye.